suggested ere he departed that she might be put into one of the kabitkas of the ambulance corps, but as he assured me that she could not live above an hour, I dispatched Stapleton to explain the matter to Colonel Beverley, and in a few minutes he returned with Pit Blado, Lanty O'Regan, my groom, and 4 other lancers and our horses, and with permission for me to look after my sick friend, but at all risks not to be 10 minutes' march behind the rear guard, as General Bosquet's division was already advancing rapidly on our right flank, and the French sister might be more properly handed over to her own people. We lifted her into the olive thicket, out of the way of the passing troops, for already our advanced guard under Lord Cardigan, Prince Albert's own, with their blue jackets and scarlet pelisses covered with glittering lace, and the 13th Light Dragoons were once more splashing through the Bulgarnac, laughing and joking merrily, as if it were a fox that was to break cover in the Lincolnshire fens, and not the hordes of the southern and western Russias that were before them. By means of 3 barrel hoops and a horse sheet, we improvised something like that which the French term a day tent, to hide her and her sufferings. Then the idea occurred to me as to what I could do if she survived beyond the time allotted to us by the colonel. Could I leave her in that wild place to die alone, and to lie unburied save by the wolves and birds of prey? Alas! A very brief time now resolved all my doubts and fears. A little way apart from us, a silent and sympathetic group, my 7 lancers stood, each by his horse's head, leaning on his lance and awaiting me. If they conversed, it was in half whispers, for they sincerely pitied the girl, those French sisters of charity being the admiration of the whole army. I was bathing her lips with some diluted brandy when she fully and for the first time recognized me. Then a little smile of joy passed over her ghastly face, and she began to speak, painfully, huskily, and at long intervals. "It is my turn now, but I am dying, you see, mon frere," said she, "dying. Many of my sisters have died in the camp, but few thus." "Few indeed," said I in a low, sad voice. "In ardent prayers for the repose of my soul you find no solace. I say not this upbraidingly, yet the mortuary chants of the dies irae and the de profundis will never be said for me, because I die thus," she said, in a low and piercing voice, as she closed her eyes. Perplexity was now added to my sorrow, for I knew not what the poor girl wished or meant, but I implored her to tell me how she came to be left thus alone and in illness. In the night when, asleep and weary, she had fallen unseen from a French ambulance cart, some scouting Cossacks had found and carried her off in mocking triumph, but on finding that the deadly pestilence had seized her, they barbarously flung her into the Bulgarnac. She had crept ashore, and was making her way to our bivouac, when the progress of her illness became so rapid and destroying that she was reduced to the condition in which Stapleton found her. Such was the short story she told me, in long and painful intervals, her voice being at times so low that I had to place my ear close to her lips. "And now," she added with a divine smile which brought back much of the wonderful beauty of her face, "I am so glad, so happy that I shall die. Why, Marceau? Lest I should live longer, because in doing so I could scarcely fail in some way to offend heaven," replied the poor girl. "I confessed me 2 days ago, I die in peace and forgive those Cossacks, mon ami, mon frere. I should say, you will close my eyes, you will see me buried, promise me that you will." I could only answer her by my tears, and strange it seemed that all around the thicket where this solemn scene was acting, and when the spirit of this good being was hovering between eternity and time, the thousands of our army, horse, foot, and artillery, with ammunition and stores, were pouring past in the bright morning sunshine towards the passage of the Bulgarnac. All around was instinct with the glitter and bustle of martial life, but within that olive grove was death, sublime humility, and suffering. "Are you in pain now?" I asked, as this thought occurred to me. "Oh no, pain is long since passed away. If I could but live till 3 in the afternoon, I could then die more than ever happily." "Why at 3? For at that time our blessed Lord yielded up his soul on Calvary," said she with a voice of enthusiasm, while a strange brightness seemed to pass over all her face. As she turned restlessly, her eyes fell upon Sergeant Stapleton and the Lancers, and beckoning them forward, she bestowed her blessing on each, and they listened with bowed heads and took off their caps. I was deeply moved and drew a pace or two aside. "Heaven has always been so good to me," she muttered in broken English as the sergeant placed his cloak as a pillow under her head. "Because, as you must know, messieurs les soldats, my mother dedicated me to heaven, and I am a child of the Holy Virgin." Poor Stapleton, a worthy but stolid John Bull, looked rather bewildered by this information, but my Irish groom understood her. "Through for you, miss," said Lanty, wiping his eyes with the worsted tassels of his yellow sash. "Oh, it's fast she's goin' to glory, the poor cratur. Oh, never a hap'orth she thinks of herself, but it is us she's prayin' for, boys. Other souls than mine shall pass away today, for ere nightfall a great battle is to be fought. I know that." At that moment, through an opening in the olive trees, we saw a regiment of infantry marching past in close column of subdivisions, with the band in front, colours flying and bayonets gleaming in the sun. It was our 88th of gallant memory, with Colonel Shirley riding at the head of the column, and the drums and fifes made the blue welkin ring to the air of the young May moon. She looked wistfully at the defiling ranks. There was so much of life there, so much of death here. Then, clasping her white hands, which were so thin and tremulous, and closing her eyes, she began to repeat a little prayer in Latin for those who were to fall on both sides, the Russians as well as the English. Of that prayer I can only remember a single sentence: "O clementissime Jesu, amator animarum, lava in sanguine tuo peccatus totius mundi, nunc positus in agonia et hodie moriceros." O most merciful Jesus, lover of souls, wash in thy blood the sinners of the whole world who are now in their agony and are to die this day. Then, whispering something of her mother who was in heaven, kneeling for her before the Mother of God, the pure spirit of this French girl passed out into the black night of eternity. We stood for a time silent, and nothing roused us but our rear guard defiling to the front from the right of troops, and then the orders of the colonel recurred to me. Were I to live 1,000 years, I shall never forget the calm and soothing, yet sorrowful, impression made upon me by this poor girl's death. I closed her eyes, and their long dark lashes fell over the pale cheek, from which they never more would rise, and she lay under the poor horse-rug, looking so calm, with a peaceful and beautiful expression on her sweet dead face. Her hands were now folded on her breast. Her black ebony crucifix had fallen from them, but Lanty O'Regan replaced it gently and kindly closed the stiffening fingers round it, and there was a big sob in Lanty's throat as he did so. Death brought back all the strange loveliness of other days to Sister Archange, and I could not behold her lying there, looking so peaceful, so white and still, without feeling my heart very full indeed. For when I saw so much self-devotion, poverty and charity united with peace and goodwill to all mankind, to Christian and Osmanli, to friend and foe alike, it seemed to me truly that of such as she was the kingdom of God. I kissed the dead girl's forehead as we drew the horse-rug over her and prepared for her interment, as we had not a moment to lose. The soil was soft, and we had only our sword blades and hands to dig with, but we contrived to scoop a hole about 3 feet deep. Reverently, as if she had been their sister, my comrades laid her in it, and then we heaped the mould above her. She lies in that little thicket of olives, about a mile from Bulgarnac, and sleeps in what is called unconsecrated earth, though the ashes of that sister of charity might bring a blessing on the city of the Sultan. We now mounted, put our horses to full speed, and soon passing our rear guard, came up with our brigade, and rejoined the regiment. By this time the whole army was on the march to force the position of the Olma, and already our right flank was almost united to the left of the French column under General Bosquet, as the Allies advanced together. Chapter 38. News of battle, hark, 'tis ringing down the street, and the archways and the pavement bear the clang of hurrying feet. News of battle, who hath brought it? News of triumph, who should bring tidings from our noble army? Greetings from our gallant king, lays of the Scottish cavaliers. While these events were occurring by the shore of the Euxine, brown autumn was spreading her sober tints upon the Scottish woods, and one seldom sees the country more attractive than when its beauty is decaying, and a soothing sadness mingles with our delight. The long grass is dank in the shady places, for there the dew falls early at eve and lingers long after sunrise. And now in Calderwood Glen the dark leaves of the chestnuts were varied by the golden yellow of the lime tree, whose frail leaves are among the earliest to whirl before the gusty autumn wind. Already the first leaves, the early spoil of the season, were lying in the long shady avenue or were gathered in heaps, even as the breeze had swept them about the well of James V., the yew hedgerows and the grass walks of the antique Scottish garden, where tradition avers that Anne of Denmark flirted with the bonny Earl of Gowrie. There the asters and dahlias still contended for a place with the old-fashioned hollyhock. Summer had gone, but the corn marigold and the gorgeous crimson poppy yet lingered among the yellow stubble, or on the green burn breeze. Scarlet hips and haws made gay the hedgerows, and the ladybirds were pecking at the sweet apples in the orchard. The shadows of the flying clouds passed over the green mountain slopes, over Largo's lofty cone, the round, swelling lomans, the maymelles of Fife, as a French officer not inaptly termed them. The breeze of the German sea came up the long, fertile How and brought softly to the ear the lowing of cattle from Falkland woods and many a cosy homestead. The autumn was lovely in Calderwood Glen, but the old manor house seemed empty and silent, and the heart of Cora was sad. For great events were on the gale, and each hour brought a varying tale, and she knew that the same autumnal sun which was browning the woods of Scotland was lighting her kilted regiments on their path of death and peril by the Alma. There were times when Cora thought that, bitter though it was, this hopeless sorrow for the absence of one she loved, how sweet it might have been, how sadly sweet, had Newton loved her in return. Ah, it had not been hopeless then, but Newton loved another, who loved him too. Yet did that other love him so well as she, poor quiet Cora, did? And would she love him always? Then when she heard the thistle-finch with its golden wings singing among the linden trees, the words of the old song seemed to come home truly to her heart as she hummed them over. There sat upon the linden tree a bird and sang its strain, so sweet it sang that as I heard my heart went back again. It went to one remembered spot, it saw the rose trees grow, and thought again the thoughts of love there cherished long ago. 1,000 years to me it seems since by my love I sate, yet thus to have been a stranger long was not my choice but fate. Since then I have not seen the flowers nor heard the bird's sweet song, my joys have all too briefly passed, my griefs have been too long. Ladies were setting forth to join the army of the East as nurses. An idea occurred to her and then she shrank from it, for Cora was not one of our strong-minded British females but a good and kind-hearted, earnest and high-souled Scottish girl, and it is a peculiarity of the women of Scotland ever to shrink from publicity, and somehow public life seems neither their forte nor their role. Ah, oh, thought Cora, what if this is not merely a separation, but a loss forever? No battle had yet been fought, but already many men had perished at Varna, at Scutari, and elsewhere of fever and cholera. And so often as she wandered alone in the garden walks, by the old battle stone in the woods, by the Adder's Craig or King James's Well, she wept as she thought of the lively young lancer whom she had last seen marching for the East, and still more for her early playmate and cousin, who in boyhood so petted her at home. And when Cora would say, or old Willie Pitblado would read, that the Lancers had embarked, that they had touched at Gibraltar, at Malta, that they were at Varna or elsewhere, he would pause and look up wistfully, saying, "Nee word yet, oh my Willie, but the papers don't mention Captain Norcliffe either." Aye, true, Miss Cora," the old man would mutter and shake his head at omissions so strange. Anxiety, love, and fear injured the poor girl's health. She was alternately resigned and gentle, or short-tempered and irritable. Though frequently self-absorbed and preoccupied, she strove by affected gaiety to prove to those about her that she was neither. By turns she was grateful for sympathy or irritated by it. while her craving for news about the army of the East became a source of speculation, shall we call it friendly, among such sharp-witted visitors as the Mesdames Spittle and Rammerscales, the wife of the parish minister, or the slavishly suave Mrs. Wheedleton, the rib of the village lawyer. To add to her annoyances, she had a new admirer in young Mr. Brassy Wheedleton, a newly fledged legal prig, who had in his hands a dispute concerning a bond over a portion of the Calderwood property, and whom, as Sir Nigel patronized him, being the son of a neighbour, a dependent and beginner at the bar, she saw rather oftener than she cared for as a visitor at the Glen. Cora was always most irritable when a letter came from her English friends in Kent. However, her correspondence with Chillingham Park had lessened every day since the regiment left England, why neither could exactly say. Lewis's missives were generally full of gaiety and the world of fashion, with all its tinsel glitter and heartless frivolity. As for the war and our poor soldiers in the East, she heeded them no more than the clock of St. Paul's or the last year's snow. Her last letter had been all concerning the elevation of my Lord Slubber to a marquisate, skipping the intervening titles of Viscount and Earl, and enclosing a slip from a fashionable morning paper, which announced that the Garter King had given to the noble peer a coat of augmentation in addition to the 3 Guffins' heads mange, of the grand Anglo-Norman line of de Gullion, with the cage in chief granted to the 4th Baron of that illustrious name, by the greatest of the Plantagenets. When that chivalrous monarch hung the Scottish Countess of Buchan outside the walls of Berwick for 4 years in an iron cage, and when ye potent and valiant Lord Slobber de Gouillon was Captain Yeroff with CCC Archeris. This afforded her father the first hearty laugh in which he had indulged for some time past, for he too had become somewhat dull and peevish. 3 Guffins' heads, Cora, this is excellent, said the old baronet, laughing still. It is very droll how the English snob of high family boasts of his descent from the rabble of William the Norman, just as our Scotch snob likes to deduce his pedigree from those Saxon Hildings who fled from Hastings, or the savage Danes we licked at Luncarty and elsewhere. There were Calderwoods in the Glen before either of those times. What says the old rhyme? Calderwood was fair to see when it gaed to Cameltry, but Calderwood was fairer still when it grew o'er Crosswood Hill. Sir Nigel's old chum, General Rammerscales, was laid up with the gout and jungle fever, and their political friend Lickspittle was absent in Parliament, where, like a true Scottish MP, he served to fill the House, to vote with the Lord Advocate or the majority, to work on all committees which paid, but of course, remaining as oblivious of Scottish interests as of those of the Sioux Indians. Now that he was residing almost permanently at the old manor house, the place of Calderwood, as it was named par excellence, Sir Nigel became somewhat infected by his daughter's melancholy. Thoughts of his 2 dead sons, Nigel, who fell at Gujarat, of his pet boy Archie, and also of his nephew, his favourite sister's only son, exposed to all the perils of disease and war in Turkey, recurred to him again and again, as he wandered through the rooms and under the old linden trees that had often echoed to their voices in infancy, and he thought of how the old estates, and the title first granted by King Charles to Sir Norman Calderwood, Primus Barontorum Scotiae, would go after his death, an event which he knew must happen some day. For though hale and hearty, yet he felt that he rode a stone or 2 heavier now, was apt to funk at a sunk fence, and was finding that noble brute Splinterbar a trifle hard in the mouth for his bridle hand now. Even Cora's old song of the thistle and rose only served to make him sad, to make him think of those who had sung it long, long ago, and then he would order another bottle of that rare, creamy old claret that Mr. Binns kept among the cobwebs in a particular corner of the cellar for themselves. Faithful old Davy Binns! He had grown grey, white, and bald in the service of the Calderwoods, like his fathers before him, and like many other servants in that kind old Scottish household, one indeed of the olden time. If he had been dismissed for a dereliction of duty, he would have thought the world was coming to an end, and doubtless would have flatly refused to go, For Davy was one of a class of servitors that are passing away, even in Scotland and Ireland, and from the sister kingdom I fear they have long since vanished. Accompanied by old Willie, Sir Nigel and a friend or two had occasionally a shot at the partridges in the stubble or the turnip fields, but when the first meet of the hounds took place their master was absent. In vain the horns were blown by Largo's slopes and Balcarres wood. In vain the dogs gave mouth and yelped and wagged their upright tails. The cover was drawn and every spur struck deep, as the huntsmen sped over dyke and ditch, by loch and moor and mountain. But Sir Nigel was sorrowing at his house in the glen, and his favourite hunters, Saline and Splinterbar, were forgotten in their stalls. Why was this? On a Sunday towards the end of September, a Sunday which many must recall with sorrow, mysteriously, as if born in the air, there passed a whisper over all the land of a great event that had happened far, far away. And that whisper found an echo in many a heart and home in England, in many an Irish mud cabin and Scottish glen, in many a high and many a humble dwelling. In the quaint old village kirk of Calderwood during the morning service, it passed along the pews from ear to ear among the people, even to the old haunted aisle of St. Margaret, where Cora sat, her sweet, earnest eyes intent on the preacher, though her thoughts were far away beside her father in his carved oak seat with all its armorial bearings overhead. For he was lord of all the glen and manor, a little king, but a very kind one among the peasantry there. So on this calm, sunny summer morning, when no sound disturbed the preacher's voice but the rustle of the oak woods without, or the twittering of the martins in their nests among the Gothic carvings, there came vaguely to the pastoral glen, vaguely, wildly, no one knew how, news that a great battle had been fought far, far away in the east, and that we had lost 4, 5, some said even 6,000 men, but that we were, thank God, victorious. Pausing in his sermon, while his eyes kindled and his cheek flushed as they had never done when detailing the bloody wars of the Jews and Egyptians, the aged minister announced the tidings from the pulpit, adding the first false rumour that the Duke of Cambridge had fallen at the head of the guards and our own Highland lads as he led them, sword in hand, up the breeze of the Alma. Every eye turned to St. Margaret's aisle, where through the painted windows the yellow sunshine streamed on Sir Nigel's silver hair and Cora's smooth dark braids, for all knew that they had a dear kinsman in that distant field. And when the minister asked the people to join with him in prayer for those who might fall, and for the widows and orphans of the slain, it was with earnest, humble and contrite hearts that the startled and anxious rustics added their voices to his. Cora covered her face with her handkerchief, and old Pitblado looked round him, grim and sternly as any Covenanter who ever wore a blue bonnet. But the poor man's heart was full of tears, as he prayed to heaven that his Willie might be safe. Besides, as a native of Fife, he had much of the old and inbred horror of soldiering peculiar to that peninsula, since those dark days when the Fifeshire infantry found their graves on the field of Kilsyth. Ere the red autumn sun went down beyond the green hills of Clackmannan, the electric wire had announced the passage of the Alma over all the length and breadth of the land, flashing over all Europe, from the shores of the Bosphorus to those of the Shannon. But in reply to a message sent by Sir Nigel to the War Office, a telegram dispatched to soothe the agony of love, came the brief but terrible answer: "The name of your nephew is among the killed. Papa, papa, among the killed, among the killed." Cora exclaimed after the first stunning paroxysm of her grief was past. "Yet I do not despair, Cora," said the old man in his bewilderment, caressing her, and not knowing what to say while remembering the keen bitterness that the Gazette of Gujarat brought to his heart, when there he read the name of his eldest son and hope, his dark and handsome Nigel. "Oh, do not speak of hope to me, papa. Poor Newton, I did so love him. I cannot dare to hope." "Dearest Cora, we have no details. He may be missing. I have heard of many returned so in the old Peninsular times. My old friend Jack Oswald of Dunnock among others, but he was always found under a heap of dead men or so forth. But the telegram says distinctly among the killed, his body, his poor mangled body must have been seen, Colonel Beverley will write to me. In a few days we shall know all the particulars. Even were he only wounded, I should be miserable. But to know that he is dead, dead, Newton dead, buried far, far away by strangers and among strangers, and that I shall never, never see him more. Oh, papa, my dear papa, she exclaimed as she flung herself upon his breast. I loved Newton dearly, far more dearly than life. And so the great secret escaped her in her grief. Chapter 39. The fight's begun. In momentary blaze, bright o'er the hills, the volleying lightning plays, bursts the loud shell, the death shots hiss around, and the hoarse cannon adds its heavier sound, till wide the gathering clouds that rise between clothe in a thicker gloom the maddening scene. And as the billows' wild and angry crest that swells in foam on ocean's lurid breast, through each long line the curling volumes spread, and hang their white wreaths o'er the column's head. After the troops crossed the Bulgarnac, strict silence was enjoined, and no drum was beaten or bugle blown. Scattered parties of Russian cavalry scoured all the ground before us, and as they galloped to and fro, the gleam of Cossack lances, the flash of a carbine, or the steady glitter of sword blades and cuirasses, shone at times from among the groves of the turpentine trees and between the rocky undulations of the landscape. Thus we, the British, could not make ourselves quite aware of the nature of the ground we were approaching, while the French marched straight and confidently towards certain great cliffs, which had been carefully reconnoitred from the sea on the extreme right, and which they were to storm, with the village of Olmatamak at the point of the bayonet. At 9 o'clock, the French on our right, Bosquet's column, halted and quietly cooked their coffee while our troops were still moving laboriously over rough ground to bring our flank closer to theirs. And now far beyond the extended columns of the Allies, those long, bright lines of bayonets, sloped barrels, and waving colours that shone in the sun of a lovely morning, we saw the dark smoke of the war steamers towering into the clear air as they crept inshore, seeking opportunities to open fire upon the Russians' lofty position. And at 20 minutes past 10 we heard the first cannon booming, as they threw their shot among the Imperial troops in rear of the telegraph station, which was distant nearly 5,000 meters from the shore. 2 more protracted halts took place, while final consultations were made between Lord Raglan and Marshal St. Arnaud, but still we were drawing nearer the scene of the coming conflict. Before us rolled the Olma, a picturesque river, which takes its rise among the western slopes of the Chatiardog in Crim Tartary and falls into the Euxine about 12 miles from Sebastopol. High rises its southern bank into picturesque rocks that in some places are precipitous and terminate in a lofty cliff which overhangs the sea, and this formidable position was to be defended against us by more than 39,000 Russians and 106 pieces of cannon. Led by Prince Alexander Menshikov, one of the Emperor's most distinguished generals, who had entered the world as the son of a poor pastry cook, but who now held the supreme civil and military command in the Crimea. A round shot from a Turkish cannon had mutilated him severely at the siege of Varna, and hence the hatred he bore the race and faith of the Osmanlis was deep and fierce. His skill was not equal to his presumption, for he fully thought, as a letter found in his carriage by Captain Travers of ours after the battle asserted, that if the 3 invading armies were not routed at the Olma, he would be fully able to defend its hills for 3 weeks, until the Emperor sent him reinforcements from the steppes of Bessarabia. 2 miles from the mouth of the Olma stood the picturesque little village of Berliuk. It was now in flames, and the smoke of the conflagration was rolling among the vineyards, which covered the slope that extended between the stream and the base of those cliffs along which glittered the hostile lines of the Russian army. 2 miles in length those lines extended along the hills, which were intersected by deep ravines. On every ridge strong batteries of cannon swept the approaches to these. Deep trenches were dug along the mountain slopes, and therein were posted the infantry. Constructed on the side of the Kouagane hill which rises to the height of 600 feet above the Olma, was an enormous battery forming two sides of a triangle and mounting 14 heavy guns, 32-pounders and 24-pound howitzers. The ascent to this was commanded by 3 other batteries, mounting 25 guns. It was then that in the Allied armies there occurred, says Kinglake, a singular pause of sound, a pause so general as to have been observed and remembered by many in remote parts of the ground, and so marked that its interruption by the mere neighing of an angry horse seized the attention of thousands. And although this strange silence was the mere result of weariness and chance, it seemed to carry a meaning, for it was now that, after nearly 40 years of peace, the great nations of Europe were once more meeting for battle. The French steamers were now shelling the heights, the Russians making but a poor response, and just as a bomb splendidly thrown by the former among the smoke wreaths that curled round the brow of the cliffs unmasked an ambush which had been prepared for the advancing Zouaves, after the smoke cleared away showed by the prostrate forms of the riflemen it slew how well it had done its fatal work. Just as I was watching this episode, through my glass I heard Studholme say, "Norcliffe, we are to go to the front, to assail the Kouagane Hill." The right wing of the Russian army, with all its cannon, howitzers and trenches, was the task assigned to the Light Division under Sir George Brown, supported by the Duke of Cambridge with the Guards and Highlanders. And so intent was Menschikoff on its defence that he had there concentrated 16 battalions of regular infantry, 2 battalions of sailors, and 2 brigades of field pieces. Near them were many ladies in carriages from Sebastopol and elsewhere, waiting to see the English curs beaten. During one of the protracted halts referred to, I could not help thinking how lovely was the morning for the unholy work we had in hand. The sun was without a cloud, and the soft breeze of the September morn played along the grassy slopes, rustling the leaves of the olive and turpentine groves and the broader foliage of the vineyards, till at last even its breath died away upon the summit of the hostile hills. Ours alone. Yes, why, can't say, but you see the danger of having a reputation, Newton, said Jack, laughing, for he was in unusual high spirits. We Lancers served against the Pindaris in central India at Neerbudda and elsewhere. The men and horses, poor nags, change, but the name and the number remain. Thus you see what the honour of having a good name and gallant number costs us. The Lancers must advance. Only your squadron, Captain Norcliffe, said Colonel Beverley, cantering up to where we were halted in brigade. You will advance and extend to double the usual skirmishing distance, simply to feel the enemy. I saluted and gave the command, 3's right, left wheel forward, and away we went at a swinging trot with plumes and pennons glittering in the air. If they hit you, Bill, cried one of our men to Sergeant Dashwood of Wilford's troop, which formed the left of my squadron. Bah, I escaped often enough in India, said the sergeant, laughing, and please heaven, were it only for my poor wife's sake, I shall do so again. It did not please heaven, however, for within 1 hour after this worthy Sergeant Dashwood was lying on his back, pale and stiff, with a bullet in his heart. As we halted, formed line to the front, and extended from the right at full speed, I heard Jocelyn of ours, a wild and extravagant fellow, say to Sir Henry Scarlett, "I wonder how many infernal post-obits will be cancelled today." We now advanced slowly over the open ground, halting at times, and every moment gave us a clearer and nearer view of the enemy's position. I looked to the rear. How steadily they were coming on, those splendid lines of British infantry, the Royal and the Welsh Fusiliers, the 19th and 33rd and Connaught Rangers, stretching far away from flank to flank in scarlet, that glorious and historic colour which fills at once the eye and the mind, their bayonets flashing in the sun and their colours threateningly advanced but hanging listless, for the wind had died away. Thousands of those who were now marching there in youth and pride and health, whose place at home was still vacant in many a parent's heart, were doomed to fatten the earth with their bones and make the grass of future summers grow greener on the slopes of the Olme. Strong memories of my early youth, of my dead mother's face and voice, were with me now, and tears came too. I scarcely knew why, but I felt somewhat as if in a dream. I had a strong yearning also to see the proud Louisa, the tender Cora Calderwood, and my kind old uncle, those I might never see again. I strove to imagine how Louisa Loftus would bear the shock of hearing that I had fallen if fall I should. When and by whom would the news be broken to her? I thought too of the quiet old woods of Calderwood Glen under the shadow of the greater Lomond. There at least all was peace, thank heaven, and in my heart I prayed that long, long might it be so. And strange it was too that in this exciting time, when so many thousands of various races were about to close in the shock of battle, when a few minutes more might see me face to face with death, death by the cannon, the rifle, or the sabre, even while the explosion of the French shells rung every instant in the air, there flickered in my memory snatches of frivolous musical strains, and one or two trivial mess-room incidents, so that the vast array along the Alma seemed almost a phantasmagoria. But here a hand was laid upon my bridle arm. It was the hand of my faithful follower Willie Pitblado, who slung his lance, and sinking the soldier in the friend and countryman, said, while his bright grey eyes sparkled under his lancer cap, "Hear you that, sir? It is the pipes of the Highland Brigade." We were so far to the right of our squadron as to be close to the division of the Duke of Cambridge, which was composed of the Grenadier, Coldstream and Scots Fusilier Guards, with 3 of the Highland regiments, the 42nd, 79th and 93rd, whose pipers were now playing each the pibroch of their corps during the second halt. And then over all the field the old wild memory of 1,000 years was kindled in every Scotchman's heart. I felt his enthusiasm. I saw that Willie felt it too, and in the kindly smile we exchanged there was conveyed a world of hidden sentiment. Wild, barbarous and uncouth as it may be deemed, an instrument perhaps beyond improvement, the voice of the war-pipe seldom falls without a strange and stirring effect upon the Scottish ear. And let neither Englishman nor Irishman ever trust that Scot who hears it unmoved by the love of country and of home. There is something rotten at his heart's core. In whatever part of the distant world a Scotchman hears its strange notes, and the hoarse hum of its deep bass drones, it sets him dreaming of home, of the old thatched cottage in the mountain glen where the trouting burn gurgles under the long yellow broom, or the old brigstane where he fished in boyhood. And with its voice come back the faces of the loved, the lost, the distant and the dead, and the glories and the battles of the years that are gone. He sees too the old kirk where he prayed by his mother's knee, the graveyard with all its mossy stones, and the forms of those who are lying there rise again in memory's eye. So the storm-beaten Eileman may seem to hear once more the waves that lash on Jura's rocks, or the scream of the wild birds over Scarborough's shore, when ploughing far away in the wastes of the Indian Sea. It is difficult to define what this influence is, but that Scot is little to be envied who hears the war-pipe unmoved, when far away from home, or as we heard it on that day beside the Alma. And though proud of his Lancer regiment, I could see that my comrade Willie's heart was with the Highlanders, whose dark plumes were tossing on our right. It was at this time that Sir Colin Campbell, in his quiet, grave way, said to one of his officers, as the historian before quoted records, "This will be a good time for the men to get loose half their cartridges." And when the command travelled along the ranks of the Highlanders, it lit up the faces of the men one after another, assuring them that now at length, and after long expectance, they indeed would go into action. They began obeying the order and with beaming joy, for they came of a warlike race, yet not without emotion of a grave kind. They were young soldiers and new to battle. But now the trumpets recalled us to our brigade in rear of the infantry, who had the chief work of that bloody day to do. And just as we wheeled into our places, a roar of musketry on our right announced that the impetuous French had commenced the attack. The enemy's shot and shell were coming souse among us now, and many heard for the first time the fierce rushing sound, and then the mighty shock as a bullet ripped up the earth or swept a man away, while shells that burst in mid-air fell in hissing showers, that tore our clothing with their jagged edges when they failed to wound. dashing through the Olma in front of the steep cliffs under a terrific shower of round shot, grape and musketry, which clothed the whole face of the slopes with spouting lines of white smoke, streaked with flashes of fire, waking 1,000 echoes in the sky above and earth below. The French poured forward in yelling and impetuous masses, fresh from their campaigns and conquests in burning Algeria. Those fierce little Zouaves, in their blue jackets, red breeches and turbans, active as mountain goats, were seen swarming up at the point of the bayonet, and forming in two lines which charged with headlong rush on the astonished Muscovites, whose general, being thus completely outflanked on the cliffs being scaled, sought in vain to change his front, and drive the French from those hills they had taken so rapidly and so gallantly, but at awful loss. Allah Allah hu was now the cry that rent the air as the Turks advanced. Under their green standards, the holy colour with the crescent and star massed in close column at quarter distance, the Turkish troops came on, and through the sea of red fezzes the cannon balls made many a deadly lane, until the battalions deployed into line, sending, as Studholme said, many a believer to paradise in a state of mutilation, such as the Aouris wouldn't appreciate. But on they went against that sheet of lead and iron, shoulder to shoulder with the French, and many a shaven crown and many a scarlet fez, with its broad military button and blue tassel, were lying on the turf, while with visions of the dark-eyed girls of paradise waving their green scarves from their couches of pearl, and crying, "Come, kiss me, for I love thee," many a grim Turkish soul passed forth into the night of death. On the other flank were the French linesmen crying on Dieu et l'amour de Dieu to help them in their last agony, while the Sisters of Charity and the Vivandières rivaled each other in the rear in their attention to the wounded and dying. One of the 600, chapter 40, 300 cannon threw up their emetic, and 30,000 muskets flung their pills like hail to make a bloody diuretic. Mortality, thou haste thy monthly bills, thy plagues, thy passions, thy physicians, yet tick like the death watch within our ears the ills past, present, and to come, but all may yield to the true portrait of one battlefield. Byron. At 1:30 the British infantry advanced into action. Like lightning the order flew along the line, for it was borne by Nolan, the impetuous and the gallant. The village of Burliuk, the centre of our position, was still in flames that rose to a vast height, especially from the well-filled stackyards. To the right of the conflagration, 2 regiments of Adams's brigade, the Welsh Asterisk and 49th or Hertfordshire, crossed the river by a deep and dangerous ford, under a galling fire from the Russian mini-riflemen who were ensconced among the vineyards on the opposite bank. The remainder crossed on the left of Burliuk, and both uniting beyond it, the whole division of de Lacy Evans found themselves engaged in sanguinary strife, while we, the cavalry, could but sit in our saddles and look on, but burning with impatience to advance. Asterisk 41st, so called since 1831. On the extreme left of the British advance, the Light Division under Sir George Brown, G.C.B., a peninsular veteran of the old fighting 43rd, crossed the stream in their immediate front. Rugged and precipitous, the bank rose above them. So steep was it in some places that one of our officers, when in the act of climbing, was mortally wounded by having his entire spinal column traversed by a ball, which had been fired perpendicularly down from the Russian ranks above. Dense vineyards and abatis of felled trees partially obstructed the advance of our gallant light division, but in vain, for the 7th, the 33rd and Welsh Fusiliers, the 77th and Connaught Rangers pressed on under the volleying fire, and such was their coolness that the soldiers threw to each other bunches of the delicious crimson grapes to quench their thirst, for they had been long in marching order under a burning morning sun. The mini balls were showering past like hail. Caps, epaulets, ears, fingers and teeth were torn away, and every moment the men fell fast on every hand, but from right to left the cries of "Forward! On, forward!" were incessant, and the human surge of the Light Division swept on, bearing with it the whole 95th Regiment. Rapidly they formed in line beyond the broken ground, rapidly and magnificently, and threw their steady fire into the strong redoubts with terrible effect. But hundreds were falling on both sides, and now commenced that ever memorable charge uphill by which we won the Olma. Faintly in the air came a yell of defiance from the Russians. It was very different from the strong-lunged, massive-throated, deep-chested outbursts of cheering that ran along the ranks of the British infantry. Conspicuous on a grey horse, amid the clouds of passing smoke, we could see old Sir George Brown, riding as he had ridden with the Light Division of other days at Busaco and Talavera. A deadly sheet of fire now tears through the 7th Fusiliers, led by Lacy. They waver but reform. By the same fire the 23rd are decimated, and Colonel Chester falls at their head, shouting, "On, lads, on!" Relief after relief is shot down under the colours of the 7th. One is lost for a time, but hurrah, it is safe among the soldiers of the Royal Welsh. Under their colour young Anstruther, the son of my uncle's neighbour Balkaski, is shot dead, and the poor boy rolls down the hill enveloped in its silken folds. But again it waves in the wind as Private Evans snatches it up and bears it on towards the great redoubt. Thicker fall the dead on every hand, for it is all musketry, and the deep, hoarse boom of the cannon, surging like a stormy sea. Roll upon rolls. The wounded are crawling, limping, and streaming to the rear. The dead lie close as autumn leaves in Vallombrosa. On stretchers and crossed muskets, officers and men are borne to the riverside, and reeking with blood, the stretchers return for other victims. Hythe is forgotten now, and all her science of musketry, for no man thinks of sighting his mini rifle, but all load and cap and blaze away at random, though many an officer is shouting, "Steady, men, steady," and aim below the crossbelts. On yet on rolls the human surge, for what or who could withstand them? Our noble infantry, our 19th and 33rd, our 77th and 88th, as they rush on with colours flying and loud hurrahs. But now there is a louder cry, their leader falls. In a cloud of dust both horse and man go down, and for a moment the advance is paralysed, but for a moment only. Again the grand old soldier is at their head on foot, his sword glittering above his white head, and reckless of the tremendous fire which sweeps through them. Our troops dash at the redoubts, a mighty torrent in scarlet. The flashing bayonets are lowered, man seeks man, ready to grapple body to body with his foe, and the sparks of fire rise in the midst as steel clashes on steel. For the Russian hearts are stout and their hands are strong as ours. The dead and the dying are heaped over each other, to be trampled on and smothered in their blood. 900 of our officers and men fell, killed and wounded, amid the terrible melee in the great redoubt, and all up the scorched slope that leads to it. In the torn vineyards, and among the leafy abatis, the poor redcoats are lying thicker than ever I have seen the scarlet poppies stud the harvest fields in Lothian or the Merse. The red dragon of the Royal Welsh is flying on that fatal redoubt, but not yet is the victory ours. Descending from the higher hills, a mighty column of Russian infantry, a double column composed of the Auglitz and Vladimir battalions, bearing with them the image of St. Sergius, a solemn trust given to them by the Bishop of Moscow, a supposed miraculous idol born in the wars of the Emperor Alexis, of Peter the Great and Alexander I, came rushing to the mortal shock in full confidence of victory. Deploying into line, the great grey mass, with their flat caps and spiked helmets, for the corps were various, came boldly on and followed up a deadly volley by a powerful bayonet charge. Then the ranks in scarlet, exhausted by their toilsome ascent, began to waver and fall back, followed downhill by the yelling Russian hordes, who had a perfect belief in their own invincibility, and barbarously bayoneted all our wounded as they came on. Terribly fatal was this temporary repulse to the gallant Welsh Fusiliers in particular, but now the 7th and 33rd, with the Guards and Highlanders, advanced, and again the struggle was resumed. Of the 33rd, 19 sergeants fell, chiefly in defence of the colours. and 14 bullet holes in one standard and 11 in the other attested to the fury of the conflict, throwing open his ranks to allow the retreating regiments to reform and recover breath. The Duke of Cambridge now brought up his division, though there was a momentary fear of its success, for an officer high in rank exclaimed, "The brigade of guards will be destroyed. Ought it not to fall back? Better that every man of Her Majesty's guards should lie dead upon the field than turn their backs upon the enemy," was the stern and proud response of grim old Colin Campbell, a veteran of the old and glorious wars of Wellington, as he galloped off to put himself at the head of his Highlanders, whom he had skilfully brought on in echelon of regiments. They reserved their fire and advanced in solemn silence. Terribly was our splendid brigade of guards handled when the Highlanders came up, and then, as Kinglake tells us, a man in one of the regiments reforming on the slope cried in the deep, honest bitterness of his heart, "Let the Scotsmen go on, they'll do the work," and with 3 battalions in the kilt Sir Colin, whose horse was killed under him, advanced to meet 12 of the flushed and furious enemy. "Now, men," said he, "you are going into action, and remember this, that whoever is wounded, I don't care what his rank is, must lie where he falls. No soldier must carry off wounded men. If anyone does such a thing, his name shall be stuck up in his parish kirk. Be steady, keep silence, fire low. Now, men, the army are watching us, make me proud of my Highland brigade." The brilliant author of Earthen, an eyewitness of this part of the field, describes their movements so beautifully that I cannot resist quoting him again. "The ground they had to ascend was a good deal more steep and broken than the slope close beneath the redoubt. In the land where those Scots were bred, there are shadows of sailing clouds skimming up the mountain's side, and their paths are rugged and steep, yet their course is smooth, easy, and swift. Smoothly, easily, swiftly, the Black Watch seemed to glide up the hill. A few instants before, and their tartans ranged dark in the valley, now their plumes were on the crest." Another line in echelon, and another the Cameron and the Sutherland Highlanders. And now, to the eyes of the superstitious Muscovites, the strange uniform of those troops seemed something terrible. Their waving sporrans were taken for horses' heads. They cried to each other that the angel of light had departed and the demon of death had come. Close and murderous was the fire that opened on them. Then a wail of despair floated over the grey masses of the long-coated Russian infantry, as they broke and fled, casting away knapsacks and everything that might encumber their flight, and for the first time rose the Highland cheer. Then, says the great historian of the war, along the Kootenay slopes and thence west almost home to the causeway, the hillsides were made to resound with that joyous and assuring cry, which is the natural utterance of a northern people, so long as it is warlike and free. Asterisk, asterisk, Kinglake, Vol. Roman 2, The heights of the Ulmer were won. Chapter 41. Had ye no graves at home across the briny water, that hither ye must come like bullocks to the slaughter? If we the work must do, why the sooner 'tis begun. If flint and trigger hold but true, the quicker 'twill be done by the rifle, the good rifle. In our hands it is no trifle. The battle was fought and won. The thunder had died away along the heights of the Ulmer. It was all over now. That hell of blood and ferocity was past, and little more remained but to number the dead and lay them in their last ghastly homes. The agonies even of the wounded, that terrible grey acre of Russian wounded, were half forgotten by the untouched. But many a bright-eyed girl in England far away, and in that northern land which was to me the dearest half of sea-walled Albion, who was wearing her gay muslins and flowers, would be coming forth ere long in the crape and sable livery of grief. For many a father and mother's hope and pride were among the redcoats that lay so motionless and still along those fatal slopes. The sun was verging westward. The smoke of the villanous Saltpetre hung like a lurid canopy over the summit of the Kootenay hill, and that final scene of slaughter in the great redoubt. And now men who had been separated in the confusion and hurry of the conflict were meeting again, and congratulating each other that they were spared. We, the small force of cavalry, 1,000 sabres and lancers, who had hitherto been impatient onlookers, now dashed through the river without Lord Raglan's authority, and though the upsetting of a field gun and the slippery nature of the ford were the cause of much delay, we reached the summit of the Kouaganay hill soon after the Highlanders had swept the foe from it. We had 6 guns with us, and their fire told fearfully upon the retreating masses of the Russians, who left mangled piles of dead in their rear. The battery was divided, one half our force led by Lord Cardigan escorting those on the right, while Lord Lucan with the rest conducted those that were on the left. Our orders were also to glean up cannon, prisoners, and other trophies. The Earl rode in advance with my squadron of lancers. We picked up a good many prisoners who sullenly threw down their arms and submitted. These men were all light infantry, wearing flat forage caps and long grey coats that reached to their ankles. On this duty we had to traverse a great portion of the field, and its aspect was harrowing. A day of slaughter was to be followed by a night of agony. Here and there were pools of blood in which the flies were battening, and from whence the honey-bee and the snow-white butterfly strove in vain to free their tiny pinions. And on the glacis of the great redoubt, where men of all regiments, but chiefly Welsh fusiliers, lay blended together, were bodies to be seen without heads or legs or arms, bowels torn out, brains crushed, blood oozing from eyes or ears or mouths, blood everywhere, for it was there that grape, canister, and round shot had bowled through the advancing columns. Among those ghastly piles lay an ensign of one of our line regiments, a poor boy fresh from Eton or Harrow, struck down in his first red coat. He had a miniature in his hand, a young and beautiful girl, thought I, but Pitblado handed it to me, and then I saw that it represented a grey-haired woman of comely and matronly aspect. She was his mother, no doubt. Could she have seen him there? A ball had pierced his chest. He was not quite dead, for when Pitblado poured some water between his lips, his eyes opened, and he began to mutter as if speaking to his mother that his head lay on her breast, and he heard in fancy her replies. True in the end to the first instinct or first tender impulse of nature, as when a little child he had, under pain or wrong, hid his weeping face in his mother's lap, the old spirit came over him, and as his dying ear seemed to hear that mother's voice, a holy light shone over his livid face, and the poor lad died happily. He must have been shot under his colours, for the standard belt was yet over his left shoulder. The roar of battle was gone now, and the bushes where the dead ensign lay were literally alive with larks, thrushes, and linnets in full song. Many of the Russians slain had half-bitten cartridges in their open mouths. Many who were shot in the head lay with their faces on the sod and their muskets under them, and when struck in the heart, death was so instantaneous that all retained the position in which they had been shot. By their attitudes we might know the time they had been in dying. In one place 7 of the Russian 26th, for that number was on their glazed leather helmets, lay all in a line with their bayonets at the charge. All these men had been slain by a shower of grape, and were shot in the head or breast. As we rode on we secured many prisoners and several battery guns. All the cannon were on stocks of wood, painted green with white crosses on the breeches and muzzles. And now we were traversing the Kouaganay hill, where the fine fellows of our household brigade in their bright scarlet and black bearskins were lying in great numbers, and close by were many of the Black Watch, but all dead. I reined in my horse and looked at them earnestly. The countenances of some seemed as if still in life, so far as expression went. Some were calm and resigned, some as if in prayer. Others were fierce and stern, but all were pale and white as the cold Carrara marble. The evening breeze passed over them, it lifted their hair and the black plumes in their bonnets. Then the dead seemed as if about to stir. There they lay with the blood stiffening on their tartans. My heart was very full. In some faces I could read a ghastly and defiant smile, and several were stretched at length, as if the friends that would ere long be sorrowing for them in their distant home were about to commit them to their winding sheet. Where our cannon had mauled their retreating cavalry, The horses lay in close ranks, with their long necks stretched out, and their riders beneath them, all torn, brained, or disemboweled alike by the iron storm of grape-shot that had swept through the squadron. In some places we saw only a red, muddy pulp, composed of flesh and bones, where the enemy's brigade of guns had traversed the ground. War, says a French writer, those by whose will war comes, those who make men resemble the savage beasts, will have a fearful account to render to the righteous judge above. As we passed along with our prisoners, many of our wounded reviled and execrated them, for on all hands we heard stories of Russian treachery. Our soldiers, in some instances, when supplying their wounded enemies with water from their canteens, were shot down by the very wretch whose thirst they had just quenched. Captain Eddington of the 95th was murdered in this fashion by a Russian rifleman in sight of the whole regiment, and of his brother a lieutenant, who rushed in advance to avenge him and fell riddled with bullets. Maddened by several such incidents, our soldiers, with their musket butts, dashed out the brains of several of the wounded, slaying them like reptiles and undeserving of mercy. Such details are only calculated to weary and revolt, but the stern scene was not without its brighter features. Already the surgeons were busy among the wounded, and our gallant seamen were all tenderness, sympathy, and activity, as they conveyed them on board the ships, from the rigging of which the events of that exciting day had been witnessed by thousands. "Cheer up, Sodger," I sometimes heard them shout as they bore a maimed victim, pale and bloody, to the boats. "We shall all eat our Christmas duff in Sebastopol." Many whom they bore away were booked for Chelsea, the poor soldiers' last home in the land of the living, but many were fated to die of their wounds ere the sun of the morrow lit up the waters of the Euxine. We were now far in the rear of the original Russian position, and were actually riding along the Sebastopol road, when Captain Bolton of the 1st Dragoon Guards, whose sword hand was muffled in a bloody handkerchief, came galloping after us to explain that Lord Raglan desired we should fall back at once. "His lordship fears that you are going too far in advance," said he, "and that the Russian flying artillery may halt and open on you. Give up all pursuit of prisoners, set loose those you have, and simply escort the guns." On this we halted and liberated more than 100 prisoners of all ranks, several being officers. Some of the latter shrugged their shoulders contemptuously at the commiseration we expressed for some of the Russian wounded, who lay on the road expiring of weakness and thirst. "Bah," said one in French to me, "they are only private soldiers, peasants, and will soon die." His sentiments were worthy of a Russian aristocrat, but he was a grim, stern, and white-moustached officer, evidently of high rank, for his breast was covered from epaulette to epaulette with stars, medals, and crosses. I had afterwards reason to know that this officer was General Bohr, who had commanded the reconnaissance at Bulgarnac. As we were retiring, we came among some of the French, and I recognized Mademoiselle Sophie, the vivandière whom I had seen at Gallipoli and Varna, and who immediately offered me a petit verre of cognac from her little store, which I gladly accepted. She looked pale and excited, and her eyes were bloodshot. "Our regiment has suffered heavily today, monsieur," said she. "I was thrice under fire with it, but so many of my comrades fell that mon Dieu, it proved too much for me." "Your friend M. Jolicoeur of the 2nd Zouaves," said I, "he, I hope, has escaped today." "Hélas, mon pauvre Jules, he is lying yonder with ever so many more of ours," she replied, pointing with her trembling hand to the telegraph battery. "Wounded. Dead, monsieur, dead. He fell when planting the standard of the 2nd Zouaves on the summit, where you may still see it flying. Poor Captain Victor Bordeaux, who used to flirt so terribly with Wrigglebotch and pay such frightful sums for a fortune every night she danced, till Mademoiselle Theresa took her place at the cafés chantants. Well, he too and 200 of our rank and file are lying there." The vivandière wept and wrung her hands. All great excitements are followed by a painful reaction, and I shall not readily forget the dreary night that followed the day of the Ulma. My troop bivouacked near the old ruined walls that lie on the western flank of the Kouagané hill. Vast numbers of dead were lying near, they disturbed us not, But the wounded, the dying, their moans and cries were frightful. I muffled my head in my cloak and strove to shut out the piteous sounds and caught sleep beside my jaded charger, close to whose side I crept for warmth. Chapter 42. Mine own one. Years have passed away since I have seen your thoughtful face, yet could I every feature trace, your image haunts me night and day. A song brings back the time we walked above the brown cliff's sloping lawn. From music I have even drawn the very words we used to talk. The crumbling church, the upland lea, the river wimpling round the bridge, the brave grey wold, the far-off ridge, the mournful singing of the sea. A few days after the startling telegram reached Calderwood, the newspapers teemed with dispatches and details of the victory at the Olma, the flight of the shattered Russian army towards Bakhchisarai, and the advance of the Allies on Sebastopol. Among those details were the official lists of the killed, wounded and missing, furnished by the Adjutant General. How many a home in the British Isles did these fatal lists fill with grief? How many a heart they wrung? Cora Calderwood, pale and still suffering from the recent shock, read over the lists, but looked in vain for the name of her cousin Newton. It was not among the killed, neither was it among the wounded or the missing. There was no casualty among the officers of the Lancers, save the death of Lieutenant Rakeley, who was killed by a cannon shot in the affair of Bulganak on the evening preceding the great battle of the Olma, and whose body Captain Newton Calderwood Norcliffe, with a few Lancers, made a gallant attempt to rescue and carry off. Poor Rakeley! She remembered how well he waltzed, and what desperate love he made to her at the Lancers' ball, when flushed by a furious gallop and a bumper of the mess champagne. What mystery was this? Dared she hope? Might Papa prove right after all? And might Newton turn up as their old friend Dunyker had so often done, from under a pile of dead men and horses in the old Peninsular days? Sir Nigel instantly wrote to the War Office requesting some information regarding Captain Newton C. Norcliffe, and was promptly informed that the telegram should have been, "The name of your nephew is not among the killed." So the omission of those 3 letters, one little word, made a mighty difference to poor Cora's anxious and affectionate heart. But the letter from the War Office added, after an apology, "We regret to state that, a day or 2 after the passage of the Olma, Captain Norcliffe was severely wounded, mutilated, and taken prisoner in a skirmish with the enemy's cavalry, an affair of which no detail has yet reached headquarters. Mutilated and taken by those odious, savage and terrible Muscovites of whose barbarities the newspapers were daily giving fresh details." Here was a new horror, another source of anxiety and grief, and Cora and Sir Nigel were never tired of surmising or conjecturing what might be the fate of their kinsman, or of searching the public journals and the letters from the army with which their columns teemed, for some scrap of information regarding the lost one. But they searched in vain. Time passed on, the Russians sank their fleet across the mouth of the harbour of Sebastopol, Balaclava was captured by the British, and the second week of October saw the first bombardment of the beleaguered city. These were important facts, but one was more important still to Cora Calderwood. There came no tidings of her lost cousin Newton. Had he died in the hands of the Russians, or been sent to dig copper in the mines of Siberia, a place of which she had rather vague ideas, and of which, with its capital, Tobolsk, she had read such thrilling accounts when at school in Madame Cottin's celebrated Elizabeth or the Exiles and Sea? Her heart sank within her at this conjecture and all that such a fate suggested. She penned several letters on the subject to Lady Louisa Loftus. Now they could mingle their tears, she wrote. Now they could commune and sorrow in common, now. But she could not tell her that she loved Newton too, and could only profess a sisterly affection for Louisa. The responses of the latter were cold, singularly so. She was greatly shocked, no doubt. It made her quite nervous and all that sort of thing, to think that Captain Norcliffe should be mutilated. Had he lost his nose, it was a very handsome one, or his ears, or what had the Russians cut off? If it was a leg, Lord Slubber jocularly suggested that it would mar his fox hunting and round dancing for the future. And to think of a husband with a wooden leg or an iron hook for an arm like the poor old creatures one sees at Chelsea would be so funny, so very absurd. Oh, exclaimed Cora, to write thus, how heartless! To write thus when now of all men in the world he most requires commiseration. How horrible, how worldly and selfish she is. She never loved him, never, never loved him, as I do, she dared not add even to herself. Then the letter described the new lining of the carriage, the last thing in bonnets, but here Cora crushed it up in her quick, impatient little hand, and with a gesture of impatience flung it in the fire. November kept on, and the woods in the old sequestered glen became leafless and bare. The snow powdered white the bare scalps of the hills, and old Willie Pitblado, the keeper, predicted that the coming winter would be a bitter one, for numbers of strange aquatic birds had been floating on Lochleven and in the Forth above Inchcombe, and one morning the woods round the Adder's Craig and all the slopes of the western Lomond were covered by flocks of wild Norwegian pigeons, large white birds, whose appearance in Scotland always indicates a severe winter in the Scandinavian peninsula, a winter in which all the north of Europe is sure to share. So Cora trembled in her tenderness of heart as she thought of our poor soldiers before Sebastopol, and her secret love, Newton, who, if surviving, was a suffering prisoner in the hands of the Russians. Cora often visited the cottage of old Willie, in the copse near King Jamie's Well, though the rows of half-decayed hawks, wild cats and weasels with which its eaves were garlanded made the atmosphere thereabout redolent of anything but perfume. For Willie's heart, like her own, was with the army of the East, and he devoured all the newspapers she gave him for intelligence of the war. But he used to shake his white head, and speak often of the old times of Wellington and his boyhood, of the many fine lads who had gone forth to Spain and Holland, forth free the How o' Fife to return nie mehr, and he greatly feared such would be the fate of his Willie now that the poor young master was gone. The veteran keeper's spirits had sunk considerably. He was rheumatic and ailing now, but he still crept about the woods and preserves with his old double-barreled Joe Manton and his favourite dogs, and said hopefully, "At times, I ailing, ye ken, never fills the kirkyard, Miss Cora." But Cora's visits to the gamekeeper's lodge, to the Adder's Craig, the ruined castle of Pytady, and other old familiar haunts, became circumscribed when she had the annoyance of Mr. Brassy Weedleton's company. For there were times when that legal sprout came on the circuit, or visited Sir Nigel on business anent the bond, or begged leave to have a few blundering shots at the pheasants, and he seldom failed to combine these objects with a more ambitious one, by a pretty close attention upon Cora, and a marked attention that to her was only productive of extreme annoyance. Yuletide had come and gone at Calderwood. Again Cora's pretty hands had spiced the great wassail bowl, and all the household had partaken of its contents, but there were heavy hearts at the glen, as in many a home circle elsewhere, for every icicle that hung from the eaves, every flake of snow that drifted past, every biting gust that swept through the bare woods made old Sir Nigel and his people think of the horrors our poor fellows were enduring among the frozen trenches of Sebastopol. The golden pheasants and the brown partridges were alike forgotten, and old Pitblado wandered about, alone and forlorn, among them, though sick a season for breeding he couldna car to mind. The meets of the county pack took place at Largo, at Falfield, and elsewhere. The foxes, tan, grey and brown, were thick as blackberries in Calderwood Glen, aye, thick as the black rabbits on the Isles of the Forth, but the M.F.H. heeded them little. He had only ridden to the hounds once that season, and preferred in the cold evenings his seat by the ruddy dining-room fire, with his steaming tumbler of toddy on a Gerardin table close at hand, and there he dozed in his cosy easy-chair with his favourite dogs at his slippered feet, or he beat time dreamily to Cora as she ran her fingers over the keys of the cottage piano and sang some such old-fashioned song as The Thistle and the Rose. Chapter 43. Alas, what evils I discern in too great an aptitude for learning, and fain would all the ills unravel that I ensue from foreign travel. Far happier is the man who tarries quiet within his household lairs. Read and you'll find how virtue vanishes, how foreign vice all goodness banishes, and how abroad young heads grow dizzy, proved in the underwritten Odyssey. Reliques of Father Prout, the letter from the Under-Secretary of State for War, which announced my capture by the Russians, unfortunately proved more correct in its tenor than the telegram. But the mode in which I fell into their hands, through the foul treachery of Mr. de Berkeley, shall be detailed by myself in the following chapter. On the 23rd of September, early in the morning, we bade adieu to the Olma, and to all those sad mounds that now lay along its southern bank, marking where 7,780 soldiers were taking their last long slumber. The dying marshal sent Arnaud, for he took the field literally in a dying state, wished us to advance on the day immediately after the battle, as his intention was to be at Sebastopol by the 23rd at latest. If, said he in one of his letters, I land in the Crimea, and it pleases God to give me a smooth sea for a few hours, I shall be master of Sebastopol and of the whole Crimea. I will push on this war with an activity and energy that shall strike the Russians with terror. But the humane Lord Raglan declined to advance until the wounded of all countries were attended to. And to that high-spirited hero and Christian gentleman, Dr. Thompson, of the 44th, still remembered in his native Scottish village as the surgeon of the Olma, was committed the care of 750 Russian soldiers, who had lain in their blood on the field for 60 hours, accompanied by one attendant, with only a flag of truce displayed upon a lance to protect him from the savage and vindictive Cossacks who were hovering about. That self-devoted man worked without ceasing in the care and cure of those miserable creatures, who were all lying side by side, collected in one place, the acre of wounded, a task which proved too great in the end for his energies, as he died of fatigue and cholera soon after the battle. The day after we marched, Death, who had hovered beside the great French marshal, even while his baton directed the movements of his zouaves and riflemen, seized more firmly on his victim, and on the 29th St. Arnaud died of cholera, that fatal pest which still hung upon our skirts. Our wounded after the Olma were conveyed in great numbers in those kabitkas, some of which I had personally secured, and these, after delivering their suffering and dying loads to the boats' crews, had to bring back supplies to the camp. Many of those open carts broke down and were abandoned on the road with their contents, and thus, after we marched, it was no uncommon event for us to find 7 or 8 soldiers dead or dying of wounds and cholera, above the bags of biscuit intended for the use of the troops. The morning of the 23rd beheld us set forth hopefully on our march to Sebastopol, where we hoped to crown our efforts by its speedy capture and destruction. No enemy was visible to oppose our advance, and save here and there a broken-down kabitka, a dead Russian who had fallen in his flight, and lay by the wayside in his leather helmet and long coat, with the vultures hovering over him. Save these and a deserted cannon and the deep wheel tracks in the rough old Tartar road, no trace remained of the great host we had swept before us in disorder and dismay. In the afternoon of that day, we reached the beautiful valley of the Katcha, 17 miles from Sebastopol, a river which has its source among the mountains of Taurida and flows into the Black Sea a little below Mametchai. The valley is fertile, and we had all the enjoyment of abundant provender and water. We occupied the pretty little village of Eskel, which Bohr and Kiriakov's retreating Cossacks had plundered and partially destroyed, and piles of broken furniture around the tastefully decorated villas of the more opulent residents evinced their destructive spirit. Studholme, Travers, Sir Harry Scarlett, and I possessed ourselves of a pretty little villa, with painted lattices of coloured glass and rooms neatly, even handsomely furnished. A piano and some pieces of music from Rossini's Guillaume Tell, Strauss's Waltzes and C. were scattered about, showing that the fair occupants had fled at our approach, but nearly all the furniture and every utensil had been destroyed. With his carbine, Pitblado had shot a brace of fine fat ducks, just in time to anticipate those most active of foragers, the zouaves, and they were stewed in a warming pan which he had luckily discovered and utilized for culinary purposes, the fuel used being the front door of the villa, the wood that came most readily to hand. We had a comfortable supper, and Travers and Scarlett, who were wont to be fastidious enough with the mess waiters about the icing of their sparkling hock or Moselle, were now content to wash down their stewed duck with a draught of water from a stale wooden canteen. But then we had gorgeous bunches of emerald green and dewy purple grapes from the vineyards close by, and melons and peaches too, and these we ate in defiance of prudence and the cholera. We had just lit our cigars, and my cornet Sir Harry was trying his hand on the piano, through which some inquiring Cossack had poked his lance 2 or 3 times, when the trumpet major arrived with letters for us all. The mails from England had just come in and been distributed. Many a letter was there for those whom we had left in their graves behind us. A letter from Sir Nigel. I recognized his bold, old-fashioned handwriting. There was none from Cora, but she had scarcely ever written to me, and there was none yet from Louisa Loftus. Alas, I had ceased to hope for one from her, yet I paused with good Sir Nigel's letter unopened in my hand while my friends were busy with theirs. How was it that as doubt, jealousy, and irritation gathered in my mind concerning Louisa, I thought more of Cora, and that her soft features, her sweet, earnest expression, her nose that bordered on the retroussé, her thick dark hair and brilliantly fair complexion, came before me. I opened my uncle's letter. It contained little else than country gossip, and his usual ideas on things in general. But some of these seemed odd and startling to me then, as I read them in that Russian villa, far away in Crim Tartary, with the hum of our camp mingling in my ears with the rush of the mountain Katcha, as it poured through its stony vale towards the sea. The letter had been posted before news had reached Calderwood of our departure from Varna. So the army is to remain inactive till half its number die of cholera, and then the rest are to open a campaign against Russia at the beginning of winter. History has no parallel for such, shall I call it madness, but I tell you, continued the furious old Tory, that the Whigs, a party which never yet made war with honour, have sold you to the Russians, and Punch alone dares boldly to expose it. Pleasant, thought I, to read this within a short ride of Sebastopol. Every Scottish statesman had, and still has, his price. In the olden time they were always ready to sell Scotland to England, and why should one of the same brood hesitate in selling both to the Russians now? My friend Spittle of Lickspittle, the MP, of course ridicules this idea, but that is no proof of our suspicions being incorrect. He and the Lord Advocate, that especial ministerial utensil for Scotland, have put their small brains in steep to prepare some bill for the assimilation of our laws, but strive though they may, they can never assimilate them. And while Englishmen may bow with respect to the decision of Mr. Justice Muggins, to our ears an interlocutor sounds better when delivered by my Lord Calderwood, Pitcappel, or so forth. By the way, Cora has had a dangler, a new admirer for some time past, and who the deuce do you think he is? Young Mr. Brassy Weedleton, son of old Weedleton, the village lawyer here, one of those fellows who should be in front of Sebastopol just now, with 60 rounds of ammunition at his back, instead of loafing about the Parliament House with his hands in his pockets. He is a greater snob than your brother officer, Mr. de War Berkeley, whose patronymic was Dew or Barclay, and who once asked, when I was fishing 6 miles up the Eden, if I 'ad 'ooked many addocks. Whenever little Brassy comes here, ain't that D. Bond, he lays close siege to Cora with flowers, books, music, and pretty nothings. But she only laughs at this Edinburgh goose, who neither speaks English nor Irish, Scotch, nor the unknown tongue, who pronounces Lord Lud and cat what or that as ket, wet or thet, and so forth. Believe me, Newton, there is no more grotesque piece of human carrion than a genuine Scotch snob in a high state of Anglophobia. I am sorry to say it, but the honourable position of the Scottish bar is simply traditional. a thing of the past. To the English barrister, the House of Lords, the woolsack, and the highest offices of the state are open, but to his poor Scotch brother, since the Union, after blacking the boots of the Lord Advocate and scribbling in defence of his party, whatever it may be, a wretched sheriffship is all he may get, unless, like Mansfield, Brougham, or Erskine, he casts his gown inside the bar and crosses the border forever. Anyway, I don't like Cora's dangler, but the fellow is plausible and will be deuced hard to get rid of, unless Pitblado could mistake him for a partridge or Splinterbar bolt across country with him, after we have given her a feed of oats dashed with brandy. I wish you could see Cora as the good girl sits opposite me just now reading, her dark hair smoothly braided over her tiny ears, a muslin dress of pink and white fastened by your old Rangoon brooch, and she blushes scarlet with pleasure as she desires me to send her love to you. So ended this eccentric letter. I felt irritated, but why should I? Cora might have a lover if she chose, but then to throw herself away upon old Weedleton's son, old Weedleton, whose father was the village tailor. Something like an oath escaped me, but at that moment Sergeant Major Drillham made his appearance to announce that my squadron, with that of Captain Travers, was detailed for the advanced guard of cavalry on the Belbeck Road, and that the trumpets would sound boot and saddle an hour before dawn tomorrow. In the dusk we got under arms, mounted, and, with the troops riding in sections of threes, I rode from Escall at a slow pace, crossed the Catcher, a position stronger in some respects than the Olma, and which the Russians might have disputed by inches had we not cowed them, and then we took the road towards Belbeck while the whole army was getting under arms. My orders were simply to be on the alert, to advance in line when the ground was sufficiently open for such a formation, and to feel the way towards Belbeck, which lay only 4 miles distant. Such were the instructions given to me by Colonel Beverley, whose eyes sparkled at the coming work, for he was one of that race of men known by the kindling grey eye and the light, stubborn, crisping hair disclosing the rapture of instant fight. As we moved off, we nearly trampled down a wounded cornet of the 11th Hussars who lay under a tree. "That wretched little cornet of yours," said Berkeley to a captain of the 11th. "He reminds me, of one of the new Mini rifles." "How?" asked the other coldly. "He is a small bore, What do you think of the pun?" "That it is poor and the occasion is bad," replied the Hussar sternly. "The poor boy will be dead before sunset. A deuced good thing for himself and for us too. He always beats us at billiards," was the heartless response of Berkeley. "Is it true," said I, "that Lieutenant Max of the Navy has opened a communication with our fleet at Balaclava?" "Yes," said Travers. "Bolton and Nolan informed me that the Allied generals were most anxious to secure it by a flank movement, especially as it is slightly defended. And to announce this intention to the fleets which follow our movements became the task of Max, who rode by night through a woody district, literally swarming with Cossacks skirting Sebastopol, and with no aid but his brave heart, his sword and pistols, arranged the combined sea and land movements so essential to our success." "A gallant indeed," we exclaimed as we rode off. On our right lay the ocean, its waves, as they rose and fell, beginning to be tipped with light, as the dawn brightened over the high ground that rose on our left. The country became hilly in our front, and as it was open for a time, I formed the squadron and advanced in line, diverging a little to the east, in the direction of Duvencoy, a village which is exactly 5 miles from Belbeck. In fact, we advanced straight between these two places towards the valley through which rolls the river that bears the latter name, and which comes from the lofty table land of the Yaler, fed on its course by all the mountain streams of the Ausenbach. The birds were singing merrily among the trees when the sun burst forth to light the glancing bayonets of the advancing columns in our rear. And now before us opened the vale of the Belbeck, with all its groves of vine and olive, as we crowned an eminence, from whence we could see the woody ravines of Ceuta Mackenzie, and 10 miles to the westward the gilded dome of Sebastopol shining like a huge inverted bowl. From this point the road lay through woods so thick that we found it impossible to preserve much military order, and the utmost vigilance was necessary on the part of our exploring squadron, as scattered troops of the enemy were supposed to be in our vicinity. Lord Raglan, with his staff, usually rode in advance of our main body, but on this morning my little party was in advance of the whole, as we defiled between the trees that covered all the slope by sections, by subdivisions, and frequently by single files, struggling along at a slow pace, but with our horses well in hand. I had repeatedly to address Berkeley in a tone of reprimand for the loose and unnecessary manner in which he was permitting the men to straggle, and his mode of response was rather sullen, defiant, and on one occasion jeering. "Or the deuce, very easy for you to speak. I didn't make the road to Belbeck," he would mutter. And once he added, "A demmed fool I not to send in my papers long ago, or deuced deal too good-looking to be shot in a ditch." Suddenly I called out, "Front form troops at wheeling distance and halt." For now I perceived that Sir Harry Scarlett, who was in advance with 4 lancers, halted them and sent back a corporal who came along at a hand gallop. "Hullo, Travers, old fellow, what's up, do you think? Or what's the row in front?" asked Berkeley with haste and anxiety as he stuck his glass in his eye and fidgeted in his saddle. "The Russians, no doubt," said Travers dryly as his handsome face brightened with courage and excitement. "Ah, I thought so," said I. "Are they in force, Corporal Jones?" "We can't tell, sir, but lance heads and bayonets too are visible among the coppice in front." By this time the 2 troops had formed and halted in open column, quietly and orderly, the leading 3 files of each having advanced for 3 horses' lengths and then reined in as if upon parade. "We can't well use the lance here. Unseling carbines. Remain where you are, Travers," said I. "Mr. Berkeley and 2 files from the right, forward with me, Trot." I drew my sword, cast loose my holster flaps, and rode on with the little party, all of whom followed me willingly enough, save one. On joining the advanced party we made 10 horsemen altogether. Proceeding farther to where the ground dipped somewhat suddenly down towards the Belbeck River, we could see about a mile distant a body of Russian cavalry, whose spiked leather helmets and lance heads glittered in the sun. They were drawn up in line, their flanks being covered by thickets which concealed their actual strength, so that we knew not whether they were a mere squadron or an entire brigade. Berkeley, who was nervously busy with his powerful racing glass, muttered, "I see an officer on a white horse. By Jove, a deuced swell, or all over decorations." After using my own telescope, I exclaimed, "He is the same fellow we released in the evening after the Ulmer, when Bolton came up with orders for the cavalry to fall back and abandon prisoners. I know him by his grim visage and enormous white moustache. Or a general officer I take him to be." "Now, lads," said I, "be steady. I think I saw the glitter of a bayonet among that brushwood in front. There may be an ambush prepared thereabout, and into that we must not fall." I could not help thinking how useful a few hand grenades would have been on this occasion, as they would soon have solved our doubts. To have fallen back would have served only to draw their fire upon us instantly if any men were concealed there. "Follow me, lads," I exclaimed. "Mr. Berkeley, keep the rear rank men in their places. Captain Norcliffe Asthore," cried Lanty O'Regan, shaking his lance, "lead the way, and be me troth we'll ride through the whole Rookhorn o' them Rousians." Followed by my 9 horsemen, I rode resolutely forward a few lance lengths, my heart beating wildly with excitement. But a climax was soon put to that, for a hoarse voice in a strange language suddenly rang among the underwood. Fire flashed redly on both sides of us. I heard the whistle of passing bullets, and amid the explosion of 30 mini rifles a double cry, as Berkeley and one of my men fell heavily on the turf. The horse of the former was shot, but the poor lancer was mortally wounded, and his charger galloped madly away. "Goodbye, old nag, you will never carry Bill Jones again, I fear," cried the bleeding corporal as he was hurrying to the rear with his lance on his shoulder, when a second shot pierced his back and finished his career. "Retire, Travers, retire," I shouted at the fullest pitch of my voice. "Right about, lads, and away." The firing from the thicket was resumed, and another lancer fell dead from his saddle. For heaven's sake, don't leave me here," cried Berkeley piteously, while we heard the steel ramrods ringing as the Russians cast about and reloaded. While the rest of my party retired at a gallop, I caught the fallen lancer's horse by the bridle, and in less time than I take to write it, dragged up the pale and crestfallen Berkeley, who scrambled rather than mounted into the blood-covered saddle, and we galloped off together, another shot or two adding spurs to our speed and strewing the leaves about us. So close were we to this ambush that I heard many of the percussion caps snapping, as the Russian muskets doubtless remained foul since the Olma. Berkeley's fresh horse carried him half its length before mine. He was riding with wild despair in his heart, and bitter malice glittering in his eye, for he felt that I had been heaping coals of fire upon his head. I could read the double emotion in his pale face as he glanced fearfully back. He had drawn a pistol from its holster, and inspired by the spirit of the devil, the unnatural wretch discharged it full into my horse's head. Wildly it plunged into the air, and then fell forward on its head, and as its forelegs bent, I toppled heavily over and fell beneath it. The whole affair passed in a moment, and the next saw me surrounded by fierce and exulting Russian riflemen, with muskets clubbed and bayonets charged. Chapter 44. Albany. Oh, save him, Goneril. This is mere practice, Gloucester. By the law of arms thou wast not bound to answer an unknown opposite. Thou art not vanquished, but cozened and beguiled. Shakespeare. The prayer of Hezekiah for the prolongation of life flashed on my memory and rose to my lips as with rage and almost with despair at my heart, I struggled to my feet, half stunned and groping blindly for my sword hilt, which hung from my wrist by its gold knot and tassel. Just as I grasped it firmly, the nearest rifleman charged me with his fixed bayonet, which ran through the left side of my full-dress jacket and came off. Clutching his weapon by the barrel, I closed in and plunged my sword twice into his breast. As he fell back, groaning heavily, the bayonet of another struck me, but luckily those fellows who belonged to the Kazan column had blunted their weapons by broiling beef on them over their wood fires. A third rifleman fired full at my head, but by a singular chance the nipple of his rifle was blown out by the explosion and buried itself in his forehead just above the nose, severing the optic nerve and nearly forcing his eyes out. In 2 hours after he died, raving mad. This incident created for a moment or two a diversion in my favor, but a Cossack officer armed with a great crooked saber assailed me. Like one of Caesar's legionaries of old, this fellow seemed bent on cutting only at my face, and having some regard for my personal appearance, I was not sorry when he fell backwards over my dead horse, and in doing so snapped his blade off near the hilt. Could I have reached my holsters, in which were a pair of 6-chambered Colts, I might have escaped, but now I was hemmed in on all hands by a band of fierce, ugly, beetle-browed and snub-nosed Russians in flat caps and long great-coats. In an instant my gold epaulets, my rings, Louisa's miniature and her ring, the treasured pearl in blue enamel, my purse and watch, were rent from me as if I had been in the hands of common footpads. And one of those who assisted in such work was the Cossack officer, whose name I afterwards ascertained to be Lieutenant Adrian Trebitsky of the Chernomorski Corps. In fact, he made himself very busy about the knees of my trousers in search of my portemonnaie, as the Russians usually carry their purses strapped to the knee, while his corporal found it in my pocket, and each acquisition was greeted by a torrent of uncouth sounds, expressive, I presume, of great satisfaction. My sabretache was torn away. It contained only my uncle's letter, which I afterwards learned was duly translated into choice French for any secrets it might contain, and for the information of Princes Menschikoff and Gortchikoff, who, I hope, were much edified by Sir Nigel's description of Mr. Brassy Weedleton and of Scotch prigs in general. Having stripped me of every article of value, and ripped all the gold lace from my lancer jacket and blue pantaloons, I have no doubt those savage wretches would soon have dispatched me. but a wounded officer rode up, the same personage with the many decorations and long grim moustache. He ordered them to desist, striking those who were near him with a whip that was attached to his bridle. He then placed me in charge of his aide-de-camp, Captain Anitschoff, a fashionable-looking young Muscovite, who wore the light blue and yellow-laced uniform of a hussar corps, the Princess Maria Paulovna's, and who has since that time published a work on the Crimean campaign. He courteously informed me in French that he was on the general staff of the Russian army, and that the name of my preserver was Lieutenant General Karlovich Bohr. He also desired me to remain close by his side while we proceeded quickly to the rear. By this time, every trace of Travers and my squadron had disappeared, and so I was actually a prisoner. I was perhaps the sole trophy of the Russian army, so they were disposed to make the most of me. I had a special escort of a corporal and 2 well-bearded and ill-washed Cossacks, who rode one on each side of me, and one in the rear, each trussed up among his forage, plunder, and fleas, their shaggy little horses being so laden that little more than their noses and tails were visible. If I lagged, the corporal used to grin and shake his lance ominously, and when not occupied in scratching themselves, they were very merry and not unpleasant, though totally incomprehensible companions. I knew not in what direction they were conveying me, and our mutual ignorance of each other's language prevented me from discovering. I could but trust to chance and patience. Meanwhile, my friends were, I am pleased to say, under no small concern on my account elsewhere. The army halted at Belbek, where 500 sick, among whom were many of my Lancer comrades, were left behind, all ill with cholera. Lord Raglan occupied the chateau of a fugitive Russian noble, and their Travers rode to report that he had seen the Russians in strength among the woods between Belbek and Cuter Mackenzie, where, as all the world knows, a sharp engagement took place with them soon after, and where they were driven back with the loss of baggage and ammunition for more than 25,000 men. Among the former were a great quantity of watches, jewellery, and gay hussar jackets, in which the artillery and Highlanders masqueraded for a time. After making his report to Lord Raglan and General Airy, Travers rode to Colonel Beverley, who occupied a Tartar's cottage near the river side. There he found several of ours, including Fred Wilford, old M. Goldrick, the paymaster, and Studholme, making a hearty repast on some well-cooked wild boar with caviar biscuits and plenty of champagne which had been found in the broken-down carriage of General Kiryakov, whose crest and initials were painted on the lid of his canteen, which contained a tiny dinner service for 4, but all of Dresden china. "Gentlemen," exclaimed Beverley, starting to his feet as Travers, Berkeley, and young Scarlett entered, "I am sorry to see you return alone. Where is our friend Norcliffe?" "Gone to the Devil by the down train, probably," muttered Berkeley, whose teeth chattered as he drained a glass of champagne. "Has fallen into the enemy's hands," said Captain Travers. "A rescue was impossible, as we knew not the extent of the ambush into which we fell. I saw him riding after us with Berkeley." "Yes, Colonel, we were covering the rear of the squadron, in fact," interrupted that personage. Suddenly there was heard a single shot, and on looking back I saw Berkeley galloping on alone, and poor Norcliffe in the hands of the Russians, who were cutting him to pieces apparently. "His horse had been shot under him," said the Colonel. "Yes, but not by the Russians," said Berkeley. "By whom then?" asked the Colonel sharply. "By himself," was the unhesitating response. "Himself? Absurd! Impossible!" exclaimed his hearers in succession. "It is neither absurd nor impossible. The horse was killed by a pistol shot, and he fell into the power of the Russians." "Do you mean to say," asked the Colonel slowly after a very ominous and unpleasant pause, during which Berkeley's paleness increased, and he tugged his moustache with his effeminate, girlish-like fingers, feeling evidently the loss of a toothpick, with which, like other fops, he soothed his leisure moments. "Do you mean to say that this event was not accident but design?" "Can't tell, 'pon my life, or Hoare would rather not say anything about it. It was deuced odd anyway," drawled Berkeley, applying himself to the champagne again. "Mr. Berkeley, I must insist upon your explaining." Can't say I repeat. His pistol exploded. The bullet went through his horse's head, killing it on the spot. Of course, what could be his reason? Perhaps he thought, or it's safer work to fall quietly into the hands of the Russians thus than to ride back under their fusillade. Are you aware, Mr. Berkeley, said the colonel with increasing gravity, while all present exchanged some very peculiar glances, that this is tantamount to branding our friend with cowardice? I shall, or answer that question, Colonel Beverley, when the time comes and he returns, replied Berkeley. But I don't think those Russian riflemen were in the mood to show much mercy or quarter today. And Norcliffe was not such a muff as to surrender quietly, said M. Goldrick. You will answer the colonel's question when Norcliffe returns, say you? Exclaimed Studholme, starting forward, pale with passion. Answer it you shall, and now to me. Studholme, said the colonel, interposing angrily, this is some mistake, some wretched misconception. We all know that Captain Norcliffe was incapable of committing the act you, Mr. Berkeley, impute to him. I have seen him lead his troop under fire ere now, growled Studholme, and laid it when Mr. Berkeley might have thought it unpleasant work to follow him. Well, disprove it if you can, said Berkeley, with one of his old insufferable smiles as he stuck his glass in his eye and lounged out of the cottage, near which my poor fellow Willie Pitblado was lingering to pick up some certain information about me from the colonel's servants. Me, this will be sair news for the folk at Calderwood Glen, he sighed as he and Lanty O'Regan turned away together. As Berkeley and I had been in the rear, none save myself could be cognizant of his foul act of treachery. He never doubted that I had been bayoneted by the Russians, and confident that I should never return, he thus crowned his villainy by attempting to destroy my honor. Ere long we shall see what this availed him. Chapter 45. Yes, thou art gone, sweet friend my own, we miss thee every day, and I yet more than all alone can only weep and pray. Pray to be rendered meet for heaven, and agonize in prayer that if we meet no more below, our meeting may be there. The first halting place of my escort was in a wood of wild pear trees, among some of those ancient burial mounds or green tumuli which stud all the Crimea, but more particularly the peninsula of Kerch, where one still marks the tomb of Mithridates. In that solitude we heard only the voices of the birds, the lark, the tomtit, and the wren, as they twittered among the caper bushes. The Cossacks hobbled their horses and proceeded to seat themselves on the green sward that covered the bones of the classic warriors of other times. In their haversacks they had some black bread and salt with a flask of kvass. These they shared freely with me, and with such coarse fare I was forced to be content. The corporal had a Russian poodle, red-eyed, fox-headed and white as snow, which he pretentiously named Olga after the Grand Duchess, and with this cur, to which he was much attached, he freely shared his repast and that piece of felt which serves the Cossack alike for cloak, tent and bed. I could not be prevailed upon to join them in partaking of some wild horseradish, which Corporal Pugachev discovered and unearthed with his sabre, exhibiting a root as thick as his arm. After they had smoked for nearly an hour, during which I was left to my own unpleasant reflections, the march was once more resumed, leisurely because I was afoot, towards the east, as the sun informed me, and that was all I could learn about it. The uniforms of these Cossacks were richer than any I had yet seen. Each had a blue jacket, edged with yellow lace hooked over a scarlet silk vest, loose blue trousers fastened high above the waist, busbies of black shining wool terminating in a crimson sack with a scarlet sash, cartridge box and sabre completed their costume. Like ourselves, they rode with the lance slung and resting on the right toe. That night we halted at a Tartar village. The inhabitants of the cottage to which we proceeded were somewhat overawed by the three Cossacks, a race at all times rather unscrupulous, but were disposed to view me with a commiseration that made me begin to conceive hopes of escape. Escorted by Corporal Pugachev and his poodle, I was conducted to the humble apartment used by the males of the family. A wooden basin filled with clear water and a napkin were presented to me by the master of the house, a venerable Tartar of the old nomadic race, that I might lave my face and hands. A pipe of the cherrywood tree which grows in the mountains was then given me to smoke, while a repast, not of horseflesh happily, but of goat's milk, poached eggs and cheese was prepared, and these we ate with our fingers, seated on mats on the earthen floor, around the little stool on which the supper tray was placed. For in their household and habits the poor Tartars are nearly as primitive as their forefathers were in the days of the valiant Batu Khan, the destroyer of Moscow. A dish of sour milk and water, the veritable yaourt of the Osmanlis, was passed round. The master of the house returned thanks without uncovering his shaven head. The Cossacks resumed their pipes, the repast was over, and the day was closing in. The hope of escape was growing stronger in my heart, but the corporal crushed it, as if he had divined my thoughts, by quietly securing my right hand to his left, with the small steel bridle of his horse before we lay down to take our repose, and the escort with their pistols loaded slept side by side across the only doorway. In addition to all these precautions, if I ventured to move almost to wink, the poodle Olga was on the alert with cocked ears and bristling hair, barking furiously. How I hated that dog! Though weary in mind and body, I could not sleep, even if the deep bass snoring that issued from the snub noses of my 3 keepers would have permitted me to doze. Berkeley's infamous treachery made my heart glow like a furnace. How deeply I repented now that, instead of succoring and remounting him, I had not left him, as his prior conduct deserved, to the chances of war and fate, and to take the place now occupied by me. How long might I be a prisoner? Of this war with the greatest empire in the world none could foresee or calculate the end. Years perhaps might pass and find me still a captive. By the troops of General Canrobert, some men had been discovered who had been lost by the French on their fatal retreat from Moscow in 1813, and who had, from youth to age, been slaves in the Tartar fortresses or the Siberian mines. My blood ran cold with this idea. Oh, if such were to be my fate, if Berkeley returned to England after all and married Louisa, and then if this wretched Brassy Weedleton succeeded in marrying Cora, while I was industriously quarrying for copper and a saphie-tidder in the vicinity of that pleasant city, Tobolsk by name. But what was Cora to me? She was my cousin, and of course my cousin must not throw herself away and make an unequal marriage. There are men in this world, says a female writer, who are quite capable of being in love with 2 women at once. This was not at all my case, but I fear that Louisa's cold and cutting neglect was causing me to think more than I used to do of Cora Calderwood, who I knew loved me well, and I remembered the strange episode of the spell or mesmeric riddle, wrought by the Hakim Abdel Rasig, the surgeon of the 10th Egyptian Infantry. But to be a prisoner, the prisoner of these filthy wretches, and to be conveyed by them like a helpless Polish exile I knew not whither. If in boyhood and even in infancy I had ever a horror of study and restraint, if in later years even regimental discipline sometimes galled me by its monotonous trammels, the reader may imagine how I writhed, how my soul revolted at the idea of being a Russian captive, and how I longed for vengeance on Berkeley. I swore to horsewhip him in front of the line and pistol him after. There was no extravagant length in punishment to which my fancy did not resort and my fury indulge in. No MacGregor with the dirk at his lips, swearing vengeance for Alastair of Glenstry, no Corsican de Franchi vowing a dreadful vendetta on his foe, could harbour feelings more bitter than I did in those moments of futile anger in that poor Tartar cottage. I talked to myself wrathfully and incoherently. I dozed at last, but my slumber was haunted by dreams and nightmares like those of a fevered patient. I saw Louisa Loftus, with her pale and lovely features distorted by fear, her black hair floating all dishevelled about her white shoulders. She was clinging to the verge of a lofty rock towards which an angry tide was advancing, while I, chained, withheld by some mysterious power, was unable to succour or to save her. My voice was gone, and my agonies were unbelieved, as she only beheld them with proud smiles of scorn and derision. The scene changed. Now she had married or was about to marry the Marquis of Slubber, believing me dead, that I had perished in the East. I heard her say so distinctly and tearlessly, with a calm, sympathetic smile, which my Lady Chillingham, with an impatient motion of her fan, rebuked. Still I was deprived of all power of volition, and a spell tied up my utterance, till Berkeley, I saw him to the life in his lancer uniform, hovering about her, to the evident annoyance of the senile Marquis, told her in his drawling lisp that he had seen me killed, and she quite believed him. Then a painful cry escaped me, and I awoke. I had other dreams, and these were perhaps the worst of all. I was free. I had exposed and punished Berkeley. I was again among my friends. Handsome Beverley, Travers, Bluff, Jack Studholme, Fred Wilford, and the others were around me. The lancers were on parade. I heard the neighing of the chargers, and saw the long line of glittering lances, the plumes and banderoles waving in the sunshine. I heard the music of our band. We were laughing, talking, smoking. We were in the mess or billiard room, and I could hear the bells of Canterbury ringing in the cathedral towers. At other times I was in Calderwood Glen, under the old trees that had echoed to the hunting horn of many a kingly Stuart. Or I was on the heather moors, gun in hand, with old Sir Nigel knocking over the whirring partridges and the golden pheasants, the plash of the mountain burn and the hum of the mountain bee coming together on the balmy breeze, as I trod the green Lomond side and saw the grassy glens of Fife, the blue Forth, and many a village spire among the woodlands far away. Then to waken and find myself chained to the Cossack corporal, in that loathly Russian den in the wilds of Crim Tartary, was a disappointment cruel and bitter. The rising sun saw us once more on the road, but for what place I was still ignorant. Before we started, Corporal Pugachev released my hand, but pointed significantly to his pistols. On this day, as we proceeded eastward, there rose in the distance on our right the mountain of the tents, the highest in the Crimea, the Tchatia Dog, a mass of red marble, so named from its resemblance to the dwellings of the Nogai Tartars. 5,000 feet it towered above the Euxine, with its summit crimsoned in the morning sun. Through a defile named Demia Kapon, or the Iron Gate, we entered the valley of the Anger, a tributary of the Salgia which flows into the Putrid Sea. And here, from the slopes of the mountain, the scenes we saw were full of rural loveliness. Picturesque Tartar villages, laden orchards and blushing vineyards, and flocks and herds without end, everywhere softness blending with sublimity. I noted every foot of the way well, as I had but one thought: escape. I remember that near the Tartar town of Sivri-Tash, which lies 20 miles northeast of Sebastopol, we passed a body of Russian recruits for various regiments, all hastening to get into the latter place before the Allies could invest it. These recruits were escorted by a squadron of the Hussars of the Princess Maria Paulowna, sister of the Emperor. They were certainly gorgeously equipped and accoutred troopers, mounted on fine Arab horses, but my admiration for them was not increased by a blow which one of them dealt me, in mere wantonness, with the flat of his sabre, as I trudged past wearily and afoot. But this insult honest Pugachev resented by laying his lance heavily across the shoulders of the Hussar. Many questions were asked of him by the officers of these troops, who altogether mustered about 5,000 men, and from the frequency with which the name Kurauk occurred in his replies, as well as the direction in which we were travelling, I surmised that we were proceeding to the fortress at that place. In this conjecture I was right, for on the evening of the third day after my capture, I found myself a prisoner in the secluded Russian fort or outpost of Kurauk, which lies on the northern slope of the mountain of Karaba-Yala, and is distant exactly 70 miles as a bird flies from Sebastopol. No parole was offered me. I was without money, and my name and rank were alike unknown. I was clad only in the tatters of my own regimental finery, and I felt a deep gloom steal over me when the little wicket gate in the massive wooden and iron barriers of the fortress was closed behind me. And now, cast utterly among strangers, I parted with regret even from the snub-nosed Corporal Pugachev, who had been my guide thus far, and from his red-eyed poodle, Olga, too. I was the only prisoner of war in the fortress of Kurauk. Chapter 46. It was at length the same to me, fettered or fetterless to be. I learned to love despair. And thus when they appeared at last and all my bonds aside were cast, those heavy walls to me had grown a heritage and all my own. Byron, situated on a rocky slope under the shadow of the hills of Karaba Yela, stand the town and castle of Kurauk, built by the Genos upon the ruins of a fortress erected by a Khan of the house of Zingis, under whom the Crimea became an independent monarchy in 1441. The castle had been in its glory in the days when Genoa the Superb was mistress of the coasts of Asia and the islands of Cyprus, Lesbos and Scio. But when Mohammed Roman II conquered Constantinople, he destroyed all the colonies of the Genos Republic upon the shores of the Euxine. The defenders of the castle of Kurauk, under a Scottish soldier of fortune, made a gallant resistance, but were all put to the sword, and their skulls are now built into a portion of the rampart which faces Mecca. The rocks of red and white marble on which it stands have been excavated like those of its contemporary, the old Genos castle of Balaclava, into magazines and stately chambers, the sides of which are covered with coloured designs in stucco. The two old round towers of the Genos days were crowned by Russian cupolas, one striped like a melon, the other cut into facets like a pineapple, all red and yellow alternately, and each surmounted by a glittering cross. These, with the great white banner of St. Andrew with its blue saltire over all, made Kurauk look gay at a distance. Within all was grim and sombre enough. The garrison consisted of a 4-company battalion of Russian infantry, under a chef de bataillon named Vladimir Dal, a tall, gristly-moustached old soldier who wore on his breast the embroidered representation of a Turkish standard, which he had taken from the infidels in the days of Navarino. Each of his companies consisted of 200 men and belonged to a regiment 3,000 strong. Such corps are the usual Russian formation and are commanded by a polkovnik or colonel. These troops wore long, loose, dirty grey capotes reaching to their ankles. On their shoulders and in front of their flat cloth caps was sewn a piece of green stuff with the regimental number 45, and this was all their finery. They were on parade in line as Corporal Pugachev conducted me into the fortress, and I thought them a strange array of sorry-looking wretches, so stolid in aspect that I was reminded of the traveller who, on seeing a Russian and a British regiment under arms in the same square at Naples, exclaimed, "There is but one face in that whole regiment, while in this," pointing to the British, "every soldier has a face of his own." I was treated with the greatest respect and kindness by old Vladimir Dal and the officers of the 45th or Tambov Infantry, for the outrages of the French at Kerch and the infamous massacre of our seamen at Hango had not yet occurred to impart a bitterness to the war. Neither he nor I knew the other's language. His captains, fireruskiks and praporchiks, i.e., lieutenants and ensigns, were in the same condition. Thus we had no means of communication, save by clinking our glasses and exchanging cigarettes, nods, winks and grins. An old Times newspaper was given to me. It was dated months back and detailed the Battle of Oltenitsa, but its columns had been carefully purged by the censor of everything political, an ingenious process achieved by gutta percha and ground glass. The reader has perhaps heard of how a farrier sergeant of the Emperor Alexander's dragoon guards predicted the destruction of the Grand Army of Napoleon I, on being shown a horseshoe dropped by the retreating cavalry of France. "What, not frosted yet?" he exclaimed professionally, "and the snow to fall tomorrow? Holy St. Sergius, these fellows don't know Russia." Vladimir Dal was the son of the farrier sergeant who thus predicted the downfall of the enemies of Russia, and he was more proud of his father than if he had been like the best of the Muscovite nobles descended from Rurik the Norman. The days passed slowly away. I might as well have been dumb, having no one to converse with. I could not pass the castle gates, as every avenue, angle, and outlet was guarded by snub-nosed Muscovites in grey capotes with loaded rifles and fixed bayonets. Hope of escape as yet I had none. On the morning of the fourth day, a mounted Paulownia hussar delivered at Kurauk a letter, with a shred of the feather of the quill with which it had been written inserted among the wax of the seal, a Russian mode of signifying speed. It announced the arrival of General Bohr with all his staff. Bohr had been wounded in the encounter with our troops at Cuta Mackenzie, and I was very well pleased when the evening of the same day saw him ride into Kurauk, of which I was heartily weary. And I was not without hopes that the general, on remembering how we had released him after the Ulma, might do something for me in the way of exchanging or paroling me. And in his aide-de-camp, the gay young Captain Anitchoff of the Maria Paulownia Hussars, I was glad to see a face that I knew, and to meet one with whom I could converse. The general had been wounded by a musket shot in the bridle arm. It was severely inflamed. Ease had been recommended, so he had come to spend a week or so at Kurauk, which was in his own military district. And on the very evening of his arrival, Anitchoff brought me an invitation to dine with him. Anitchoff was eminently a handsome Russian. His eyes were dark and had a latent fire in them that showed some Tartar blood. The lids were full and white, the lashes long and dark. His nose was straight and thin, and his ponderous moustache was as black as his close-shaven hair or the wolf's fur that trimmed his light blue uniform. My costume was of the most sorry description, but a few discrepancies were made up by Vladimir Dahl, who, among other things, presented me with a full uniform, silver epaulettes and all, of the timbre of infantry. French is not so much spoken in Russia as people in Britain suppose, yet luckily for me General Bohr and Anitchoff could speak it fluently. Before proceeding to the generals, I asked, "Can you inform me, Captain Anitchoff, if parole is to be accepted?" "I cannot say, but rather think not," he replied with hesitation. "The deuce!" I exclaimed haughtily. "Then I shall escape if I can." "Pray don't think of it," said he earnestly. "Why?" I demanded with intense chagrin. "We have rather a summary mode of dealing with prisoners who attempt to escape, so be wary, my friend." "Indeed, summary, how?" "We don't always keep them on our hands," said he, with a smile that was grimly significant while he played with the gold tassels of his hussar busby. "Well, 'twere better to be shot than kept lingering here." "Oh, you won't be kept here, my friend." "Where then?" "In a few days you will probably be sent with a convoy of sick and wounded by the way of Perekop and the desert plains towards Yekaterinoslav." "I shall escape by the way," said I doggedly. "I repeat, my friend, don't think of it, for Trebitsky, who will command, does not stand on trifles. And yet," he added with a smile, "there are two persons who seldom fail in what they attempt, a prisoner and a lover." "Why, Stendhal, a Russian author, says the lover thinks oftener of obtaining his mistress than the husband does of guarding his wife. The prisoner thinks oftener of escaping from his prison than the jailer does of keeping him safe within its walls. Therefore, the lover and the prisoner should succeed. You see," he continued, laughing, "we have some authors in snowy Russia, whatever you Britons may think to the contrary. But here is the general." Passing through the officers of the 45th, who all made way for us, I was ushered into the presence of General Bohr, the grim soldier, who was related to the hero of Beverley's interesting anecdote, Karlovich Bohr, son of Karl, the brother of Mitchell, the old miller of Husum. He received me with studious politeness, though he could not help smiling at my timbre of uniform. His left arm was in a sling, and as he shook hands with me I felt that he had but two right fingers remaining. A Turkish sabre had shorn him of the rest at Calafat on the Danube in the year before. Bohr was every way a man of a severely impressive presence and aspect. He had an enormous white moustache, the long, snaky curls of which floated almost over each of his large silver epaulettes. His forehead was high, massive and stern. His hair, shorn short, was rough and grisly. His dark eyes were keen, bold, and inquiring at times, but at others they wore a deep, sombre, and melancholy expression, as if he was always thinking of a world beyond the present, to be looking into it in fact. And this was not to be wondered at when we consider that Karlovich Bor was the hero of one of the most remarkable episodes ever committed to paper. His manner was that of one who is prompt and ready alike in thought and action, and yet who never unsaid or undid anything. Over his grass-green and silver-laced uniform, he wore a loose, wide Sauber or fur coat with sleeves for service, and this he cast aside when the trumpets announced that dinner was served. And then, among many other orders that glittered on his warlike breast, I saw that of St. Andrew, which was founded in 1699 by Peter the Great, and is only bestowed on crowned heads and officers of the highest rank. It reminded me much of our own Order of the Thistle, being a blue enamelled saltire, but on the reverse was a Muscovite eagle with the initials S. APR Sanctus Andreas Patronus Russii. At the table I was seated between the general and his chief aide-de-camp Anitschov, both of whom conversed with me in French. "How did it come to pass that you were taken prisoner?" asked the former. "My horse was shot under me, near the Belbeck." "Yes," said I, blushing like a schoolgirl, as I could not for the soul of me say that a British officer had degraded his epaulettes by the perfidy of which Berkeley had been guilty. "Ah, unlucky, but such things will happen. Your troops and the French with the Turkish dogs are now almost in front of Sebastopol." "Indeed," said I, with a joy which I could not conceal. "You think, no doubt, to take it under our moustaches, or, as you Britons say, under our noses, but you won't," he added with a grave smile. "St. Sergius has ordained it. Otherwise, and Toddleban, the wary old Kurlander, is busy fortifying it. His sappers are at work day and night." "Foh, don't talk of Sebastopol, General," said his aide-de-camp, laughing. "Our feeding there was so bad that I felt inclined to try whether the Allies fared better than we did. But after the Olma I thought that the less I considered the matter the better." "Ah, that day at Olma played the deuce with many a family circle in Sebastopol," said Bor, twisting his moustache angrily. "Yes," added Anitschov, "many a widow is there now weeping for the dear defunct with one eye and ogling his successor with the other." At this jest a dark frown gathered on the long stern visage of Bor. Dinner proceeded briskly. It was served up in a kind of hall which had arched and painted windows, flanked by the round Genos towers, whose gilt cupolas formed the chief features of the fortress. The walls were simply whitewashed, and the furniture was somewhat of the barrack ordnance description of our own equipments in quarters at home. The repast was rather military in fashion, and by no means a dinner à la Russe, all flower vases, bouquets and kickshaws, but was composed of substantial edibles for hungry and soldierly stomachs. We began with small glasses of Kimmel, and then came caviar made from the roe of the sturgeon of the Don, spread on thin slices of bread. Then followed the fish, turbot and mackerel from the Black Sea, yellow-fleshed sterlets from the Volga salted in oil, wild boar hams from the forest of Cuta Mackenzie, mutton fed on the Tauridian steppes, pies of holy pigeons from the gilt domes I had admired at a distance, piles of Crimean fruit, the wines of A.C. Metchit and Castrapullo, with Cliquot, and there too were London stout and Bass's pale ale, taken from some of our wrecks in the Black Sea. During dinner I was amused by hearing the ideas entertained by the Russians of our British soldiers, with whom they were now for the first time in actual conflict, for Prince Menschikoff had industriously spread among his troops a rumor that we were only beardless seamen, dressed up as soldiers, and that, however formidable on the ocean, we were worthless ashore. To this contemptuous notion was added a sublime faith in their own valor, and the miracles to be wrought by St. Sergius, whose image they bore at Olma, and whose fourth reappearance was confidently predicted by Innocent, Archbishop of Odessa, in his sermon to the garrison of Sebastopol. For Sergius was a patriotic saint and warrior who defeated the Tartars, whose uncorrupted body lies in a silver shrine like a four-post bed, and whose shoes, sorely worn at the heels, are still preserved in the Troitsa, or monastery, of the Holy Trinity at Moscow. General Bor, a man deeply imbued with the most gloomy superstition, believed in all these delusions devoutly. His aide-de-camp and Vladimir Dahl, however, laughed at him covertly, but admitted that the appearance of the Highland regiments filled the columns on the Kouaganay hill with a strange terror, for being, as the author of Earthen Records, men of great stature, and in a strange garb, their plumes being tall, and the view of them being broken and distorted by the wreaths of smoke, and there being, too, an ominous silence in their ranks, there were men among the Russians who began to conceive a vague terror, the terror of things unearthly, and some, they say, imagined that they were being charged by horsemen, strange, silent, and monstrous, bestriding giant chargers. Dinner was drawing to a close or giving place to the dessert when my former acquaintance, under less pleasant circumstances, Lieutenant Adrian Trebitsky of the Chernomorski Cossacks, appeared travel-stained and splashed with the mud of a journey on his boots and sabretache, having arrived on duty with 6 soldiers and a deserter who was to be shot on the morrow. "Why not tonight?" asked the stern Boer. "The sentence says tomorrow, General," replied Anitchov, consulting a dispatch. "Then tomorrow be it. I am not a messman, and so don't begrudge the poor wretch his last supper." "Is he one of your corps, Trebitsky?" "Yes, General, I regret to say a Cossack of Alsotnia from the Lena in Siberia," replied Trebitsky, who was eyeing me with an aspect of discomposure, evidently fearing that I might report the pillage I had undergone at his hands. But this fear subsided when I drank wine with him, clinking my glass over and under his, for I felt that my position was too perilous to make an enemy of this man, especially as Anitchov informed me that he was to have command of the convoy which would take me towards Perekop. "I hope he will treat me with courtesy," said I, "and remember that I am a commissioned officer." "Why do you doubt him?" asked Anitchov with a quiet smile. I don't like the expression of his eyes. They are as keen as those of a Tartar, but then he has Tartar blood in him, for his mother was a woman of the Middle Kyrgyz hordes lately added to our empire. Are they remarkable for a curious expression of eye? Yes, any Tartar can discern a single Russian horseman at a quarter of the distance that a Russian will discover a whole troop of Tartars, even with lances uplifted. Hence they make our best vedettes. I now heard complete details of the defeat of 20,000 Russians at Kuta Mackenzie, and that on the morning of the 26th September, Balaclava had been taken, that its safe and secluded harbour was now full of our warships and transports, and that already our army was on the heights above Sebastopol. And so, while the great game on which the eyes of all the world were turned was being played by my noble comrades, I, the victim of treachery, ignorant alike of my fate and of the future, was to be marched towards the desert plains of Yekaterinoslav, in the custody of an unscrupulous ruffian like Trebitsky, Paruskik of the Chernomorski Cossacks, one who knew as little about the position or feelings of a British officer as he did about those of the great Lama. On my bed that night I tossed restlessly to and fro, revolving 100 plans for escape, but could decide on none. Bribery will achieve anything in Russia, but I had no money. I was also without weapons, a horse, or knowledge of the language. I determined, however, to look well about me, to study a map of the Crimea if I could find one, to act surely, warily, and resolutely, and to take the first opportunity of escaping, even if I should be shot down in the attempt. I was all the more free to make this essay, that, as yet, not a word had been spoken either of parole or exchange by the gloomy General Boer, or his more genial aide-de-camp. By dawn next morning, the hoarse roll of the wooden drums summoned the garrison of Kurauk to witness the execution of the deserter, and by the time I came forth as a spectator, the battalion of the 45th was under arms, formed in 3 sides of a hollow square facing inwards, all silent, motionless as statues, closely ranked in their grey capotes and flat blue caps, with rifles shouldered and bayonets fixed. The 4th side of the square was enclosed by the inner wall of a rampart, and there stood the culprit, pale and dejected in aspect, accompanied by a silver-bearded priest of the Greek church in white, with a gorgeous stole of cloth of gold edged with fine lace. A dog bounded towards them, a fox-headed, snow-colored and red-eyed Russian poodle whose bark was familiar to me. And then I was greatly concerned to recognize in the deserter who was stripped of his uniform and stood in his loose wide trousers and red flannel shirt, poor Corporal Pugachev, who had escorted me from the Belbek River. Had I known your disposition for levanting, my friend, thought I, gladly would I have availed myself of it in time. Was he deserting towards the Allies? I inquired of Anitchov. No, he was supposed to be making off to his own country by the peninsula of Arabat, which encloses the Putrid Sea. Ah, pardonnez-moi, added the hussar, and he yawned lazily in the chill air of the early morning, as he buttoned his well-furred pelisse over his uniform. But is not the punishment excessive? Not for a soldier in time of war, surely. There are two classes in Russia exempt from all corporal punishment, severe as you may deem us, nobles and soldiers who have been honored with medals. Pugachev served against the Turks at the frontier town of Isakcha last year. He has a medal, so there is no resource but to shoot him, and here comes the firing company under a praporchik. This grotesque word in Rus signifies an ensign. What is he saying? I asked, as the poor Cossack now threw himself on his knees and raised his trembling hands and haggard eyes to heaven in supplication. He is praying to St. Sergius and saying that if his life that is to come in heaven were to be no better than it is on earth, as a corporal of Cossacks, pain and death would indeed be terrible. Poor fellow, his sentence had been read over by Vladimir Dal, and he and General Bohr, both of whom wore cocked hats with immense green plumes and well-furred saubers, withdrew a little way and leaned composedly on their sabres, while the ramrods glittered in the rising sun, as the stolid-visaged firing party of 12 men loaded their rifles, cast them about, and capped. Now the chapel bell began to toll solemnly, and the standard waved half-hoisted in the wind. The small, keen eyes of Pugachev seemed fixed on vacancy. The old priest in full canonicals was praying with great earnestness and devotion, but the prisoner scarcely seemed to hear him. Perhaps his eyes at that moment saw in fancy his father's cottage by the broad waters of the Lena, the grove of dark green pines that cast their shadows on the deep snow wreaths, and the sharp, flinty summits of the distant hills, where the stalwart Siberian Cossack galloped in freedom with his long, ready spear at his stirrup. The fawning of the dog Olga now attracted the attention of the doomed man. He lifted it up, stroked, caressed, and kissed it tenderly, for the poor dog was perhaps his only friend. His rugged nature was melted, and I think there was a tear in his eye as he looked with a haggard expression around him. Suddenly his glance fell on me. He beckoned me to him and gave me the dog, saying something, I know not what, hurriedly and in a husky voice. A request, no doubt, that I would keep and be kind to the little animal when he was gone, and I led it away by its leather collar just as the firing party brought their muskets to the ready and cocked them. The dog whined and struggled fiercely with me. It broke away at last and rushed to the side of its kneeling and blindfolded master, leaping, frisking, and barking joyously about him, just as the 12 death shots flashed from the muzzles of the firing party. When the smoke cleared away, I saw the Cossack and his dog lying dead on the gravel, side by side. They had been shot at the same moment. Pugachev had several balls in his head and breast, and from the white coat of the still quivering poodle a crimson current was pouring. The corporal was buried in the dry ditch of Kurauk, and ere the last sods were put over his grave by the pioneers, his faithful little four-footed friend was thrown in beside him, by order of Vladimir Dal, and they were covered up together. The tolling of the chapel bell died away. Hoisted to the truck, the Russian cross streamed out upon the morning wind, and so ended this little tragedy. Chapter 47. Ben, this wind you talk of blows us from ourselves. Supper is done and we shall come too late. Romeo, I fear too early, for my mind misgives some consequence yet hanging in the stars shall bitterly begin his fearful date with this night's revels. and expire the term of a despised life closed in my breast by some vile forfeit of untimely death. But he that hath the steerage of my course directs the sail. Shakespeare. The noon of the succeeding day saw me several miles from the castle of Kurauk, and pursuing the rugged old Tartar highway that was to conduct me to Yekaterinoslav under the escort of Trebitsky's Cossacks, about 100 of whom, armed with sabres, pistols, and lances, and carrying their forage, food, and in most instances plunder, rode in double file on each side of a train of kabitkas, which were filled with sick and wounded Russian soldiers, and in a few instances I saw Frenchmen among them. Every jolt of those wretched wagons over the rough and rocky roads caused wounds to burst out afresh. Groans and curses rose in the air, and blood was soon oozing or dripping through the salt-encrusted planking on the dusty highway. These kabitkas are Tartar wagons, which are driven in vast numbers to Perekop for the conveyance of the salt, which in the dry season, from June till August, lies on the plains or steppes so thick that they are usually driven axle-deep among it for loading. A number of these wagons had been improvised by General Bohr for ambulance purposes, and now I found myself seated in one, among some bloody and dirty straw, with 3 severely wounded men of the 45th or Tambrov regiment and a French officer, whose face was half hidden by a large bandage, discoloured by the blood of a sword wound which had laid open his right cheek. Intent upon escape, I looked earnestly and constantly before me, but we were now traversing an undulating plain that was dotted by a few trees of strange aspect and the flocks of the nomadic Tartars, and as the path dipped down over an eminence, I took a last farewell, but certainly not fond look, of Kurauk with its 2 burnished domes which glittered brightly in the sunshine, while the mountain of the tent looked faint and blue in distance. Trebitsky, the Cossack officer, had conceived, I knew why, a personal animosity for me, and ever and anon, as if he would anticipate any attempt on my part to escape, he hovered about the kabitka in which I was reclining, and recoiling in disgust from the grey-coated Muscovites who lay beside me, and whose presence made the air redolent of Stambul tobacco, bloody bandages, and the Russian leather of their clumsy boots and coarse accoutrements. One of the first acts of the pitiful Trebitsky was to deprive me of a small basket of rations, cold fowl, wine, and sea, provided for me by the kindness of Vladimir Dahl and Captain Anitchov, and to substitute in their place a meagre allowance of the black bread, salt, and vodka used by the half-barbarian escort. I determined to report this petty theft on reaching his headquarters, but where were they? At Yekaterinoslav, on the banks of the Dnieper, in the territory of the Cossacks of Azov, far over the desert plains that lie beyond the isthmus of Perekop, whose vast fortress bars the way from the Crimea to the mainland of Europe. My blood boiled up with vengeance against Berkeley, my betrayer, and my entire soul revolted at the prospect of such a heartless and hopeless journey, with a doubtful termination, a captivity the end of which none could foresee, and the desire, a deep, clamorous, and heart-burning desire, of escape at any hazard grew strong within me. But I was without weapon, money, or a horse. Oh, that I had but 5 minutes' start, with such an animal under me as that ridden by Trebitsky, which was a beautiful and powerful Arab, whose actions were full of lightness and grace. To increase my annoyance, this bearded commander got tipsy more than once on brandy and absinthe, and then he would shake his crooked sabre at me with many strange oaths, of which I could make nothing. But I thought that if some of those wives and daughters of England, who think foreigners so interesting, had been with us in the Crimea, their ideas of continentals might have changed in favor of their more prosaic countrymen. Oof, PST, PST. I heard the wounded Frenchman muttering, as he raised himself from an uneasy doze and looked about him with one eye that glared wildly, for bandages concealed the other. But for this devilish Crimean business, I should have been flirting in the Bois de Boulogne, lounging in the gardens of the Tuileries, eating ices at Tortoni's, or drinking lemonade at a café chantant with La Belle Roggelboche. PST, PST, c'est le diable. Then, addressing himself to me, he said, "Ah, le Cossack, yon devil of a Trebitsky is a shocking ruffian, a veritable brigand. Luckily the Russian savage does not understand a word we say. He has stolen your rations. Eft you pa, what a dog wouldn't eat, but I have something better, and you shall dine with me." "I thank you, monsieur," said I. "Comrades in glory, we shall be friends in misfortune," exclaimed the Frenchman with great emphasis. While he ran on thus, something in his voice seemed familiar to me. "You are, monsieur, you are exactly my friend Victor Bourdieuf, at your service, captain of the French line. I thought you were killed at Olma." "Only half killed, as you may see." "Pardieu, but who told you so?" "Mademoiselle Sophie, the vivandière of the 2nd Zouaves." "Yes. Ah, she had always a spite at me, that dear little Sophie. You should see her riding at the head of the 2nd, with her canteen slung over her shoulder and a cigarette between her little fingers and a saucy twinkle in her bright eyes as she sings, Vivandière du régiment, c'est catin quan mi nom G vens G don et boys gaiment mon vin et mon rogom. I hope she may escape all this wild work and see our beautiful France again. "No, monsieur, I was not killed, but most severely wounded, left for dead, and thus fell into the hands of these beastly fellows. I remember you now, monsieur. We often met at Varna at the Restaurant de l'Armée d'Orient. A droll den it was. And you remember Jules Jolicoeur of the 2nd Zouaves, poor Jules. A round shot finished him at Olma. He has gone to his last account. Heaven rest him. You are a Scotsman, I believe, though I always took you for a Jean Boule, a biftec, and so you shall dine with me. Fier que un ecocise is still a proverb among us in France, in memory of the old times which our Zouaves are about to renew, I think, for they boast themselves les ecocises de l'armée française, and fraternize like brothers with your sans culotte regiments in what you call Lakilt." All this sounded so like some of Toule's French before breakfast that I could almost have laughed at my garrulous friend, who produced from a small haversack which he opened with his left hand, the right being severely shattered by a grape shot, one of those pâtés de foie gras for which Strasbourg is so famous, made from the livers of geese after the poor birds have undergone a process there is no use in detailing here. Heaven knows how Bourdieuf came by it, but the pâté with his biscuit he divided very liberally with me, and with the 3 wounded Russians who shared with us the soft comforts of the kabitka, and whose glances of hungry appeal there was no resisting. Aware that they knew not a word we were saying, we conversed freely, and I told the Frenchman that as no parole had been offered us, we should escape together. He replied that the hazard was great, yet that he would have shared it with me but for his shattered hand, which made him every way so helpless. He wished me every success, and gave me secretly a little map of the Crimea which he had concealed in the lining of his tattered uniform, and this on every occasion I studied intently. "Mutilated as I am, it is of no use to me," said he, "but may serve you, mon camarade, at a pinch." It was small and by Huot and Demidov, but was extremely correct. On our arrival at Karasu Bazar, 16 or 18 miles from Kurauk, I was separated from this pleasant Frenchman. I never saw him again, and have too much reason to fear that he perished amid the horrors of a catastrophe which ensued subsequently. It was evening when, after traversing a pleasant valley, we entered Karasu Bazar. So slow had been the progress of our primitive train of cars, with their melancholy load of human suffering. Situated on the Karasu, an affluent of the Salgia, this town is the great wine and fruit mart of the Crimea, and there are a strange rabble of Tartars in short jackets with open sleeves, high caps and high boots, Greeks in scarlet fez and baggy blue breeches, Russians with fur caps and canvas doublets trimmed with fur, and Armenians in long flowing garments crowded around us. These escorted us through the narrow and tortuous streets in the dusk. To attempt an escape there would be futile, notwithstanding that the timbre of uniform which I wore seemed to favor the idea. Darkness set in. We were closely guarded, and now I heard the shrill, vicious whistle of a railway engine and found the train of kabitkas halted near some wooden booths, where the wires and posts of a telegraph, a platform and covered passenger shed, with other familiar features of the usual kind, indicated a railway station. In fact, we had reached the head of a single-track line of railroad, which had been hastily constructed for the conveyance of troops and munition of war a portion of the way towards Perekop, and probably it might have been carried to Arabat at the head of the Putrid Sea or to Sebastopol itself, but for the rapid advance of the Allies. Roughly constructed and hastily laid down, it led from the banks of the Karasu I knew not at the time whither, as it was not depicted in the map given to me by Captain Bordeaux, from whom I was now, as I have said, separated. We were all hurriedly thrust into carriages, or rather trucks, like those for conveying cattle in Britain, without seat or other accommodation, save a little straw for the miserable wounded, whose numbers were greatly augmented by some fugitives from Cuta Mackenzie. The line of trucks might be, I suppose, about 40, including one which bore the gallant Trubitsky with his Araby steed, and 3 quaint and old-fashioned locomotives with large wheels and high chimneys were getting up their steam, one in front, one in rear, and one in the centre, and these, after much wheezing and puffing, screaming and clanking with other discordant noises, got into motion simultaneously, and in the dark we shot away from the streets and bazaars of the Karasu, for where was yet a mystery to me. The Cossack escort was now reduced to 20 dismounted men, who left their horses and lances behind them and were distributed among the carriages. But luckily there were none in mines. We had scarcely left the lights of the town behind us, when an odour of burning attracted my attention, and the attention of those who were penned up like sheep in the same truck with me. We could only communicate our fears by signs, and heads were constantly put forth on both sides of the train, and withdrawn, always with exclamations of excitement, while the alarming odour increased strongly. The lines of rail were laid on sleepers of wood, and I imagined that perhaps the hot ashes dropping from the 3 engines might cause the smell of burning that was filling the air heavily. As we tore along past hills and rocks, the domes of village mosques or churches, tipped with silver light by the rising moon, along wooden bridges that spanned hoarse and brawling mountain streams, across open wastes, where the millet, rye and hemp had been reaped and gathered, or where the wild tobacco still grew, past slopes clothed by dark waving woods, the chestnut, the oak and the wild pear tree, the rush of the train and the scream of the engine scaring away the goshawks, the magpie and kite from their nests, past round towers, arches and aqueducts, the crumbling ruins of the old Genos days, past where flocks and herds were grazing till they fled on the noise of our approach. And now the train dashed into a forest of pine and turpentine trees, through which it seemed to rush for miles upon miles, its speed augmenting every instant, while the odour of burning increased with every revolution of the wheels. Anon loud cries of terror and agony rang out at times upon the night breeze, and now a light, actual flames other than those which came from the furnaces, occasionally shed its swift red gleam upon the gnarled tree stems that stood in thick ranks on each side of the way, and then came the appalling conviction upon all our minds that, in addition to having run off, or having been abandoned by its stupid Muscovite engine drivers, the train was on fire. In those open and rudely constructed trucks there were no windows to lower. I thrust my head through the nearest opening and found that the 2 carriages in front of ours were a mass of flames, which burst forth fiercely from all the apertures, and these, as they rushed in streams behind, in consequence of the intense draught caused by the wild speed at which the train careered through the forest, were setting our carriage on fire also. Fortunately, I was in the rear compartment, and for a time could look steadily ahead. Oh, what a sight it was! The footways on each side of the carriages that were on fire were literally alive with sick and wounded wretches who had crept out, and now clung to the steps and handles by which the guards usually clamber about, afraid alike to fall or cast themselves off. But every instant a shriek was heard as the grasp of some maimed or feeble unfortunate relaxed, and he vanished from sight as the train swept on. Some fell into water courses, some fell over banks, and were flung into the forest. the turpentine trees of which in many places were now in flames. The straw amid which the more helpless wounded lay was soon on fire. Many of them were literally roasted alive, and I heard the pistols of the Cossacks exploding as they went off in the heat, or as their despairing wearers shot themselves or each other. The engine drivers, for some reason unknown to me, must have jumped off and abandoned the train, for it swept through the forest unchecked, a mass of flames from which the yells and shrieks were appalling. More than one carriage was literally burned down to its iron, all within perishing miserably. Even at that desperate time the hope of escape grew strong within me, for every confusion was favourable. Being locked in on both sides, I crept through an aperture which served for a window, and found footing on the side gangway with 2 or 3 others, who clung to the carriage and moaned fearfully, for the exertion had made their gunshot wounds burst out afresh. They soon dropped off, and I was left alone. The rush of the glowing flames came hotly aft upon my face and hands. I saw the clinging mass ahead, swaying to and fro, their faces and figures reddened in the scorching glare which lit up the line of rails like 2 red-hot wires that vanished into the forest. All this I saw for a moment, and a moment only. I was about to drop off and trust to Providence for the sequel when there was a sudden shout, a crash, a vast shower of ruddy sparks that seemed to fill the air with fire, a piercing yell, and then in silence and darkness, I found myself rolling down a grassy bank for some 20 yards or so, until I was arrested from further harm by some soft tobacco plants, which there grew wild and thickly. Unhurt, but greatly confused, and completely breathless, I staggered up to look around me. The coupling of 2 of the burning carriages had broken. They had tumbled heavily down the bank, breaking to pieces as they fell, scattering the brands of their blazing woodwork far and wide, killing outright some of the scorched and wounded occupants, several of whom I saw lying near me in the moonlight, blackened and mutilated, while the remainder of the train, with its 3 engines, all abandoned by their cowardly conductors, swept on its errand of destruction and death through the now flaming forest. As I rose from amid the strange debris of smouldering wood and shattered iron, of dead or dying and half-burned men, and was considering in which way to turn, I was met face to face by one whose right arm was broken, but who nevertheless uttered a hoarse and guttural malediction, with which I was not unfamiliar, having heard it frequently from his lips before. Drawing a pistol from his belt, with his left hand he levelled it at my head. Luckily the percussion cap snapped, and the weapon hung fire. But to close with Trebitsky, for he it was, to wrench the pistol away and knock him mercilessly down with the butt end were all the work of a moment, and then I felt that I was the monarch of all I surveyed. I was turning away when a peculiar snorting sound attracted my attention, and in a well-padded horse-box which lay on its side far down the slope, I saw the head of Trebitsky's Arab charger. As the poor animal lolled out its red tongue and threw back its small close ears in terror and anger, for the sides of the horse-box were all scorched by flame, and the mere odour of fire is sufficient to inspire a horse with the most bewildering fear. Here had Providence given me an additional chance for escape, but I had no time to lose. The train might be stopped by this time, though no sound, save the moans of the maimed, now disturbed the silence of that woody solitude, and succour might be sent to the sufferers, though human life is but little valued in Russia, and human suffering is viewed there with an amount of indifference that savours more of Asia than of Europe. My dragoon knowledge served me usefully here. I contrived to calm and soothe the Arab horse, to unbuckle the braces that secured it in the partly shattered stall, and it came forth, half scrambling and half crawling, trembling in every limb, and every fibre quivering under its glossy coat, which was flecked with white foam. Cowed, calmed, and terrified by the recent catastrophe, the horse was as docile as if Mr. Rarey had been whispering his magic in its ear. A noble Arab, with all the peculiarities of its breed, the square forehead and fine black muzzle, the brilliant eyes and beautiful veins, the withers high and body light, and standing somewhere about 14 hands and a half, it was whinnying and rubbing its nose on my hand as if for protection and fellowship. He was saddled and accoutred, and the bridle was hanging on the pommel. In a moment I had it over his head and buckled to perfection, the bridoon touching the corners of the mouth, but low enough not to wrinkle them. I vaulted into the saddle, leaving the adjustment of the stirrups to a more leisure time, as Trebitsky, in Cossack fashion, rode with his knees up to his elbows, and just as that redoubtable personage was reviving after his rough tap on the head, I dashed into the forest, and soon left the scene of suffering far behind me. In several places the wood was on fire, and being dry with the heat of the past summer, the branches and crisp leaves, particularly those of the turpentine trees, burned briskly. Thus I could see the wavering flames reddening the clouds above while riding on, and ignorant of the route I was pursuing through this dense old forest, the jungle and underwood at times completely retarding all progress. I paused only to lengthen the stirrups and give my newly acquired steed, in which I began to feel all the interest of proprietorship, a draught at a runnel, and then sought the recesses of the densest thicket I could find to wait for day, that I might look warily about and consider what to do next, for if taken with the horse of the Paruskik Adrian Trebitsky in my possession, the chances of being shot or sent to lifelong slavery were great. Anyway, I feared there would be a vacant troop in Her Majesty's Lancers, a troop perhaps given to Berkeley, and I feared that few Russian officers like the gay young Anitchov or kind old Vladimir Dahl might come in my way again. My more immediate fear was for the wolves, which there roam in packs, and were no doubt by this time howling and snarling among the victims on the railroad. If any of them scented me, I should have to take refuge in a pine, where I might be starved to death. After they had devoured my horse, every sound startled me, but I heard only the occasional gobble of the wild bustards, which usually go in great flocks through all the wild places of the Crimea. I unbitted the Arab and let him graze, but hobbled him so that he could not escape, and as day began to steal redly through the distant dingles of the wood, the light slowly descending from the summits to the lower stems of the lofty pines, I found some wild grapes whereon to breakfast and quench the fierce thirst which recent excitement had induced. When the light sufficed, I drew forth the map given me by poor Captain Bordeuf and began to study my whereabouts. Through the openings of the trees I could see, about a mile distant, the current of a broad and evidently deep river shining in the morning sun. The railway had not, to my knowledge, crossed such a stream. It flowed from the west towards the east. Hence, from its magnitude, it could only be the Salgia, which, after being joined by the Karasu, flows into the Putrid Sea. This stream has usually little water in its bed, save after the melting of the winter snows, but recent rains among the mountains of Asimechit had swollen it beyond its usual size. And now I beheld what must have been a bend or sweep of it flowing between me and the tract of country where our armies lay, the tract that stretched away towards Sevastopol, which I supposed to be at least 100 miles distant, and that idea afterwards proved to be correct. For a time my spirit quailed at the prospect before me. I was nearly in the middle of the savage and hostile Crimea, ignorant of the many languages spoken there, ignorant of the roads, and with no money to bribe or arms to intimidate. No house or town was visible or a sign of any living thing, save the goldfinches that twittered in the trees and the heron and wild duck that waded or squatted among the green weeds and long trailers on the bank of the rushing stream. The latter was nearly 80 yards broad. I knew that it must be crossed, as the south side was the safest. Crossed, but how? While considering this, the sound of a Cossack trumpet among the woodlands in my rear gave me a nervous start, and made me resolve on instant action. I put my treasured map carefully away, mounted, and urged my horse at once to the bank of the river. I took my feet out of the stirrups, which I then crossed above the saddle, a precaution no dragoon or other horseman should ever forget when about to cross a river mounted. For if the horse should sink his hind legs to seek for footing, or, worse still, should he turn a turtle, while the rider's feet are in the stirrups, the most fatal results may ensue, and he will be helplessly drowned. I was without spurs, yet I rushed him at the stream, for there are times when rider and horse feel as one. He took the water well and struck out bravely, for I leant well forward, so that my body rested on his crest. I had no occasion to touch the rein or use the bit, but steered him by a switch torn from a tree. With his neck stretched out like that of a dog, he swam coolly and steadily across, with the ripples of the water under my armpits. When he grounded and scrambled up the other side, I dismounted and led him by the bridle into a thicket beyond. This was scarcely achieved when some tall lances glittered on the other side of the stream, where a party of 12 Cossacks were scouting, and had my horse neighed they must have discovered me. However, they all disappeared in the wood, after which I breathed more freely, and proceeded to rub down my Arab with tufts of dry grass, and to wring out my wetted garments. All that day I travelled through the woods, and at times along the highways, avoiding even the Tartar herdsmen and field labourers, steering in the direction of Sebastopol, guided by my tiny map and the sun. And towards nightfall I was lucky enough to meet with some French troops, though at first I narrowly escaped being shot by their advanced guard, a favour procured me by my timbre of uniform. Luckily I could muster sufficient French to make myself known as an officer of Her Britannic Majesty's service, and was conducted to the commander. These troops proved to be the 77th Regiment of the Infanterie de la Ligne under Colonel Jean-Louis Guillaume, commander of the Legion of Honor, on their march towards Sebastopol. I was in safety now, and was treated by him and his officers with every attention and kindness, and in truth, after all I had undergone during the last 24 hours, I required both. The 77th had landed but a few days before from La Réunie Blanche Asterisk, a French ship of the line, in which the Emperor had revived the old Parisian name for Mary Queen of Scots. One of the 600 asterisk, now an armour-clad, of 6-inch iron plate. Chapter 48. In this manner we all sat ruminating upon schemes of vengeance, when our little boy came running in to tell us that Mr. Burchell was approaching at the other end of the field. It is easier to conceive than describe the complicated sensations which we felt from the pain of a recent injury and the pleasure of approaching vengeance. Vicar of Wakefield. It was fully 3 weeks after the affair of the Belbeck River, when I found myself sharing Jack Studholme's quarters in Balaclava, after duly reporting myself to Colonel Beverley, and making special inquiries for Berkeley, who had already procured a few days' sick leave, prior to returning to Britain on urgent private affairs, and was not with his regiment, but was very snug on board his own yacht, which for his convenience had come all the way from Cowes to Balaclava harbour. Leave already, when we have barely broken ground before Sebastopol, I exclaimed with profound disgust. Already, said Studholme with a grim smile as he twisted up a cigarette, a luxury unknown to the gentlemen of England until introduced by returned Crimeans. You may remember that I went home from India on sick leave just before that Rangoon business. That was annoying. Not at all. I thought it would be a stupid concern, and I had a heavy book on the Oaks. But you were, of course, ill. What a griff. Those who get home on sick leave are always in the best health. It is just like the urgent private affairs of those who have swell friends in high places. Uncles who are grooms of the backstairs, and aunts who are ladies of the bedchamber. Take care of Daub, you know, and Daub will take deuced good care of himself. Home to England. I was almost stupefied with rage at the prospect of his escaping the speedy vengeance I had schemed out for him, after Studholme told me that he had had the daring effrontery to accuse me of shooting my own horse. But now, Newton, said Jack, for tonight at least not a word about Berkeley. The Colonel, Travers, Wilford, the Paymaster, Jocelyn, and Harry Scarlett are all coming here to sup with us jollily in honour of your safe return, providing their own plates and spoons, of course. I omitted Scriven because he is Berkeley's particular chum. Tomorrow I'll get a boat and board his yacht. Confound the fellow, we must parade him, we must have him out now, or I shall shoot him in front of the line, said I, grinding my teeth. Your Russian uniform would be quite in keeping with so melodramatic a situation. By Jove, you are a figure, exclaimed Jack, turning me round and surveying my timbre of uniform with more amusement than admiration. But his own turn out was the most comical of the two, for the kind of work undergone since we landed had made serious alterations in the gay uniforms of our troops. Studholme had not enjoyed the luxury of washing his hands perhaps for a week, and as for shaving, that was never thought of now. All our officers had disembarked in their full uniforms. They had marched, fought, and slept in them. The lace was frayed, the gorgeous box epaulettes all crushed, broken, and torn. The coats and trousers were a mass of mud. Charcots and regulation caps had all disappeared, or at least the fez, the turban, the shawl, and the wide-awake were rapidly replacing them. Every officer had a canvas haversack wherein to carry those edibles he was lucky enough to beg, borrow, or find. A revolver with belt and pouch was strapped to his waist, and all had become bronzed, hairy, gaunt, and brigand-like in visage and expression. Oh, for the mantle of Fortunatus, says one in his letters, to place such an officer all at once into his London haunts and among the old familiar faces. Put him down in Pall Mall or Piccadilly, or on the swelling carpets of the Junior United Service. Such was the aspect of Lionel Beverley, that tall and stately soldier and polished English gentleman, of Frank Jocelyn, our lisping dandy, of the usually clean-shaven M. Goldrick, our quaint old Scotch paymaster, of dashing young Sir Harry Scarlett, and all the rest of our once splendid Lancer mess, most of whom came crowding into Jack's very queer bunk at Balaclava to welcome me back among them, and hear the story of my adventures since I fell among the Russians. Seated on boxes, chests, the camp bed, and even on the floor, they jested, laughed, and smoked, while the din of the distant cannonade told how the work of death was going on ceaselessly at Sebastopol. We are now, Norcliffe, fairly in for the business of the siege, said the colonel. Ugh, and a jolly and lucrative business it is likely to prove, added the paymaster with a grimace. Welcome back, Norcliffe, old fellow, said Travers, shaking me warmly by the hand. We must look up a kit for you somehow, and a remount too. Beverley has a second horse, but I think its tail was eaten off by Scarlett's bay mare when the corn fell short. Our horses have no nosebags. Those infernal red tapeworms in London are doing their best to destroy us, said Sir Harry Scarlett. Are Sir Nigel's suspicions to be right after all, thought I. You forget my Arab horse, my spoil from the enemy. Well, gentlemen, said Studholme, who had been uncorking several bottles, you shall sup à la carte. I have a hare which is being jugged in that identical warming pan which we picked up at Escall. 2 golden plovers and a gallant bustard are being stewed with it. I shot the latter. The hare was caught by Travers' Kurdistan dog, a rough brute like your Scotch staghounds, M. Goldrick. That is my kitchen, he added, pointing to a hole before the tent in which some ashes were smouldering. This is true Crimean fashion, make a hole as a grate, and when you have aught to put in your kettle, light a fire under it, dost like the picture. But here come the viands. The stew, which had been prepared by Pitblado and Studholme's servant, both of whom officiated in their stable jackets, was certainly savoury enough in odour, though not quite such as we might have welcomed at the home mess stable. It steamed and spattered bravely in 2 large tin dishes, and with their contents and some biscuits of triced flour from the bakery ship Abundance, on board which 20,000 pounds of bread were made daily, and yet the army starved, a piece of cheese, some fruit, and several bottles of base sherry and brandy, we resolved to make a night of it. Odd, it's a queer mess, this, said that constitutional grumbler M. Goldrick, as he fished away with his fork. I doubt whether the mastodon or the megatherium of antediluvian times would have faced it. What do you call this, Studholme? Come, don't mock the blessings of war, most learned Scot. That is the gizzard of a wild bustard. Help yourself and pass the sherry. Pitblado, uncork the base. Wood is frightfully scarce here, said Travers. Our fellows seized and burnt all the tent poles and pegs of Hadji Mamet's regiment of Bono Johnnies, and old Raglan made a devil of a row about it. We are put to odd shifts, certainly, added the colonel, laughing, and it is seldom a supper like this comes our way, Norcliffe. The green coffee, pounded between two stones, is not the worst thing we have to encounter, for after it is pounded we have no fuel wherewith to boil it, and men are actually flogged for taking dry wood from the beach. We must do our best to keep ourselves alive, though the Russians and red tapists are doing theirs to make an end of us. I have actually been thinking of turning Tartar and speculating seriously on the merits of horse flesh, said Scarlet, as he tore away at a drumstick of the bustard. I suppose you know that the chargers of the heavies are dying like sheep with the rot. Now, M. Goldrick, pass the bottle, will you? Said Jack. By Jove, you Scotchmen are such slow fellows. Slow or fast, growled the paymaster. I don't know how in this war you would get on without us. You have the two Dundaces, Charlie Napier, Sir George Cathcart, two Campbells, Sir John and Sir Colin, Jamie Simpson and Sir George Brown. Anything you like, but pass the wine from right to left, said the jovial adjutant, who began to sing. Right about went horse and foot, artillery and all, and as the devil left the house they tumbled through the wall when they saw our light dragoons with their long swords boldly riding whack, fol de rol and see. Amid this kind of merriment and banter, we heard ever and anon the thunder of the heavy guns from the batteries of Sebastopol, as they fired on the lines where our brave troops were working to get under cover, working with old spades and mattocks, which the Iron Duke had sent home as unserviceable from Spain, and I felt saddened by the idea that every boom which pealed in the distance was, perhaps, the knell of at least one human soul. I had other thoughts that made me grave and stern. No letters had reached me from home, nor had anything come save an old punch or two addressed in my uncle's handwriting. Even Cora was forgetting me. My blood was boiling against Berkeley. A long debt of cowardly wrong was about to be paid off if he did not elude me by a hasty departure on leave. The clear grey eye of the colonel was fixed on me at times. He knew my thoughts, but he and the others, with the intuitive delicacy peculiar to well-educated and highly bred men, forbore to speak of Berkeley and the grave obligation which they were aware I was about to clear off in a manner that had become unusual now. You are listening to the cannon of the siege train, said Beverley. We cavalry are in clover here when compared to our poor infantry who are potting the Russians like partridges from amid the mud of the trenches. Mud, thickened by blood and fragments of shot and shell, a veritable slough of despond, added the paymaster. There in the rifle pits our advanced parties have fired till the grooves of their barrels are lined with lead, and their aching shoulders are black and blue with the kicking of the butt. Yes, Colonel, and if anyone wishes to study the theory of sounds and atmospheric effects, my wigwam in the cavalry quarter is the very place, said Studholme. Boom, there goes that Lancaster gun again. It must be playing old gooseberry with the Russians by moonlight. Only think of 10-inch shells fired at point-blank range. I was up this morning at the trenches and saw a long 68-pounder from the Terrible brought into position by the Blue Jackets to bear on a heavy gun on the left embrasure of the Mamelon. It was trained by a naval officer, a fine young fellow. The practice he made was perfect. The first shot tore away the left of the embrasure, the second struck the great gun full on the muzzle, shattering it, and then the eyes of the young officer flashed with delight. "Bravo, my lads, load he again," he exclaimed, and with the third shot he dismounted the gun completely. Lord Raglan then telegraphed to fire the 68 every half hour, and effectually breached the Mamelon. But before the order came, a shot struck our brave young sailor and killed him on the spot, added the colonel. His fall was sudden and his interment as rapid as his demise, said Studholme. He was buried beside the gun. Poor fellow, observed the colonel thoughtfully. Few would like to die thus, yet that which was his fate today may be mine or yours tomorrow. This idea makes the memory, the heart, go home. We number those who love us there and those whom we love. Their faces come before us and their voices fall again on the ear. Little expressions and little episodes come vividly to mind. Shall we ever see them again, those home circles, those loved and treasured ones? Well, every bullet has its billet. Duty is duty, another old saw, and the first obligation of a soldier is obedience. And so we console ourselves and hope on for the best, drowning dull care in the bottle or boldly treading him underfoot. The poor colonel's words often came back to memory long after he led us to that terrible charge through the valley of death. Thus their conversation and anecdotes were all connected with the great siege then in progress, but after they had all retired, Studholme and I reverted all at once to the matter which was uppermost in my mind, the punishment of Berkeley. Take a corker of cognac, Norcliffe, and then turn in. Keep your head and your hand cool. I'll take a boat for his yacht after Reveles tomorrow, and though he has got sick leave for a few days, he is not so sick that he can't hold a pistol. Arrange this for me, Jack, and you shall win my lasting gratitude, said I fervently. Jack shook me warmly by the hand, and then we betook us to our not over-luxurious couches for the night. When I awoke in the morning, Studholme had mounted and ridden off to the harbour. Chapter 49. The tattoo beats, the lights are gone, the camp around in slumber lies. The night with solemn pace moves on, the shadows thicken o'er the skies. But sleep my weary eyes hath flown, and sad, uneasy thoughts arise. I think of thee, O dearest one, whose love my early life hath blessed. God of the gentle, frail, and lone, O guard the tender sleeper's rest. I awaited his return with impatience, while our servants were pounding the green coffee for breakfast. After the lapse of an hour or so he cantered up to the door of our wigwam, for such it was, being half tent and half hut, sprang off and threw his reins to Lanty O'Regan. Berkeley, I inquired, has given you the slip for this time. The devil, how? Whether he has heard of your return or not I cannot say, but the yacht has left her moorings and stood away towards the straits of Yenicale. We shall have better luck another time, but meanwhile, here is something to solace you for your disappointment. His sick leave was extended to the 17th of this month, but he was not to leave Balaclava harbour, it was presumed. I met Beverley as I was riding back, and he gave one of his quiet and significant laughs on hearing that the yacht had put to sea. He then divined your errand. Of course, the affair is pretty patent to the whole corps now, but here, I say, is something to console you in the meantime. Something what? The Sultan Abdul Mejid has already sent several medals for distribution among the officers of the Allies. And here is an announcement that to you only of all our corps as yet, he has accorded his Star of Mejidi. And here also is the Colonel's memorandum concerning it for insertion in this day's regimental orders, stating that it is given for the bravery and zeal displayed by you in assisting the Quartermaster General to procure trains of wagons, those blessed Kabitkas, before we advanced on the Ulma. With equal astonishment and pleasure I heard of this unexpected honour, though no way inclined to indulge in self-glory, when a Turkish officer of rank, a fat old fellow wearing a blue surtout, a scarlet fez and gold-hilted Damascus sabre, an aide-de-camp of the Saraskia Pasha, brought me the Order of the Mejidi, a silver star inscribed in Turkish characters, zeal and ardent sentiments of honour and fidelity, around the Sultan's cipher, which closely resembled the Kabbalistic figures on the side of a tate chest. When he hung it on my breast, I say, the natural emotions of pride which rose in my heart were blended with joy at the pure satisfaction it would afford my dear friends at home. A jolly cooper of old port would be started at Calderwood, and I already saw in fancy my uncle, to whom I instantly wrote of my safety and success, receiving the congratulations of his neighbours and old servants. And what of Louisa? Surely this would be soothing to her inordinate pride. It was accompanied by a little diploma in Turkish, to the effect that Captain Newton Calderwood Norcliffe of Her Britannic Majesty's service, having distinguished himself prior to the Battle of the Ulma, as a gift in appreciation of his worthily performed duty, His Imperial Majesty the Sultan grants him the 5th degree of the Medjidi medal, together with this warrant, dated in the year of the Hejira, 1271. Medals, save those of the old Waterloo veterans, were scarcely known in our service. As yet, thus a decorated man was a man of mark. Yet amid the excitement of campaigning, this gift was but the gratification of an hour, and the dull craving at my heart to punish Berkeley and to hear from Louisa still remained unsatisfied. Reduced by service, suffering, starvation, and cholera, our regiment was very weak now, so all servants and grooms were turned into the ranks. Our chief duty was to watch the Russian forces that were gathered for the relief of Sebastopol. Their outposts were only 4 miles distant from the little secluded harbour of Balaclava, where under the shadow of an old round Genos tower, several line-of-battle ships, including the gallant Agamemnon and some dozen of transports, were daily disembarking troops and stores, as they lay within 10 yards of the red and white marble rocks that rise into mountains and overlook the inlet, as the steep hills enclose a highland loch at home. To harass us, the Cossacks frequently galloped forward, causing a general turnout of the whole line of British cavalry. Then the trumpets blew boot and saddle, lance and sabre were assumed, and arms were loaded, but our ranks would barely be formed when they would ride quietly back again. We swept all the valleys of everything we could find either to eat or burn, and our patrol duties were incessant. We always slept in our dress jackets with boots and spurs on, our cloaks over us, and arms and accoutrements at hand, ready to turn out at the first note of the alarm trumpet. And though the days were sometimes hot, the nights were cold now, and the dews were chilly and dangerous. Once I had a narrow escape. On the hilly grounds above the monastery of St. George, seeing a Turkish officer busy with an old rusty bombshell, the fuse of which had long since burned out, and the contents of which he was investigating by sedulously poking them with the point of his sabre, as he sat cross-legged with the missile in his lap, I drew near. At that moment it exploded, blowing him nearly to pieces, while a splinter tore away my left epaulette. Allah be praised, so ends thy black and most unholy magic, exclaimed a Turkish onbashi who stood near. And then in the mutilated dead man I recognized the Hakim Abdel Rasig, the magician and chief doctor of the 10th Regiment of the Egyptian contingent, and in the speaker, who coolly proceeded to search his remains for coins or valuables, the corporal whose mother's image he had failed to produce in the necromantic shell at Varna. Squalid, dirty and miserable, the sentinels of the once splendid 93rd Highlanders, with frayed tartans, patched jackets and tattered plumes, while guarding Balaclava, presented a very different aspect now from that which they showed when their grand advance along the slopes of the Kouagane hill struck terror to the souls of the Muscovites. The Black Watch and the gay Cameron Highlanders were in the same condition. I saw the latter erecting a cairn above the grave of one of their officers, young Francis Grant of Kilgraston, who had died at Balaclava, and it made me think of the words of Ossian. We raised the stone and bade it speak to other times. So the time passed quickly in our cavalry quarters at Balaclava, while the siege was being pressed, amid misery, blood and disaster, by the infantry of the Allies. Our duties were the reverse of monotonous, and were frequently varied by most desperate rows among the Montenegrins, Albanians, Arnauts, Greeks and Kurds, who all hated each other cordially, and were always ripe and ready for mischief as they swaggered about, each with a barrowful of pistols and yataghans in the shawl that formed his girdle, or it might be the alarm of fire, broken out none knew how. Then the trumpets were blown loudly. The gathering pipes of the Highland Brigade would send up their yells, and the fire drum would be beaten on board the warships in the harbour. Then their boats would come off, full of marines and seamen chorusing "Cheer, boys, cheer," while rumours were rife of incendiary Greeks hovering about our stores and powder with lucifer matches and fusees. Shots might be fired, a few men cut down, and then we would all dismiss quietly to quarters again. dreaming of cutting foreign throats, my groom and servant, until they got a dog tent, slept under a tree close by my tent, each with his martial cloak around him. As Lanty said, like two babbies in the wood, only the divil a cock robin ever came to cover them up with leaves. Lying by night in my tent, around which a wall of turf had been raised for warmth, to sleep after a day of harassing excitement was often impossible. Through the open triangular door, I could see the same bright stars and the same moon that were looking down on the quiet harvest fields at home, where the brown stubble had replaced the golden grain, the line of camp fires smoking and reddening in the breeze as it passed along the hostile hills. I could hear our horses munching as they stood unstalled close by in the open air, and the baying of the wild Kurdistan dogs in the distance far away. From these and the nearer objects within the tent, its queer furniture and baggage trunks, the varnished tins of preserved fish, flesh and fowl, the warming pan in which Pitblado stewed my beef and boiled my potatoes when I had either, hanging with my sword, sash, pistols and lancer cap on the tent pole, a cheese and a frying pan side by side with a tea kettle and writing case, boots and buckets in one corner, a heap of straw in another, empty Clicquot bottles and a gallant leather bag for holding 6 quarts of cognac. From all these my thoughts would wander away in the hours of the night to home and all its peace and comfort. I thought, I know not why, of the village burying ground in Calderwood Glen, where my mother and all my kindred lay, and I shuddered at the idea of being flung into one of those Crimean hecatombs that studded all the ground about Sebastopol. On the grassy graves in Calderwood, how often had I seen the summer sun shine joyously, and the summer grass waving in the warm breezes that swept the Lomond hills. The bluebell and the white marguerite, the wild gowan and the golden buttercup were there growing above the dead, the old kirk walls and its haunted aisle covered with ivy and the lettered tombs where Laird and Lady lay with all the humble dwellers of the hamlet near them, came before me in memory, and I felt intensely sad on reflecting I might be buried here, so far from where my kindred slept, though the stately tomb which shrouds the great leaves to the grassy sod, the dearer blessing that its dead are nearer to their God. Often had dear Cora quoted that verse to me at the old kirk stile when the rays of a golden sunset were falling on the Falkland woods. A letter which the Colonel had received from Sir Nigel had no doubt induced this train of thought. It was all, however, about the Fifeshire pack and the Lanark race meeting, Ain't the Bond, and Mr. Brassy Weedleton and Messrs. Grab and Screwdriver W.S. Edinburgh, that the Bond had been got rid of, and Mr. Brassy too, without having recourse to Splinterbar or old Pitblado's Sparrow Hale, matters beyond the Colonel's comprehension, but of which he was to inform me if he could through the Russian lines and discover whether I was well, as my friends were sorely afflicted to hear that I had been taken prisoner by Lord Aberdeen's friends. Mail after mail came up per steamer from the Bosphorus, but there never was a letter for me from Lady Loftus, and my heart grew sick and sore with its old doubts and apprehensions, nor were these natural emotions untinged by jealous fear that a cold, aristocratic father or chilly, imperious mother had prevailed, or that a more successful suitor had urged his suit. The latter seemed not unlikely, as I heard of her having been seen at the Derby with the Marquis and his party at Brighton, that when in London she was still the cynosure of every eye, that at her opera box every lorgnette was levelled when she entered, that she was ever smiling, gay, happy and beautiful. Letters to Fred Wilford and others of ours told of these things, and some hinted that a marriage was on the tapis with several persons as ineligible as myself. But save Scriven, none ever hinted at my peculiar bugbear, the Marquis. When I lay on out piquet, drenched with rain and chilled by the early frosts, half dead with cold and misery of body, the fears her silence roused within me, added to other discomforts, made me reckless of my wretched life. What would I not have given for liberty to return to Britain, the liberty which so many sought for and obtained, under a military regime so very different from that of the Iron Duke and the glorious days of Vittoria and Waterloo, until urgent private affairs became a byword and a scoff in the pages of Punch, as before the walls of Sebastopol. But the liberty for which I panted, liberty to return and convince myself that I was not forgotten and still loved by Louisa, a just sense of honor restrained me from seeking, so I remained like Prometheus on his rock, chained to my troop with its daily round of peril and suffering. A letter from Cora might have served to soothe me, but Cora never wrote to me. With all the love I bore Louisa, for Cora I had ever an affection that went, perhaps, beyond cousinship, for our regard had begun as companions in childhood, and no cloud had ever marred or shadowed it. Had I loved her as I loved Lady Loftus, how much of sorrow had been spared me. So time passed rapidly away until the evening of the 16th of October, when Studholme came to my tent with a sparkle in his eye and a flush on his cheek. "Jocelyn has been down to the harbour," said he, "and he has seen Berkeley's yacht. She is now at anchor close to the old ruined castle, and Scriven has boarded her." "See him at once, Jack, like a good fellow," I exclaimed. "A delay is fatal with one so slippery." "All right, I'm off," replied Studholme, seizing his forage cap, and in a few minutes after I saw him galloping past the redoubts of Kadikoy. For we, the cavalry with the Highland Brigade, were not exactly quartered in Balaclava, but among some vineyards 2 miles distant from the harbour head in the direction of Sebastopol. Lucky for us, too, that we were so, as the harbour of Balaclava was full of dead troop horses, whose swollen bodies were used as stepping stones in the shallow places, while all the ground about the little town was full of half-buried soldiers, whose feet, fingers and fleshless skulls stuck through their shallow graves. Chapter 50. Tomorrow. Oh, that sudden spare him, he's not prepared for death. Even for our kitchens we kill the fowl of season. Shall we serve heaven with less respect than we do minister to our gross selves? Good, my lord, bethink you, who is it that hath died for this offence? There's many have committed it. Shakespeare. I have been on board the yacht Newton. I have seen Berkeley and Scriven there, and the matter is all but arranged," said Studholme, as he tossed aside his whip and forage cap, seated himself on the edge of my camp bed, and proceeded to light a cigar. Much though I longed for it, the information gave me a species of nervous start. "Thanks, Jack, he will come to the scratch then, like the muff, or rather the knave he is, in a fashion of his own. I found him surrounded by every luxury on board his yacht, and she is a beauty, the seepink of cows." He was lounging indolently on a rich sofa, in a velvet smoking cap and gorgeous brocade dressing gown, tied with yellow silk tassels. By Jove, the fellow was as grandly got up as a Highland piper or Solomon in all his glory, and he and Scriven were having tiffin, not as we do here on green coffee and pounded biscuit, but on preserved grouse pie with iced hock and seltzer water. They asked me to join them and offered me the chair, which had just been vacated by a pretty Greek girl whom he has on board. His countenance fell rather when he heard my spurs rattling on the steps of the companionway, and lower still when he discovered my errand. Before our sybarite of a brother officer, with his bandolined moustaches and exquisite toilette, I was weak enough to feel almost ashamed of my tattered blue surtout with its frayed frog lace. "You reminded him of the arrangement made between you and Scriven at Maidstone Barracks, word for word." "And what did he say?" "He grew rather pale and nervous and so forth, and muttered, or deuced odd sort of thing. A demmed nuisance to fight a fellow when he had just that morning got his leave to return home on or urgent private affairs. And then he eyed me superciliously and defiantly through his eyeglass, stroking his bandoline moustache the while, till I felt inclined to punch his well-oiled head. Confounded puppy, I exclaimed. One might as well sing psalms to a dead horse as appeal to the honor of such as he. The most contemptible fellow one could meet within the longest day's march. So he has actually got his leave for England then? Yes, so I was not a moment too late. The yacht's crew were taking in water prior to getting under way again. He hummed and hawed and puffed himself out like a pouter pigeon for a time, but a change came o'er the spirit of his dream when Scriven, his own peculiar chum, acknowledged that all our mess knew of and tacitly acquiesced in, the scheme for a hostile meeting within the French lines, or rather within range of Sebastopol, to account for any mishap that might occur. You should have seen how he winced at the word mishap. Scriven and I then retired together on deck for a few minutes, and they're arranged that after sunset tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, as there will no doubt be a brilliant moon, we are to meet on the hilly ground midway between the British left attack and the right of the French entrenchments, about a mile from the south fort of Sebastopol. There, if necessary, 2 shots are to be exchanged at 12 paces each, after which we will allow no more firing, the first shot to be tossed for, the others to follow in succession. "Enough, Jack," said I, trembling with fierce eagerness as I shook his hand. When I remember all his perfidy towards me, his cool insolence at Calderwood, the mode in which he sought to compromise me with that poor girl at the Reculvers, his subsequent slanders at Maidstone, his act of treachery at the Balbec, and his crowning it by the cool assertion that I, and not he, shot my own horse, to fall into the enemy's hands, I shall shoot him if I can, like the dog he is. I passed the night as I suppose most men do who have such a dreadful business as a duel on their hands. It was all very well for Studholme to urge me again and again to sleep soundly, to keep my hand steady and my head cool, but strange thoughts would come unbidden, thoughts of those who were far away, and from whom I was now, perhaps, on the eve of parting for ever. Yet I could not bring myself to wish that Berkeley had sailed and escaped me. Next morning ushered in the 17th of October, and with it the first formal bombardment of Sebastopol, on which the breaching batteries opened simultaneously from all quarters, and so terrible was the roar of sound that in the rifle pits the discharge of the muskets could scarcely be heard. It seemed a mere snapping of caps. I could not help smiling grimly when I heard the storm of war that was raging in the distance. What is one human life amid the numbers that are passing away there? "And such as Berkeley's too," said I. "Too true," replied Jack. "But there go the trumpets for church parade. We are to have divine service in the cavalry camp, it seems. Why, we missed sermon on 2 Sundays. The chaplains were so busy with burial services for the cholera dead. So we are to have our minds enlightened today. As the regiment was for patrol duty, it paraded on horseback, and the whole formation of the parade, the lancers with their fluttering banneroles, the appearance of the chaplain with his white surplice and Crimean beard, the Bible on the kettledrums which were improvised as a pulpit, and in short the entire affair seemed to me a species of phantasmagoria, for my thoughts and intentions were far away from that strange and stirring, yet somewhat solemn scene. I was rather struck with the inconsistency of the text, however, on that a day of such importance to me and to the history of Europe. "Love thine enemy, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you." Such was the text of our chaplain on that morning. I heard him praying and expounding amid the thunder of the breaching batteries all round Sebastopol, from the Tichernere on the right to the Quarantine Point on the left. But late events had turned my heart to stone, and with my mind intent upon a duel to the death, I heard him preach in vain. Though still unflinching in purpose, he somewhat softened me in one way, and in the evening, after some reflection and to be prepared for the worst, I wrote a farewell letter to Sir Nigel with a full explanation of my conduct and my dearest thanks for all his kindness. My sword, pistols, saddle, and the Medjedi medal I left him as souvenirs, and to Cora some little jewels which I named as remembrances of her old boy-lover Newton. Then I turned me to compose a brief, a bitter letter to Louisa. It contained but 2 or 3 lines. As circumstances stood between us, I could not trust myself to say more than that I was called upon by the rules of honor and the duty I owed to myself to have a hostile meeting with one who had wronged me deeply, that God only could know the sequel, and while at this moment I committed my soul into his hands, I entreated her to be assured that if I fell I should die loving her and her only. This letter I had just sealed, addressed, and placed beside the other in my tent, when Studholme arrived, cloaked and ready to set out. Our horses with pistols in the holsters were brought to the door. It was long past 5 now, and the sun had set. I gave Pitblado the letters, saying, "I am going to the front this evening, Willie, and as we know not what may happen if I don't return, you will carefully see these letters posted for Britain." My voice must have faltered, for Pitblado looked at me earnestly and said, of course, sir, but please don't talk that way." "Goodbye," said I, clapping him kindly on the shoulder, and as we mounted and rode away in the dark, I could see my faithful adherent looking alternately and wistfully at the superscription of the letters and after us. Like a mighty shield of gold, the moon had long since risen from the Euxine, far across which its brightness came on the ripples, like a shining path, from the horizon to the red marble cliffs of Balaclava and Cape Fiolent, and now her disk grew smaller as she ascended into the more rarefied atmosphere, but her brilliance gave promise of a clear and lovely night. As we quitted the cavalry camp at an easy walk, "Trotting might shake my hand," Jack said, and took the road that leads direct from Balaclava northward to Sebastopol. High and broken ground rises on each side of that path which so many trod never to return, and which was now thronged by mounted men pouring down to Balaclava. A mile distant on our left we passed the hamlet of Karani, and on our right the long line of defence works and redoubts, which lay 2 miles in rear of Kuta Karagach, the British headquarters. Those of France were a mile farther on to the left, and then diverging in the opposite direction in rear of the breaching batteries which crossed the roadway, we sought for a quiet path between them and the extreme left of our army, to reach the broken ground opposite to the bastions of the South Fort, the proposed scene of our little operations. So grand, so wild and stirring was the scene, that for a moment I reined in my horse and, forgetful of the dreadful errand on which we had come, surveyed it with a curious eye. As I have said, on this night, the moon, sweet regent of the sky, full-orbed and glorious, shone with wonderful brilliance, eclipsing even the fixed stars in the deep blue vault above, pouring 10,000 silver rays over everything, bringing out some features in strong light, or sinking others into deep, dark shadow. The terrible panorama of Sebastopol lay before us. The noble harbour with its tremendous batteries, its outer and inner booms, and myriad sunken ships of all sorts and sizes, the mastheads of some, the mere stumps, bowsprits and poops of others, visible, showing where the flora of 44 guns, the Oriole of 84, the 3 Godheads of 120, and all the rest of that vast scuttled armament, mounting more than 1,500 cannon, lay all sunk to bar our entrance. We could see the white flag of Russia flying on its citadel, the cupola of the great church, the glass windows of the houses, the entire city with all the domes and towers glittering in the moonlight, and girdled by its vast and formidable bastions of earth and stone, from which ever and anon came a red flash, and the boom of a heavy shot, or the clear, bright, fiery arc described by the whistling shell as it curved in mid-air on its ghastly errand towards the French or British lines. All this stirring panorama we saw extending for more than 4 miles, from the Lazaretto on the west to the light of Inkerman on the east, which was glittering in the distance on its tower, 400 feet above the mouth of the Tchernaya. Several dead bodies lying in the immediate foreground, and the turf all torn to pieces and studded with cannon balls and fragments of exploded shell. A literal pavement of iron did not add enchantment to the view. That softer effects might not be wanting between the booming of the half-random cannonade that was dying away for the night. We could hear the brass band of the rifle brigade playing an old familiar air which sounded sweetly in the distance. It was Annie Laurie, an air heard daily and hourly among our tents in the Crimea. Of all songs, the favourite song at the camp, says one of the Lancers in a published letter, is Annie Laurie. Words and music combine to render it popular, for every soldier has a sweetheart, and almost every soldier possesses the organ of tune. Every new draft from Britain marches into camp playing this old Scottish melody. I once heard a corporal of the Rifle Brigade start Annie Laurie. He had a tolerably good tenor voice and sang with expression, but the chorus was taken up by the audience in a much lower key, and hundreds of voices in the most exact time and harmony sang together, and for Bonnie Annie Laurie I'd lay me doon and dee. The effect was extraordinary. I never heard any chorus in oratorio rendered with greater solemnity, and the heart of each singer was evidently far away over the sea. Letter from the camp. Just as we diverged from the main road, we heard the galloping of horses in our rear. "Thank God we are first on the ground," said Studholme. "Here comes Scriven and his man with our assistant surgeon, Bob Hartshorn, on his nag-tailed bay." As he spoke, they reined in their horses a little. Then we all bowed, touched our caps, and proceeded slowly along the eminence towards a quiet hollow which Studholme and Scriven had previously inspected. Berkeley was nervous and restless. His eyes wandered vaguely over the moonlit scenery. I could see that he frequently passed his tongue over his lips as if to moisten them. He drew his gloves off and on and fidgeted with his stock and eyeglass 100 times. Yet he chatted gaily enough to Scriven and the doctor, who told us that he had quite patients enough on his list, without having them added to by fighting duels. "How romantic, how terribly grand is all this prospect!" exclaimed Hartshorn, pointing to Sebastopol. "Oh, deuced good," drawled my antagonist. "But Bob, my dear boy, I am an Englishman, and England has been too well fed, too cozy for centuries to have much romance about her. And so, I have none, thank heaven. It is behind the age, Bob, behind the age." "An Englishman," said I to Studholme. His worthy father was an honest Scotch tradesman who could little have foreseen the despicable figure his son is cutting tonight. "I was up to the front before today," said Scriven, "and got a rifle ball through my charco." "It will serve for the healthy purpose of ventilation," said Berkeley with a laugh, "a very little one, however. My old quarters in Balaclava have been nicely ventilated by 3 bullet holes in the roof," said the doctor, a good-humoured, careless young fellow. "Bob is quartered there on an old Turk whose third wife is a female so severely respectable that she never feeds the hens without a veil on." "Why?" asked Scriven. "Can't you guess?" asked Berkeley. "No, because there is a cock among them." This frivolous conversation was now interrupted by a hoarse voice in front challenging. "Qui va là?" "Friends," I replied. "Anglaises," added the other, and we found ourselves face to face with a French mounted officer and a small party of workmen with pickaxes and shovels. In the horsemen I immediately recognized Colonel Guillaume of the French 77th Regiment, who demanded whither we were going in that remarkable direction. "'Tis an affair of honour, Monsieur le Colonel, and we propose to settle it here," said I. "Mais oui, très bien, but you have chosen a droll place and hour," replied the Colonel, a short, pot-bellied little man in a scarlet kepi which had a great square peak, and who wore a frogged surtout with a sabre in a brass sheath. "We cannot fight within our own lines, monsieur." "I comprehend. You don't permit duelling in your service, I believe." "No, indeed, singular. Public opinion is against it. The King of France, Louis Roman XIV, in 1700, tried to put down duelling, on which an old field officer said to him, 'Tudieu, sire, you have put down gaming and stage playing, now you wish to make an end of duelling. How the devil are officers and gentlemen to amuse themselves? But with your permission, messieurs, I shall look and see how this affair ends. I haven't seen one since we marched out of Cambrai." Berkeley bowed and gave him a ghastly smile. When viewed by the moonlight, his face was so pale that even Scriven, his second, surveyed him with disgust and annoyance. There was a clamorous fluttering about my own heart. Thank that heaven which I was about to face, my bearing was very different from his. We dismounted, and the soldiers of the French working party led our horses aside, as we had all come without grooms. The pot-bellied Colonel Guillaume seated himself on the turf to enjoy a cigar and see the sport, and the doctor with professional sang-froid opened his case of instruments and drew forth lint and bandages from the pocket of the Inverness cape which he wore over his uniform. We now threw off our cloaks and swords. I wore an undress blue surtout, but Berkeley was dressed in an entire suit of black. a sack coat buttoned up to the neck so that not a vestige of shirt was visible to attract my eye or fix an aim. Let me hasten over what follows. Apologies were neither asked nor offered. The affair was beyond such amenities in the deadly game we were about to play. 12 paces were measured. We tossed up for the first fire and it fell to Berkeley. Then I saw a smile of savage hope light up his eyes and curl his lip as he took his ground and carefully cocked his pistol, just feeling the percussion cap for a second with the forefinger of his left hand. Steadily I looked at him. I could see how he restrained his breathing lest the aim might waver, how a white glare came into his eye as it glanced along the barrel of the pistol, which he levelled full at my head in the pale moonlight. "Gardez la bombe!" shouted Colonel Gioma as he rolled away over the turf like a butter firkin. It was a moment of thrilling suspense, and bewildered by the interruption, Berkeley permitted his pistol to explode, the ball going heaven knows where. There was a whistling in the air overhead with a rushing sound and then a heavy thud as there lighted, almost at Berkeley's feet, a 5-inch shell shot from the south fought by the Russians, who must have seen our group in the moonlight. And there it lay on the turf, half embedded by its own weight, with its red fuse hissing and burning furiously. For a moment I saw its upward glare, as it shone on the pale face of the terrified man who was too much paralyzed by emotion to move. But just as I flung myself flat on the earth to escape the explosion, there was a blaze of yellow light, a crash as of thunder, and I felt a kind of hot wind sweep over me. The shell had burst, and Berkeley lay a heap of mutilated blood and bones beside it. We rushed towards him. Both legs were broken in many places, a large fragment was buried deep in his chest, and the man was dead. "Poor fellow," said I, after our first exclamations of astonishment and commiseration had subsided. Berkeley had long and systematically wronged me deeply, and now the angry lust for vengeance passed away, and I felt ashamed of the bitterness of the emotions which had inspired me but a few moments before. I forgave him all now, and almost felt sorry for the sudden fate that had perhaps saved me. I say sorry, but I could feel no more. That fate so unlooked for and mysterious freed me from all further trouble or responsibility. I could pardon him for all he had ever done to me, and to his dead victim too, poor Agnes Auriol. "C'est la fortune de guerre, camarades," said Colonel Gioma, shrugging his shoulders. Stretched on the grass, which was soaked and sodden with his yet warm blood, there lay Devoir Berkeley, the coxcomb of Rotten Row, the Epicurean of the mess and dinner table, the Sybarite of the clubs, the sensualist whom poor Agnes Auriol loved, not too wisely but too well, the sporting man whose splendid drag presented the gayest show, the best company, the brightest parasols, bonnets and fans, with the loveliest faces and the most expensive champagnes on the Derby Day, or the yearly inspection at Maidstone. There he lay dead, mangled like a very beggar's dog. It was the fortune of war, as Gioma said, but a fortune on which he had never calculated. His mother's pet from childhood, clad in purple and fine linen, bundled in a cloak, his remains were borne to the rear by the Frenchmen of the 77th, and full of much thought, and with many a surmise as to how the corps would view the story of the night, Studholme, Scriven, the doctor and I rode slowly back to quarters, leading with us a riderless horse. I entered my tent, bewildered, giddy with the startling episode in which I had been involved. I had but one satisfaction: his blood was not on my hands. My brain swam, my heart was beating fast, and I had an intense thirst. A bottle of Cliquot stood near. Studholme adroitly struck off the top with his sword and gave me a generous draught. Then by the light of a stable lantern that hung glimmering on the tent pole, I saw the 2 letters I had so recently penned lying on the top of a baggage trunk, but a third epistle addressed to myself was beside them. It was from Sir Nigel. The mail from Constantinople had come in that afternoon. I tore my missive open, and almost the first words that met my eyes were, "Compose yourself, my dear boy. Louisa Loftus, the tricky jade, is now a marchioness. I send you herewith the Morning Post, which details her marriage at full length. "Read that, Jack," said I in a hoarse voice while the miserable tent swam round and round me. Studholme scanned the letter hurriedly. "Oh, Jack, what do you think of all this?" "Think," said he with an oath. "I think Sir Walter Scott did well to call the world an admirable compound of folly and knavery. So all her studied silence was accounted for now." Chapter 51. The line divides. The right half, which is conspicuous for madder breaches, presses like flock of hunted sheep towards yon tower so grim and steep. Stone talk. On that day never to be forgotten in the annals of the British cavalry, the 25th of October, when we fought the Battle of Balaclava, no man in all the light division mounted his horse with a more reckless heart than I, and no man, perhaps, was personally more careless as to the sequel. War and its contingent horrors were a relief, congenial to my bitterness of spirit, and afforded me a relief from myself. There is probably not a boy in Britain but knows how, on that terrible day, the 600 horsemen rode fearlessly into the valley of death. Yet I cannot resist the temptation to tell the gallant story once again. We were roused early in our miserable quarters by tidings that the Russians in great force were menacing Balaclava, the harbour of which was of vital importance to the Allies in their operations against Sebastopol. Sir Colin Campbell, Lord Clyde of glorious memory, had been appointed governor, and to him and his Highland Brigade had this most valuable post been entrusted by the Allied generals. On this day he was reinforced by a few marines from the fleet, and 4,000 lubberly Turks, who occupied 4 redoubts which commanded the road to the camp. The cavalry division, led by Lord Lucan, and composed of the Scots Greys, the Inniskillens, 1st Royal, 4th and 5th Dragoon Guards, forming the heavy brigade under General Scarlett, and the 4th and 13th Light Dragoons, the 8th and 11th Hussars, with the 17th Lancers and ours forming the Light Brigade under the Earl of Cardigan, were to form between those Turkish redoubts and the Sutherland Highlanders, who were encamped under the cliffs, where the Marines had a battery. It was 7 in the morning, when Captain Nolan of the 15th Hussars, Lord Raglan's gallant aide-de-camp, dashed into our quarters on horseback. "Get your men into their saddles, Colonel Beverley," he exclaimed. "A strong column of the enemy's cavalry, supported by artillery and infantry, some 23,000 of all arms, are now in the valley before Balaclava. General Bohr has already stormed one of the Turkish redoubts and is opening fire on the other 3. The Bono Johnnies are flying in all directions. Pass the word along for the whole line to turn out. We must floor them instantly." The trumpets blew loud and shrill among the tents just as Studholme and I were making a hasty breakfast. "The deuce," said he, "so we must take a turn against those troublesome Cossacks, but if no Russian rifle bullet hath its place allotted in my proper person, we shall devil those drumsticks and polish off that cooper of sherry in the evening." Poor Jack, we were soon in our saddles, with pistols loaded and lances slung. All were eager for the fray, and just as the sun arose, General Bosquet, with a few pieces of artillery and 200 chasseurs d'Afrique, arrived to join us. The surface of the valley into which the cavalry division advanced was undulating, and numerous green grassy hillocks served to conceal the movements of the various bodies of troops from each other. Above those hillocks we could see the light smoke of the distant conflict curling, as the Russians attacked and took in rapid succession the 4 redoubts, turning the guns of each as they captured it on the fugitive Turks who fled in masses, and were decimated by round shot and grape from their own guns, which in their haste to escape they forgot to spike. The last redoubt was speedily abandoned by the brutal Colonel Hadji Mehmet, who, bareheaded and without his sabre, was seen galloping ignominiously over his own men, as they rushed like a flock of sheep towards the steady line of the 93rd Highlanders, and there by superhuman exertions Sir Colin Campbell formed them in a confused body on his flank. But before this bourne was reached, a Russian bullet had sent the soul of Hadji Mehmet in search of the wonders of paradise. In fierce pursuit the Russian horse came dashing on, their polished lance heads and black leather helmets shining in the sun, and like successive human waves, squadron after squadron came in view. Pausing for a moment on the crest of a ridge, they looked with wonder, it might be scorn, upon the thin red line of Scotsmen, whom, as Campbell said in his quaint way, he did not think it worth while to form 4 deep or in square. On came the Russians, with levelled lances and uplifted swords, on and on at a gallop, and from thence to racing speed, down like thunder rolling through the murky air. This sight proved too much for the red-capped Turks. Once more their line of red breeches was turned to the enemy as they fled en masse, but calmly, steadily, and sternly, like their native rocks, stood the men of the slender Scottish line. A command is given. Now the mini rifles are levelled from the shoulder. The plumed bonnets seem to droop a little to the right as each man takes his aim. The withering volley rolls along from flank to flank, and as the smoke rises we see a confused heap of men rolling wildly over each other, while swords, lances, and caps are scattered far and near. Beyond these are the retreating squadrons, fugitives, and in utter rout. The cowardly Turks were objects of intense derision to our seamen, and even to the little middies and soldiers' wives. Many of the latter kicked and cuffed the Bono Johnnies without mercy for their shameless abandonment of the Highlanders, and for plundering our cavalry camp, where they gobbled up the porridge which the Scots Greys had been cooking for breakfast when the alarm sounded. Many other regiments of cuirassiers and lancers now joined the baffled horse, as they reformed on the slope of a hill, from whence for the first time today they saw us, the heavy and light divisions of cavalry drawn up in the small valley a little to the left of the Highlanders, and having had enough of them with us they now resolved upon a trial of strength. By many thousands they outnumbered us, but we knew that we were unaided, that upon our own bravery, discipline, and hardihood depended the honour and the fortune of the day, and all the many staff officers and other spectators, who had come from the French camp and the harbour to witness the result, knew this too, and looked silently and breathlessly on. In 2 long, compact, and glittering lines, the Russian horse once more came on. Among them were some cuirassier regiments of the Imperial Guard, with magnificent helmets adorned with silver eagles. But now, without waiting for orders, the 2 advanced corps of our cavalry, the Scots Greys and the Inniskillen Dragoons, galloped forward to meet them, one in heart, in ardour, and in purpose, as when those 2 noble regiments had ridden side by side in the same brigade in Septennial War a century before, and on the plains of Waterloo. Overlapped by the vast extent of the first Russian line, we thought they would be literally swallowed up and exterminated. A ray of light seemed to pass along the ranks, as all their sword blades flashed in the sunshine, and then came the shock of battle. The Scots on the left, the Irish Dragoons on the right, broke through the Russians, cutting and treading them down. Then both regiments actually disappeared. We held our breath, but anon a shout escaped us as we saw them on the crest of an eminence beyond, cutting through the second Russian line. All was then a wild and mingled chaos of uniforms, scarlet, blue, and green, of flashing swords and brandished lances, of floating plumes and swaying standards, of shrieking men and horses kicking, plunging, and rolling on the turf, and many an episode of chivalry and hand-to-hand combat was there. Then we heard the shrill trumpets above that infernal din, where no commands would have availed. The tall black bearskins of the Scots and the brass helmets of the Irish Dragoons began to reappear, and soon emerging from that human sea of glory and honour, we saw our gallant heavies once more reforming in compact line, and retiring at a hand gallop, after having taught the thick-skulled Muscovites the strength of a Briton's arm and the temper of our Sheffield steel. Conspicuous by their colour, we could see that many of the Scots Greys' horses were covered with blood. And now came our part in this terrible drama, the disaster of the day. Chapter 52. Half a league, half a league, half a league, onward into the valley of death rode the 600, Tennyson. Recoiling before the glorious charges of our heavy brigade, the Russian horse and foot had retired into a narrow gorge at the head of the long green valley. Their 30 pieces of cannon were in position, and in rear of them were formed 6 solid columns of cavalry and 6 of infantry, while other dense masses occupied the slopes beyond. Notwithstanding this formidable array in an almost unassailable position, a message was received by Lord Lucan from Captain Lewis Edward Nolan of the 15th Hussars, undoubtedly one of the bravest of the brave, to the effect that the Light Brigade was to carry those 30 pieces of cannon. Another account says that he simply pointed to the guns with his sword and said, "We should take them," and that the motion was taken for an order. Ere many minutes were past, poor Nolan paid the full penalty of this misconception or error in judgment, if error it was. Perilous, rash, and desperate though the attempt, Lord Lucan reluctantly ordered the Earl of Cardigan to advance with his brigade, and cheerfully we obeyed the startling order. We numbered only 607 horsemen, officers included. Each officer took up the words in succession. The brigade will advance. First squadron, march, trot, gallop. And then for the first time, as I led my squadron on, did I become aware how thirsty we unconsciously become when under fire. My lips were quite baked, yet the morning air was moist and cool. We had before us a mile and a half to gallop over, level and open ground, encumbered here and there by the dead and wounded men and horses of the previous encounter. But these we swept over in our advance towards where the black and grim artillery stood, with round and gaping muzzles, before the solid array of Russian horse and foot, those dark columns in long grey capotes, all cross-belted, with fixed bayonets glittering in the sun, those darker and less distinct clouds of horsemen, whose forest of lances, sword blades, and brighter appointments glittered and flashed from among their umbered masses. On and on we rode, and faces flushed red, and hearts beat wildly, while the Earl, brave as every English gentleman should be with all his faults of temper, led us on with brandished sword. Every hand was firm on the bridle, every grasp was firm on the sword, every knee was pressed to the saddle laps, every rowel was tinged with blood. So holster to holster and boot to boot the squadrons were pressing on. Charge escaped me almost before the time, and then the maddened horses rushed on at full racing speed with long invigorating strides. Our lances were all unslung, and in the rest, the banneroles fluttering before the horses' heads and outstretched necks, from which the manes were floating backward like smoke. We were soon within the line of fire. Like the thunder of heaven, the park of artillery shook the air, as cannon, mortars, and rifles opened like a fiery hell on front and flanks at once. An iron shower of round shot and grape shells and rockets, with a tempest of conical rifle bullets, whizzed past our ears or tore through horses and men, and down they went on right and left at every stride. Struck on the breast by a shell, the gallant Nolan fell back on his saddle, with a wild and harrowing cry as his horse swept round and bore his body to the rear with his feet still in the stirrups, vindicating even in death his reputation as one of England's noblest horsemen. Man after man, horse after horse, are now going down thick and fast, and shrieks and prayers and curses rise together to heaven, but the rest close in from the flank, and firmer, denser, wilder, and more resolute than ever we ride the race of death. On and on yet, steeds snorting, lances rising and falling, pennons fluttering and sabres flashing in the sunshine. "Steady, lads, steady," cried Lionel Beverley as another shower of grape tore through the squadrons, and many more went down, though some of the horses remained riderless in the rank and galloped mechanically on. For a moment, amid the confusion, I saw the colonel for the last time as he led us, that noble heart, that polished gentleman and gallant lancer. He was deadly pale, for he was mortally wounded in the left side. His life-blood was ebbing, but his sword was still uplifted, and a light was flashing in his eyes, which already could see the glories and the terrors of the unknown world. "Close up, gentlemen and comrades, keep your horses well in hand, but spur on, charge, and charge home, hurrah!" A ball hummed past, a 24-pound shot apparently, and where was Lionel Beverley, doubled up, a dead and ghastly heap under a dying and mangled charger. The next who fell was my friend Wilford. If he was somewhat of a dandy in England, there was no want of pluck in him here. Leading his troop, he fell close by me, and I leaped my horse over him as he rolled past, churning a mouthful of grass and earth, his features awfully convulsed, and his limbs trembling in their death agony. Poor Fred Wilford, on and on yet, many a familiar face is gone now. The gaps are fearful, and men who were on the flanks now find themselves in the centre. Yet withal it is impossible not to feel how one crowded hour of glorious life is worth an age without a name. And we still gallop towards that mouth of fire on and fearlessly. The best blood of the three kingdoms is in our ranks, all well and nobly mounted, the flower of our gallant cavalry, on yet like a whirlwind. The hearty British hurrah, 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 ringing in our ears, the heart's blood seems mounting to the brain, and now we are upon them. Now the red flashing muzzles of the cannon are past. The gunners are throwing themselves under the wheels and limbers where we cut them down and spear or pin them to the turf. Others are rushing for shelter to their squares of infantry, under whose rifles they lie flat and securely, while sheets of lead are tearing through us. Oh, the superlative bitterness of that moment when with all our horses blown I look back and see that we are without supports. The guns are taken, the gunners almost annihilated, our horses are breathless. We have no aid and no resource but to ride back under such a concentrated fire as troops were never before exposed to. It's all up, three's about, retire. A single trumpet feebly gives the call, and away we go. Shot in the heart, perhaps, my Arab steed sank down gently beneath me, but I received a severe blow from something, I know not what, the splinter of a shell probably, which crushed my lancer cap and almost stunned me. I must have remounted myself mechanically, for when we hacked our way back and reached the rear, I was riding a bay horse of the 11th Hussars, the saddle and holsters of which were slimy with blood. The horse fell with me soon after, as it had been disemboweled by a grape shot. Of all those glorious regiments who formed the Light Brigade, there came back but 198 men. Many of these were wounded and many dismounted, and when the rolls were called over at nightfall, it was found that 157 were dead, 119 were wounded, and that 330 fine horses were killed, leaving more than 130 dragoons unaccounted for. I had not the heart to number the 40 men who represented the 2 squadrons which followed Lionel Beverley. There on the green sward of that valley of death lay our gallant colonel, cut in two by a round shot, Travers torn to pieces by grape shot, Scriven slain by 3 lance wounds, Howard the only son of his mother, and she was a widow, Frank Jocelyn, our old sergeant major, and an incredible number of others killed. The flower of our lancers were there, and among them my faithful follower Pitblado with a rifle bullet in his leg. Hot, breathless, stiff, sore and covered with bruises, I now discovered that in the melee, though I was unconscious of having struck a blow, there were at least 20 notches in the blade of my sword, that I had received 3 very severe lance prods, 2 sword cuts, and that my uniform was torn to rags. When we halted to girth up, I threw myself on the rich grass of the valley, and taking off my battered lancer cap, felt the cool breeze most grateful as it came from the distant sea. Then I buried my face among the verdure, less for coolness than from excess of weakness, and to hide the sorrow that consumed me for the losses we had sustained. From a distance came the cheers of the heavy brigade avenging us and completing the work we had begun. Then the fierce excitement, the devil that had possessed me passed away, and I thought only of the dying and the dead. Asterisk, 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 is that you, Lanty? Said a voice near me. Of course it is, barring the tip of an ear. Well, thank God there are at least 2 of our troop left, and the captain here. I must have fainted from exhaustion and loss of blood, for after a time I was surprised to find my jacket open at the neck, and that I was propped against my dead horse by Dr. Hartshorn, who was binding up my cuts and scars, while Lanty O'Regan attended, with a short black dudeen in his mouth which had been enlarged by a sword cut, and then roughly patched with plaster, which did not, however, prevent poor Lanty from talking. Me mouth is it I'm to take care of, Doctor dear. Sure, if it is only for the sake of the girls, I'll do that same, but begorra, I wish that dirty Rusian had been holden on the horns of the new moon with his fingers well greased. And before I came across him, are you sure the farrier sergeant is dead? Quite sure, doctor. You saw him get the sleeping draught. Sure, the draught it was that finished him right off. What the deuce do you mean? I took off his leg successfully in the Turkish hospital. And sure, after ye war gone, the Turkish hospital sergeant, who was blazing drunk with raki, made up a prescription of all the drugs in the place, saying some o' them would surely compose him. Well, the farrier sergeant took it, sir, and he's now composed enough, poor man, and laying in the trenches, waiting to be covered up wid green sods, if they can be got in that red valley of blood and murder. Some brandy given by Hartshaw now rallied me a little, and I inquired for Willie Pitblado. Lanty informed me that he was in a hospital tent and enduring great pain. Pitblado's sword had broken in his hand. He was looking wildly round him for another when poor Studholme, who lay dying beneath a horse, placed his own sword in Willie's hand, saying, "Use it, and wear it for my sake. All's over with me." Pitblado cut down 2 Russian gunners and actually bore Studholme for some paces in his arms before he discovered that he was dead, and then a rifle bullet stretched him on the field. A few men were now crawling back from the valley, where several dismounted guns and dead bodies were all that remained of the Russian host, which had now fallen back. Numbers of horses, many of them severely wounded, with bridles hanging loose and saddles all bloody, careered along the green ridges where they were caught by the Turks. Some came trotting quietly into quarters when they heard the trumpet sound for corn. Others cropped the bloody herbage in the valley of death, and not a few who remained beside their fallen riders were found by the burial parties. Beverley's body was discovered, terribly mutilated, stripped, and deprived of the locket which contained the hair of his intended, the girl who was shot in his arms on the retreat through the Khyber Pass. On surveying the horrors of that day, I asked myself, was it for such work as this that heaven created us? But such was that glorious and disastrous episode of the war, the charge of the Light Brigade at the Battle of Balaclava. In foreign armies, as I once heard a brother officer remark, one would have found plenty of officers to lead such a charge, but in what other army would one find soldiers to follow as ours did, though surrounded on every side by the enemy, though apparently all was over with them, though suffering under a withering fire, and seeing their comrades falling in heaps around them, not a man flinched or thought of shifting for himself, but all looked to their officers and followed them as if they had been on an ordinary parade. "There are 81 of ours, sir, to be buried in yonder pit," said a trumpeter named Jones as he came to my tent next morning. 81, my God, the poor fellows. "Yes, sir, 81, repeated Jones sadly. "Where are they?" "Some are in the trenches, others coming. They were borne from the field where they had lain all night, and where the only tears that fell on them were the dews of heaven, and then they were half lowered, half flung in. 81, all handsome young men, and the Highlanders began to cover them up. "God rest them," said I, lifting my cap as I leaned on the trumpeter's arm. "Aye, sir," said he sadly. "The next trumpet they hear will be a louder one than Bill Jones's." Chapter 53. Then I thought of one fair springtime when she placed her hand in mine, and half silent said she loved me, and half blushing seemed divine. Then I thought of that same winter when the earth was dead and cold, fit time in sooth to marry one she worshipped for his gold. I had been some days in Messeri's hotel at Pera before I realized or quite became reconciled to the idea that I was going home on sick leave, worn in mind and body, and smarting still with many wounds, for some of the lance prods had gangrened, the iron having been perhaps rusty. Many other officers were also at Messeri's, on their way home, some with amputated limbs, but all leaving the army with regret. All were pale and lean enough, with bronzed faces and bushy beards, their red shell jackets or blue surtouts out at elbows, threadbare, patched and stained by the mud of the trenches, and there were 1 or 2 lisping idiots with flyaway whiskers, hair divided in the centre, and yaw-haw tones whose pee-wivate affairs had become wemicably urgent. I had with me poor Willie Pitblado, whose left leg was well-nigh useless now. No surgeon had succeeded in extracting the ball. Their attempts had produced torture, which brought on a low fever, and Willie was going home with me now, only I feared to die. And now, on the last evening of this most memorable year, I sat alone, muffled in my cavalry cloak, looking from the hotel window down a long and narrow street, paved with rough, round stones, where the Humals or Turkish porters, British tars, half furious with Raki zouaves, with cigar in mouth and hands in pockets, dragomans with pistol and sabre, indolent, sensual and brutal Osmanli soldiers, and other nationalities and costumes, made up a strange and varied scene. From another window I could see Stamboul, its flat roofs, round domes, its mosques and minarets, stretching in the distance far away, the Golden Horn, with the three-deckers of the Sultan lying idly at anchor, and the new bridge that spans the harbour, and over all the weird-like glories of a crimson moon. The December twilight stole on, and as I mused it seemed but yesterday since all those lancers who had died of cholera at Varna or elsewhere, and those whom I had seen cast into the great trench, had been alive and riding by my side. The embarkation of the wounded at Balaclava harbour, whither they had been borne on stretchers, minus legs and arms, hands and feet, with faces pale, slashed, gashed and battered. Our British men of war, the Sansperil, Tribune, Sphinx and Arrow, ranged in line with open ports to sweep the valley. All the episodes of our departure, the somewhat mournful cheers given by the seamen as our transport, the Napoleon Roman III, of Leith, got up her steam and cleared the harbour, cheers to which we could scarcely respond. The receding shores, where the iron voice yet rang the knell of many a human life from battery and bastion, the last rays of the sun as they lit up the impending bluffs of Cape Aya, and ruddied all the rocks of red and white marble that guard the rugged coast, and repel the storms of the Euxine. All these, as they had melted into sea and sky, seemed like an old dream now, and, battered in body and broken in spirit, I was seated alone in Messeri's Frankish hotel, on my way home. Well, for weeks past I had been as useless at Balaclava as at the hospital of Scutari, from whence I had been transferred to the suburb of Pera. I had been unable to share in the two battles of Inkerman, in both of which the Russians were totally defeated, and in the last of which our losses were fearful, and I had no share in the Battle of the Ovens on the 20th of November. By landing at Scutari on the 13th, I escaped the terrible hurricane by which so many of the shipping perished in the Black Sea, and by which the survivors of their crews were subjected to be mercilessly massacred by the Russians. My poor comrades, be a soldier but for 6 months, and you will never forget the new world that is open to you, a respect for your brother officers and soldiers, and a kindly feeling for the old number of the corps. It lasts with life. But that ghastly trench in the Green Valley, and the pale, moustached and upturned faces. God bless all who lie there, and green be the graves of our people in the Crimea. It was on the 2nd day of the new year that we, Pit Blado and I, sailed in HMS Blazer for Southampton with many other invalids, and as we steamed round the Seraglio Point and stood away into the Sea of Marmor, I thought of that day 12 a month, when I was at Calderwood Glen, sharing the contents of my good old uncle's ancestral wassail bowl. How much had passed since then! Trebitsky's Cossacks had taken the miniature, the ring. Even Lewis's lock of hair was gone too, and luckily now I had nothing to remind me of the beautiful traitress by whom I had been galled, befooled, hoodwinked, and so cruelly abandoned. And Lady Chillingham could witness this horrible sacrifice, this English suttee or act of immolation, quietly and approvingly. She had married without love herself, so had her mother before her, and both had been happy enough in their own heartless and stupid way. Such alliances made on mere worldly grounds were part of the system of that society in which they moved, so Lady Chillingham viewed the whole affair as a matter of course. As for Louisa Loftus, why should she be different from other women of the world and of her aristocratic class? I must have been deluded, mad indeed, to think otherwise for a moment, and yet she could crash my hope for the future recklessly, as a child breaks the glittering soap bubble he has so carefully developed, or casts aside the plaything he once treasured. She could cruelly trample on the best love of a true and honest heart to make a marriage that was advantageous only in point of rank and wealth, both of which she already inherited in the fullest degree. Yet something of pity mingled with my fierce and bitter scorn of Louisa, pity for the dreary years she would have to spend while tending a senile dotard whom she could neither respect nor love. She would suffer in secret, or perhaps console herself by some scandalous flirtation that Sir Bernard Burke would never record in his usually flattering pages, though he might have to chronicle the unexpected appearance of an heir to the noble old Anglo-Norman line of Slubber de Gullion. While Louisa, plunged in all the gaiety of London life, forgot all but it and herself, Cora, I learned this after had thought it a crime to be even happy while I was suffering or absent. Such was the difference in the nature of those two girls. At Stamboul I had procured an inlaid Turkish rifle, a high-peaked saddle, a cherry pipe stick and some yataghans as trifles for Sir Nigel, slippers all sewn with pearls, a shawl, a veil, a little trunk of essences and other pretty things for Cora. Our homeward voyage was rapid and pleasant, so we steamed steadily on, passing many a transport hurrying to the seat of war with her human freight, ardent and eager to replace the fallen, on by Malta and Old Jib. I was too ill to land at either, but I was well cared for on board, for the officers treated me as if I had been their brother, and were never weary of extolling the terrible charge of the Light Brigade on the fatal 25th of October. On an evening about the end of January we were off Southampton, and ran into the tidal dock which has such peculiar advantages for first-class steamers. They're out of the general traffic and in the basin of quiet water. The Blazer could easily land her melancholy freight of wounded men. Many poor fellows whom she had embarked had died on the way home and found a grave under the waves of the Mediterranean. We were landed by gaslight. I must have been very weak at that time. I remember the cheers of welcome and the genuine commiseration of the kindly English folks assembled on the crowded quays as we were borne tenderly ashore in the arms of our good sailor comrades, and my wasted appearance was not the least exciting, for I was so worn now that my face was not unlike the death's head on the appointments of the 17th Lancers, but with a goodly Crimean beard appended to it. The Lieutenant of Marines conducted me to a fashionable hotel. At Southampton I was separated from poor Willie. With all the other wounded soldiers he was transmitted per third-class train to Fort Pitt at Chatham. Save once, I never saw the poor affectionate fellow again. He became a confirmed invalid, and months passed away, during which he was neither discharged nor cured, though he longed to get home, that he might die where he first saw the light, in his father's cottage, and be laid beside his mother's grave in the glen. But there is no cure for the homesickness in the pharmacopoeia of Her Majesty's Medical Department at No. 6 Whitehall Yard. For many days I remained at the hotel, careless how the time passed. I had become perfectly listless, and lay on the sofa for hours, less to nurse my wounds than from pure inertia, and heedless of what might happen. Thus one evening, when the snow lay deep in the streets without, muffling the footsteps of the passengers and the wheels of the cabs and omnibuses, when the fire was burning cheerily in the bright bars of the polished grate, the crimson curtains drawn across the windows, the crystals of the Gaislia glittering with 1,000 prisms, and thus when, after Crimean experiences, it was impossible not to feel intensely comfortable in the well-carpeted room of a fashionable English hotel, I was dozing off to sleep, and to dream perhaps of other scenes, when a sound roused me. An arm, a soft and warm one, was round my neck, and two bright, sad, earnest and tearful eyes were beaming affectionately into mine. A smooth cheek, rendered cold as a winter apple by the frosty air without, just brushed mine, and a kiss was on my forehead as a beautiful and blushing girl threw back her veil, and I found my hands were clasped by those of Cora Calderwood. "Dear, dear Cora," I exclaimed, and pressed her to my breast. I had longed for sympathy, companionship, friendship, for someone with whom to share the secret burden that crushed my heart, but I rapidly found the impossibility of doing this with my beautiful cousin, for now as I embraced her, all her long-treasured and long-hidden love gushed up in her heart. She smoothed back her thick dark hair with her pretty and tremulous hands, and then, placing them on my temples, surveyed me again and again, with eyes full of pity and delight, while half kneeling beside me on the low fauteuil on which I lay. Cora, Newton. She was too full of pure joy to speak. She could only throw her arms round my neck and whisper with her rosy lip close to my ear, "Newton, Newton, my poor Newton, my own love at last, and here comes Papa." As if to relieve me from a situation that was as embarrassing as it was pleasing, the affectionate old gentleman hurried forward to meet me. He had been less agile than his daughter in springing upstairs and threading the mysterious corridors of an English hotel. He took me in his sturdy arms. His eyes were sparkling with pleasure. His ruddy cheeks were now rendered redder than ever by the frosty wind. His white locks glittered in the light, and his handsome old face was beaming with pleasure as it always did when he saw me. Warmly he shook my hands again and again. He surveyed my hollow cheeks with commiseration, as Cora now did with tears, and then with prodigious bustle he proceeded to divest himself of numerous overcoats and wrappers, until he appeared at last in his black cutaway with white corded breeches and top boots, as of old the beau ideal of the master of the Fifeshire hounds. "So we have found you at last, my dear boy, fairly run you to earth, eh? You must come home with us now. Tonight, Papa." "Not exactly tonight, Cora, but as soon as he is fit for travelling, and a rare cooper of old Port Davy Binns shall set a broach when again Newton is beneath the roof of the house in which his mother was born, and where she died too, poor girl. My mother was more than 40 when she died, but the old baronet only remembered his favourite sister as the girl, of whose beauty he was always so proud." Cora had now removed her bonnet and cloak. She was beautiful as ever, but paler, I thought, for the flush that dyed her soft face at first had now passed away, and she lowered her dark lashes at times when I looked at her. But her secret was out now. I knew all, but could scarcely foresee how matters were to end. Cora wore at her breast the silver crescent and lion I had sent her from India. She had more. She had on her finger my Rangoon diamond, which the Marchioness had sent to her, and which I desired her to retain for my sake, till I replaced it by one more valuable still. We were very happy that night in Southampton, and with more alacrity than I thought remained in me, I prepared at once to return to Scotland. My health was not now what it had been, but my native air in Calderwood Glen would restore it. To repine now would have been ungrateful to heaven and my kind kinsfolk. I had passed through that dreadful ordeal, the valley of death, and had returned with life and youth before me, when so many better and braver than I had perished by my side. So I resolved to return thankfully and joyfully home, to water my laurels among the heath-clad hills and grassy glens of my native place. Chapter 54. Away with my firelock, here take my red coat, on danger and glory no longer I'll dote. A train of soft passions now rise in my breast, the soldier subsides and ambitions at rest. And no more shall the sound of the trumpet or drum forewarn the poor shepherd of evils to come. Soldier's song. Poor Willie Pitblado sank fast after the extraction of the ball and the subsequent amputation of his leg, in the pleasant month of June, when he knew that the golden laburnums and the hawthorns, pink and white, would be wearing their loveliest hues among the green hills and burnsides where he had played in boyhood, and when the summer breeze would be rustling the thick foliage that shaded his father's humble cottage in Calderwood Glen. Willie felt that his hour was coming nigh, and he grew very sad and restless. On that day, the last he was to spend on earth, there was an unwonted bustle in and around the great military hospital of Fort Pitt, and natheless the sick and wounded, the weary in body and subdued in spirit, the dying men in the wards, and those whose battles and troubles were over, and who lay stark and stiff under a white sheet in the dead house, awaiting the muffled drums and the now daily funeral party. There had been a scouring of tins and polishing of wooden tables, a renovation of sanded floors and whitewashed walls, an extra folding and arranging of knapsacks and bedding. Staff officers in full uniform, with aiguillette and plume, galloped to and fro, in and out, up and down the steep hill from whence the grim old fort looks down upon the quiet and sleepy Medway with all its old battered hulks. And then whispers were passed along the wards that the Queen Victoria herself, was coming to visit the poor fellows who had carried her colours in triumph up the slopes of Olmer, through the valley of Inkerman, and in the charges at Balaclava. Then pale cheeks flushed and sunken eyes grew bright, and all were in high expectation, save one who lay in a corner on his iron bed and straw pallet under a poor rug, with eyes already glazed at times, for the hand of death was heavy on him. And this was my poor comrade Pitblado, with no friend near him save the hospital orderlies, who by this time were pretty well used to suffering and dissolution, and could behold both with stoical indifference. It was on a day that many yet remember, Monday, the 18th of June, the 40th anniversary of Waterloo, that all Strood, Rochester and Chatham were startled from their usual rural tranquillity by the appearance of the Queen and her retinue, as she swept through their narrow and tortuous streets at her usual speed to visit the wounded soldiers in Fort Pitt. The cold-blooded days of the Four Georges have passed into the waste of eternity, and it is our happy fortune to have upon our throne a queen whose true woman's heart no glory of station or fortuitous grandeur of position can alter. On his poor pallet in the sick ward, Willie heard the cheers in the streets of Chatham far below. He heard the clash of arms and the rolling of the drum as the guard presented arms at the gate, and in his death-drowsy ear he seemed to hear again the din of battle far away, Beverley's voice, and the rush of the charging squadrons. But the sounds brought him back to the world for a time. He was too feeble, too far gone to join the melancholy parade before the hospital, but the orderlies opened the window of the ward and propped him up with pillows and knapsacks, that like one or two other wasted creatures he might see the Queen pass along. "I wish that God had spared me aunt's mare to see my pure old father's face," said Willie, whose Scottish dialect came faster back as life ebbed in his gallant heart. "But his will be done. It canna be, it canna be. I maun e'en bear it, and he that tolls overcomes." From the windows on the ground floor he saw the glorious noonday sun, on which his eyes were soon to close forever, for the staff doctor had rather curtly told him so. He saw the fertile plains of lovely Kent stretching far away towards Rainham, and the windmills tossing their arms on the green upland slopes. He saw the tower of Rochester Cathedral half hidden in the sunny haze, and the great square stone block of the grand old Norman castle towering against the clear blue sky, and casting a sombre shadow on the winding Medway, and poor Willie thought the world that God had made looked peaceful and lovely. Before the hospital he saw paraded some 300 men. The front rank lay mostly on the gravel, for they were unable to stand, either by debility or amputation. The rear rank was propped against the wall, on crutches or staves. All wore the light blue hospital gown, trousers and cap, but many an empty sleeve and useless trouser leg were there. Every man of them has been face to face and foot to foot with death, and yet withal their hearts are strongly stirred within them by their Queen's approach. Their hair is long and in elf locks, their faces are hollow and pale, and their eyes shine out weirdly and like bits of glass, as those of the sick usually do. "Attention!" cries the sleek and well-fed commandant, who perhaps had not been at Sebastopol, as he comes along in full uniform with his cocked hat under his arm by the side of the Queen, who leans on the arm of Prince Albert. And as they pass slowly along that remarkable line, their eyes and faces fill with pity and commiseration. Mechanically, at the word of command, all the men make a nervous start. Those who are legless prop themselves on their hands and arms, and some stand painfully erect on their crutches, and their wasted fingers are raised in salute to where the helmet or the Highland bonnet would have been. But alas, a hospital nightcap is only there now. Men of all regiments are there, horse, foot, and artillery, guardsmen, hussars, and lancers, but all wear one sad uniform now. That morning was long remembered in Fort Pitt, and it was one which, no doubt, our good Queen long remembered too. With a last effort, Willie rallied and propped himself at the window, just as a hospital orderly pinned on his blue woolen gown a card like those worn by all the others, stating the age, name and corps of the wearer. It bore William Pitblado, aged 24, Lancer, leg amputated, Battle of Balaclava. The card, as it was pinned on, caught the eyes of the royal group, and the terrible expression that none can mistake, even those who luckily see it for the first time, was read in Willie's face. "Do not speak to him, please, your majesty," whispered the commandant. "His aspect must distress you, the man is dying." "Dying," exclaimed the Queen. "Poor, poor fellow. Pulse sinking, hope all over, will be dead before evening parade," muttered a sententious staff surgeon. The Queen had in her hand a magnificent bouquet, presented to her by the ladies of those in the high places of Chatham garrison, heads of departments, and so forth. She detached a white rose and gave it to the poor dying lad whose faculties were making a rally for the last time. He looked at the high-born donor without shrinking or quailing, and with a sad, sad smile on his face, so thin and wan, for the eye of one who is greater than all the kings of the earth was on him now. The sufferer spoke, but in long and feeble utterances. "My old father, I said I need never, never look for my reward in this world, but this day I he gotten it." And he pressed the rose to his thin blue lips. "Are you easy, my poor fellow?" asked the commandant. "Yes, sir, thank you, very easy. Is there anything you would wish?" "I would wish to be laid in the old kirkyard at hame where my mither lies under a sore tree, but it canna be. God has been good to me. I might he found a grave for ever far awa in the Crimea, and a no within the sound o' a Christian bell." His head fell back and turned on one side as the eyes glazed and the jaw relaxed. The Queen, good little woman, drew back, with her handkerchief at her eyes, and the spirit of my faithful comrade, this poor victim of the war, passed away. The Queen's white rose is buried with poor Willie Pitblado. His grave is in the military cemetery under the shadow of the Great Spur Battery. I know the place well, and a stone placed by Sir Nigel Calderwood marks it. Chapter 55. Banished every thought of sadness in our home of quiet gladness, absence, separation altogether, and to part no more. United lovingly we glide, ever going with the tide. Storm nor tempest fear we now, love sits watching at the prow, happy, trusting silently onward to the shoreless sea. Together let us drift or glide, ever going with the tide. St. James's Magazine. And you love me, dear Newton, and no one else. Soft autumn was in all her beauty. The forest leaves of Fife were already tinged with yellow, the harvest fields were bare, and the brown partridges were whirring up in tempting coveys from the hard stubble and the hedgerows, while the deep, fragrant clover grew green and rich on the upland slopes. It was a glorious evening in September, when the days and nights are of equal length. The sun was setting beyond the western Lomond, and casting his dewy shadow far across the woodlands of Calderwood Glen, when Cora and I lingered hand in hand in the old avenue, and she asked this rather pleasing, I had almost said perplexing, question, while her soft and beautiful eyes were turned tenderly upwards to mine. And dearly I kissed her, for we had been but 3 days married. So Cora was my kismet, my destiny after all. I was lost for a moment in thought. Even lance prods and rifle bullets had not cured me of my habit of daydreaming, and memory flashed back to that strange episode in the quarters of the Hakim Abdel Rassig at Varna, when poor Jack Studholme, Jules Jolicoeur and Captain Bordeuf were with me, and the words of the conjuring Egyptian quack doctor seemed to come to my ears again. Allah Karim, it is kismet, your destiny. Cora repeated her winning question. Do you love me, dear Newton, and no one else? Could I fail to love you, Cora, you who are all affection and perfection too? Now in her memoirs, Mrs. Siddons asserts that no woman can ever reach perfection until the age of 9 and 20 or 30, and I require a few years to reach that mature time, she replied. Another kiss and perhaps another, I don't think we counted them. Ah, how happy I am now, she exclaimed as she clasped her fair fingers on with her cheek reclining on my shoulder. And I too, Cora, Shall I sing you a verse of an old song? If you please, is it the thistle and rose? No, what then? It's good to be merry and wise, it's good to be honest and true, it's good to be off why the old love before ye are on why the new. But it is too bad to tease you, Newton dear, my dear little wag of a wife, I exclaimed, for while Cora's sweet voice rippled over the verse I could smile now, and tenderly too, at the advice it conveyed. So much for Time the Avenger. In the second chapter of this long history of myself and my adventures, I have related that the Calderwood estates were entailed, and were thus destined to enrich a remote collateral branch which had long since settled in England, and lost all locality and nationality too, as Sir Nigel had it, the baronetcy ending with himself, to whom long life, thanks to the legal acumen of Mr. Brassey Weedleton and of Messrs. Grab and Screwdriver, writers to the Signet, Edinburgh. There were no end of flaws discovered in the original entail of 1685, registered when James Roman VII was king of the realm. They boast that they could have driven a coach and six through it, so it was speedily reduced, and the lands of Calderwood Glen with the place, fortalice and manor house thereof, and those of Pitgavel with the mains, woods, and farm towns thereof, which were Cora's own portion, were all secured to us, our heirs. Yes, that was the word which made Cora blush, our executors and assigns for ever, the old title of Primus Baronetorum Scotiae. The pride of Sir Nigel's heart, neither I nor mine could inherit, but I have my Star of Medjugorje, a medal and 2 clasps for the Crimea with the French Legion of Honor, and that decoration which I value more than all, the little black bronze Victoria Cross inscribed for valor, which I received for the rash attempt I made at Bulgarnac with a gallant few to bring off the mutilated body of poor Rakeley, as the reader will find duly recorded in page 336 of the Army List, for the month in which it was given, if he or she choose to look, and those 4 prized baubles won amid blood and danger shall long be prized as heirlooms in Calderwood Glen. With the poet I may exclaim, yea, I have found a nobler heart that I may love with nobler love. True as the trembling stars thou art, pure as the trembling stars above. And shall I live a nobler life, come peace or passion, joy or grief? Remembrance brings a sweet relief and points me to this nobler life. Asterisk, 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 the grass was growing green on the graves of the Ulmer, and where Albin's warpipe sent up its yell of triumph on the Couaganay hill, greener, perhaps, on the graves of the Light Brigade in the Valley of Death, through which our 600 chivalry swept like a thunderbolt, and the sweet spring flowers were blooming in the abandoned trenches of Sebastopol, when I could hear the angel voices of glad little ones waking the peaceful echoes in our old woody glen. And there a dark-eyed Nigel, a golden-haired Newton, and a blooming little Cora, with beaming eyes and dark brown braids, gambolled round the gaitered legs of old Willie Pitblado and the boot-tops of the sturdy old baronet, or were learning a taste of the brogue, as they rode on the back of Lanty O'Regan, now our head groom, and when winter comes to strip the old woods, and hurl their rustling foliage before the west wind seaward down the lovely How of Fife, and when the snows of Christmas whiten the scalps of Largo and the Lomond Hills, we never forgot, after Cora has spiced the wassail bowl, to fill our glasses and drink in silence to the memory of the brave fellows who died before Sebastopol. The End. Billing and Sons, Printers, Guildford, Surrey. One of the SIX 100 updated editions will replace the previous one. The old editions will be renamed, creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation and you can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules set forth in the general terms of use part of this license apply to copying and distributing project and may not be used if you charge for an e-book, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use copies of this e-book. Complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with e-books not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start full license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work. Distribution of electronic works by using or distributing this work or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg. You agree to comply with all the terms of the full www.gutenberg.org/license. Electronic works. Electronic work. You indicate that you have read, understand, agree to, and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1. E8. Used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few, even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1, see below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg electronic works if you follow the terms of this electronic works. See paragraph 1, below. Foundation or PGLAF owns a compilation copyright in the collection. Works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States, and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying, or creating derivative works based on the work as long as works in compliance with the terms of this agreement. For keeping the comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the you share it without charge with others. 1d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing, or creating derivative works based on this work, or any representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1e1. The following sentence with active links to or other performed, viewed, copied, or distributed. This e-book is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away, or reuse it under the terms at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this e-book, derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law. Does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder. The work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1e1 through 1e7 or trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1e8 or 1e9. With the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1e1 through 1e7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. Licensed terms from this work or any files containing a part of this one. E5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute, or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1e1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg license. 1e6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official www. Gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee, or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the 1e7. Do not charge a fee for access to viewing displaying unless you comply with paragraph 1e8 or 1e9. 1e8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from you already used to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed. Agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing or by email within 30 days of receipt that S/he license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue works you provide. In accordance with paragraph 1f(3), a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free. 1e9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing forth in section 3 below. 1f. Effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the project electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects, such as but not limited to incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1f2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1. F3. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract, except those provided in paragraph 1. F3. You agree that the foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive, or incidental damages, even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1. F3. Limited right of replacement or refund if you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it. You can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1. F4. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1. F3. This work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1. F5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties, or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1 F6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this defect you cause. Electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure archive foundation, and how your efforts and donations can help. See sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. 501c. 3. Educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's EIN or Federal Tax Identification Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 41 Watchung Plaza #516, Montclair NJ 07042, USA, +1 862 621 9288. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact Literary Archive Foundation. Public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form, accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform, and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and volunteer support editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the U.S. unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep e-books in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org, Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new e-books, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new e-books.